Good afternoon. We've got day 4 coming at you guys. It feels like this week is just absolutely flying by, but our day has just started. I'm going to be your host, Nat T. Standing beside me is Rhea. We've got T-Gov right next to her and Fia opposite me down there. How are you? So far away, Fia?
I'm great. Yes, very
Because
far
you're
away,
so far away?
but so close right here. Boy T.
There we go. See, me and Fear, we didn't really do much together before, but now this event, every panel, every draft, you know, we've pretty much like tripled.
Every draft, you've forgotten about the times you've worked with Rhea already.
Like every draft that I've worked with him. I don't mean
Called him out.
Oh my God!
He was
all right.
cooking there. You can't just call him out
Yeah,
like
you can't
that.
call me out like that. I was having fun, but it doesn't matter either
I'm
way.
sorry.
Yeah, you know, new friendships. I love the fact that he hates. He doesn't hate Saberlight, but
Wow.
Whoa, wait, what? Where did this come
No,
from?
that's true.
I feel like we literally just went from 0 to 100.
No. Because the reason, right? You finished yesterday with Rhea having, you know, a love for Saberlight, and then of course I'm referencing the Timbersaw acid spray death, and I thought I'd give a little bit of that,
I got called
PTSD
out,
moment. Yeah,
by the
you
way.
did get
I just
called
want
out.
to say, I walked, like, Liquid walked in
Sorry.
here, and Stadia's like, I know what you said. I was like, what do you mean, bro? Hands up. And then he's just flaming me. He says, you said you didn't care about anyone from Liquid. I was like, you weren't meant to see that. I don't know why you're watching the stream instead of preparing for your match today.
That was his preparation. He was waiting to hear everything that we said, and that's the preparation
Okay.
they're bringing in today, which it doesn't, I will say, I probably won't bode very well for him.
No, that's fair, because everyone online says, like, oh, analysts, we don't know what we're talking about. Well, clearly,
That's
Insania thinks we're very valuable.
That's why he's listening.
So
Look, I'm sure he was probably checking out everything that happened yesterday between the teams too, not just what we were saying, because it was a fantastic day with 2 best of 3s for us. It started off Heroic putting up a great fight, but unfortunately not able to close out the series. They did lose 1-2 to PARIVISION. And then in our second best of 3, Gaimin Gladiators giving us our first 2-0 up against none other than Falcons. Someone that everyone was placing quite high because of their recent tournament results and performances.
yeah, they just didn't have a great tournament overall. They looked a little so-so in the group stage, and then they had an okay start to their bracket, but it just didn't really pull through. Whilst Gaimin seemed like they finally understood how they wanted to execute their strategies with Watson, and I thought they looked pretty damn solid. So I was really impressed with them. In the words of Quinn pre-series, skibbity Fortnite, that's what he said to us.
You even did the hand gesture. He did do the hand
He did do
gesture
that.
too.
He did the hand, yeah. Hot off the presses, that's for you.
Whoa.
And you?
The press is a little late. He gave it yesterday.
He gave it yesterday, and I kept
You're using it
forgetting.
now.
I kept forgetting to do it.
I don't know. Are we part of this?
I don't.
Do you want to be?
No.
Okay, well that's great.
That's the reason why there's
we
a
got
division.
better content for the viewers at home to watch. We're going to recap of yesterday. Oh, it's actually the bracket. That's my bad. You know, maybe sometimes you just don't know the run of show. It's still us. I thought they were going to throw to it then. I'm hoping production is going to save me at some point.
All right,
I
so
won't lie to everyone, my in-ear is cutting out. I actually can't hear anything.
bad host, I'll take over from here. So we're gonna go straight to the bracket.
The gauntlet.
Oh, there we go, the gauntlet.
Walk us through it then.
So
So you're taking over hosting duties.
if you'll see here, we have a lot of matches. Some have already occurred, some have yet to occur. They will be playing Dota 2. They will be best of 3s until the grand finals, which will be a best of 5. If we look at today's schedule, we have Liquid and PARIVISION coming up right now. The teams are in the room with us. They are scary. They are staring at our backs. I don't want to say anything bad
PARIVISION
about them.
actually isn't even in this
Okay,
group.
that's fine. Gaimin versus Xtreme later on. Very hype match. Will Gaimin keep up their dominance over from Falcons to now? Nat, please take over. I'm sweating a little.
I don't know why you kept going. There's 2 other people on this panel that would love to
Who
talk. I
are
can
these
see it.
guys?
T? If you would like to take over hosting duties now?
Yeah, I think you know, a lot of people didn't expect Xtreme to get to this position. You know, coming into it, the major roster changes, Arme, you know, stepping aside, joining other rosters. So I think the fact they are even in a quarterfinal position is a little bit of a shock to the Western audience. They didn't qualify as well, I believe, in ESL Bangkok qualifiers. They lost 3-2 as well. So that's an exciting series later today. Fear, do you have any points about that one?
About the
Xtreme and their current position?
Well, so the thing is, like, that team, like, of course they're doing great right now, but they've only had to play like a few games to get here, right?
Yeah.
So like, we'll see how well they can keep this up. To me, this is kind of like a good group stage, but will this group stage translate into potentially having a stable performance out of the best of 1 phase into that best of 3 phase, right? Or yeah, so we'll see if they can keep that up. not entirely sold yet, but they're on a good start.
Right, back to you, host, now,
I was going
please.
to say, this is why I love having Fear on the panel. You know, sometimes you got to have someone that brings it down a little bit. You want to build up teams as much as possible, but you got to be realistic as well. You got to make sure that you're factoring into everything that you possibly can, especially recency bias as we take a look at yesterday.
Now he goes for Chrysalis. A Sunder save again from DM. Panto is just sucking away the entire time, and he finishes off the by Llama. It's done. He's going to be the one skewered into the base. No one tries to get the toss back now. Gets it. The illusion will kill the Mars, but he will be the victim of surrounded by two heroes. They keep wiping his upon the heal. He's out healing the damage.
They got so outplayed.
Wow.
Seconds, gonna get it off.
Skinner's surviving. He's going to try it over the ground. Skinner's living throughout it all. Stun on towards the morphing, but Amar's in trouble. Ace finishes him off. Straight away, Amar found with the defensive disruption comes out from Celery. Same time they made the jump, and the burst comes out over towards Maori, and Quinn gets the spells off. They turn now over towards the Magna. Skinner to fall. It's a beautiful play there from Gaimin. They were more than ready for that jump.
A great look back at our day number 3 yesterday with those elimination best of 3s. Of course, with the single elimination bracket, we're going to be knocking out teams left and right. So far, we have our top 8 at the end of today. Our top 6 at the end of today. We will have our top 4. It's crazy to think that we're going from over half to below half of our teams remaining. And it's going to be starting off with this PARIVISION up against Liquid best of 3 here. And Liquid Fear, we haven't seen them for a couple of days now. That is the pro or potentially con of placing so high in your group, is that you get those rest days and that you don't have to play that gauntlet run all the way from round 1.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. But I think as well, it is still Team Liquid, right? They had a few day break, but they weren't on vacation, right? They're still watching the games. They're still seeing how their meta, their ideas of the game. Because oftentimes when you are a really good team and people are taking some of your ideas, your break days kind of get to validate if your ideas are good or not, because some people are going to try using them, and if they win with them, then you're okay, what we're doing is good, so we're still ahead of the meta, or what we're doing wasn't working, but were they doing it right? Like, you can still take a look at all these minor details, and of course, if they wanted to, they could be scrimming as well. So it's a slight disadvantage in not getting that competitive experience, but this is Team Liquid. They don't need more competitive experience, right? So I think they're pretty comfortable here.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the tournament, they're still trying to be the quick team, right? You know, the meta is forcing it to go longer. The tournament average game duration is like high 40s. I can't remember the exact number after yesterday's games, but Liquid, they're still winning games in like high 30s. So they're still trying to be the quick team. They're still trying to do things, but they're also respecting the fact that they can't play as quickly as TI. Of course, with Saberlight, the change hits them, but I think for a best of 3, now they actually get time to develop things. They are, of course, going to be as scary as ever.
I actually checked, and PARIVISION and Liquid have the same average match duration. It's like around 35 minutes.
Okay.
You know?
I will say, I feel like
short, actually.
this tournament game average is probably high because most of the teams that we've seen played, all the teams that have played the most are Heroic and Falcons, both teams that love to push it into that late game. They love their hour-long games. So there is a little bit of a skewed, guys, I cannot talk, skewed statistic.
There we
It's
go.
a bit of a tongue twister
Doing
going
great.
on there.
It's okay.
Oh, T, I needed to hear that one. But let's hear from Cap, because he's given us a little bit of a rundown on Team Liquid and how they got here.
Is going to run in and kill Gyro. Good force staff to get some distance away from the SF, but Satanic, can he deal with this? Mickey, who refreshes up. BKBs, they kill the Razor, yes, but you're going to get wiped.
In Dota, the hardest part isn't getting to the top, it's staying there. For TI champs Team Liquid, the struggle comes with a twist as they incorporate a fresh-faced Saberlight to the veteran squad.
You got one kill. Is there enough? It's so split. One by one, the buybacks, the chain feed.
Despite a rougher start at Dream League, Liquid have already won one tournament this season and now look to add a LAN to the list.
Oh, some valid points. You know, the hardest thing is staying at the top. There's been some tournaments, though, since we did see Liquid up there winning TI13 for themselves. But at the same time, Rhea, the most recent tournament that happened, the online tournament, Liquid won that one as well.
Liquid are back.
Oh, you ready to just crown that one? Liquid are back,
Liquid
everyone.
are back. They're winning this tournament, everyone. Stay tuned. Yeah, it takes time, right? Every single team that changes players, they talk about how there's the problems of, okay, we got to bring in some players playstyle, make it match with ours. We've got to get there. It's happening with everyone. We've seen it with Gaimin. Like, Gaimin looked great yesterday, but they were also struggling before. Liquid, they had a few bumps. Now they seem to be finding their groove. I really like the look of everything that they're doing. I think as well, it's nice to see Saberlight's had quite a large hero pool. Like, it doesn't feel like he's pigeonholed into like, I have to do this one thing. They are trying to do a lot there. And
I will say that large hero pool has had mixed results. I was a little bit worried that coming into this one, they would pigeonhole him into like the Dawn and the Primal and maybe the Timber. I thought that was going to be that little potential for a hero puddle for him, but it doesn't seem that way at all, too.
I mean, that's always going to be the argument with Saberlight versus 33, right? Like the idea that 33 was the foundation for Liquid's creativity, because he would always play like the Visage or the, look at him sprinting, you know, he knows he needs to get there. But I feel like the change of player is just, now Saberlight has a bit more creativity to add to offlane rather than consistency. That means someone else in Liquid will either have to become a bit more constant in regards to draft, or, you know, someone has to take a sacrifice, because often 33 was that sacrificial kind of, I play my hero, but I don't care because like my hero pool is perfect. I don't need to play everything. And that's why post TI, there's a lot of growing pains for a lot of teams. So I think until we get to the new year, every tournament that we see is going to be like a, maybe you do well, maybe you don't, but every team's allowed 3 to 4 months of like the growing pains. And Liquid, at least, based on previous results, seem to be finding that form a little bit quicker than others.
Yeah. Well, we're talking about Saberlight, his hero pool, what we're expecting to see from him, and I actually got to catch up with him just a moment ago. Saberlight, thank you so much for joining me. Should I say Saberlight, El Saberlighto, Saber Chad? Where's the nicknames at these days?
It's, I mean, honestly, whatever people feel like. El Saberlighto, I'm slowly turning into El Saberlighto, but also sticking with the classic Saberlight. After I win a few events, then we can change it to Saber Chat.
Okay, all right. You know, you've only got one win for you guys over on Liquid. You got to warm up a little bit. But how are you feeling for this tournament? Because 2 days off, no other team has had that time off and then come into play. So has it been beneficial for you, or are you actually a little bit worried about the momentum of PARIVISION?
We'll see. It's a very interesting format for this tournament, because on one hand, I feel like it's nice to like play day after day and like keep in the flow of playing. At the same time, I can imagine it's a little bit exhausting. So we'll see. At the same time, I think like the better teams get seeded like further along the bracket, so it's kind of like I don't know if the momentum of like playing every day is better than just like, you know, coming in after 2 days of you know, break, even though we're scrimming. We'll see. We'll play, and hopefully the victor will decide.
Would you say that Liquid has been one of the more patient teams that you've joined? Because obviously everyone had expectations for the person you were replacing and the role that you were coming into. Or do you think you actually hit it quicker than more people would have expected?
I mean, they're for sure patient. I mean, even after losing the Bad Boom Dacha tournament, no one really like took it badly or, you know, blamed me for it, which is nice. So, I mean, it's a little bit to be expected that when people change rosters. I think, for example, Gaimin have the same issue where they replaced one player, and it takes a little bit to like get things going. And everybody on my team understands that, and it's like very nice for me that there's like not so much pressure. Yeah.
All right, well, Saberlight, thank you so much for joining me. Good luck today, and we'll see if the 2 days pays off or if the momentum is going to win out.
Thank you, and bing bong.
Bing bong. I did like that he put the better teams seeded further. He did the quotations, and I don't know if that's like he's not sure about their performance, if he's not sure about some of the other teams that came first in their groups. Maybe it's a little bit of a dig at all of them.
I mean, historically, if you look at the entire year, the fact that Spirit, Falcons, and Gaimin all qualified behind.
True,
right?
They were in round 1 and 2 of the single.
And Saberlight, he wasn't on Liquid the entire time of the entire year. So for him, he's looking at those teams as being big teams. So from his perspective, I can see it. It's, again, this is the joy of the bracket. You don't know where teams are going to go, really, until after group stage.
That's true. And then we're going to obviously see it all play out. And that's the biggest question is, did PARIVISION belong in the round that they were? You know, they came in on round number 2 there, or would we have seen them further up? Because this team, they've also had mixed results since joining. In fact, the way that they formed Fear was no one hitting up every player in their DMs for 10 days straight trying to get a roster
DM's
together.
DM, yeah.
DM's DM as well.
I mean, I think his stage of his career, right? He's a veteran player. If he's given the opportunity to become a captain, he's talked to a lot of players. And I think that's just what you have to do, right? Like when the roster changing season comes around, you gotta be proactive, because if you're not proactive, then other people that are proactive, they're going to steal your players away from you. So he was very aggressive about it from what he was saying, and I think that's what you need to do. I think he put himself together. Damn fine roster. Looks pretty good to me.
It's definitely been working out for them. Obviously, their series yesterday, maybe it went or not as easy as they were expecting it to be up against Heroic, just because of what people perceive as a regional difference. But they were able to put up a fight. They were able to prevail. And coming in today, is that exhaustion a potential factor, Ray? You have a long best of 3 yesterday. You've got to reset and try and prepare yourself for another one today.
Judging from having talked to pros and them saying like the extent of how much they scrim or practice or prepare, I feel like they can handle one best of 3 a day. I think they got it.
It's the fact that, you know, the games are going an hour plus.
Yeah, they are, but it's like the games are good. I think they're feeling good, especially since in that best of 3, right, you lose the first game and then you win the next 2. So it's sort of like, okay, well, we figured out the little kinks there, and then we found something that really works for us. They were flexing that Terrorblade. They seemed a lot stronger. Me and Fear weren't a massive fan of one of their drafts, but then they just simply overwhelmed them.
The no stun draft.
Yeah, and then they just was like, well, we're just gonna outplay you, right? And this extreme showing of skill, they've got to be feeling good. I can't imagine that they're like tired or like fatigued at this point. They're probably excited.
Yeah, I think so. Teams and players have always talked about how they love to get back out there. They want to keep proving themselves. They go, okay, we go 3 games in a best of 3. The next thing we want to prove is that we can come in and we can 2-0 them as well. But it's been a journey for PARIVISION. Let's have a look back at how long it's taken them to get here.
When we come into a tournament, the only way is to win. There's no like, we come just to play some games. No, we're coming here to win.
Even though like we're a kind of new team, I think we're strong individual players and just good teammates. Our goal as a team is just to be as good as we can be and like to win as much as we can win and like learn as much as we can learn and just to try to become a really good, maybe best team in the world.
Our players are really good. We're all in the high ranks. We're really playing Dota for a long time, so we have like a bag of knowledge. I think this is what gives us a way to be here among the best teams.
I think to win a Tier 1 tournament, especially it's like the first blast in Dota, right? So it's gonna be like, it's gonna be awesome, I would say.
Yeah, it's already shaping up to be an awesome tournament, but no one there. He wants the prestige to be able to say that he won the first Blast Slam here with his team on PARIVISION. I don't blame him, and something that's garnering them a lot of success right now that other teams haven't really been able to find is the offlane Terrorblade. It's something that we've seen teams try in other tournaments, this tournament as well, but DM is making it work for him.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely is. This is one of the heroes that have been mainly played as a carry at this tournament. Has not won a single game so far as a carry, but in the offlane position, it hasn't lost a game yet. And 2 of those 3 games were by DM. We'll see some of the strengths of what this offlane Terrorblade can bring to a game in this clip here. We'll notice like there's a fight here where it doesn't look so good, where Storm just goes in, gets out a little bit, but they've already lost 2 heroes. Then you see Crystallis run and get lassoed. Okay, this fight's a disaster, right? But the benefit of this offlane Terrorblade is you do have that pipe right there. You drop it down, you save him. You can also use Sunder defensively to keep your carry alive. And this fight just turns on its head there just because of like what this offlane Terrorblade can bring to the table.
Yeah, people forget, T, that you can use Sunder on your teammates. You know, you can actually save people. You don't have to use it aggressively all the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? That's why we prefer, you know, Freya and I don't know about yourself. Do you like the... we'll get there in a second. But anyway,
okay.
I assume it's a yes. But I feel like everyone here should be enjoying offlane Terrorblade. But it's like everything that Freya just mentioned, that's what you want. You want the reflection spam. You want the positional advantage of the Sunders that you're mentioning that you don't see as often from carry, because do you really want to lose your life on a carry?
Yeah.
I was surprised coming into Blast that we had so many carry Terrorblades, especially when offlane Terrorblade was, you know, breaking the high rank to, you know, pub scene. But they faltered. Most of them also now eliminated, and the teams that want to play offlane Terrorblade are doing well. So I think that is going to be a hotly contested hero in this series.
Yeah, I really love the carrier too. I love it. I think it's great fun. I love seeing a carrier, a hero that's conventionally been in one role forever, be moved somewhere else. I think it's super cool. And I love as well, in that exact game from the clip that we watched, that's the one where I think he was laning against the Slark as well in lane. It's like, okay, you first pick your Terrorblade, you show your hero. The enemy has the ability to counterpick your lane, and they still lose that lane because your Terrorblade is able to deal out so much harassment with his 4 due to that reflection, and then you get your meta, and it's like, okay, well, I'm denying everything from you. I'm going to potentially kill you. It's just awesome to see. It's super cool, and they perform it really well, and to be able to be in that position and have a winning lane, which is then going to enable your other players, especially like No One, who's always dumpsters mid lane. It's just cool. I love it. Big fan. Terrorblade, woo!
All right, so we're loving what they're cooking up in the off lane. They're obviously No One. He's been around for so long. People love to praise him. But the other core that we want to talk about is the carry, or at least not talk about, but talk to. Chrysalis, thank you so much for joining me this morning. You guys are facing up against Liquid, obviously a tough opponent, but what do you think is your strengths as a roster on PARIVISION over Liquid?
I feel like when it comes to Liquid, we're kind of actually similar teams in a way, because we both tend to want to like play really fast and on tempo. So, you know, I'd say we like both have like strengths to go up against each other, which will be probably fun to watch.
I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a very chaotic game. Is that what you're hoping for? Maybe a lot of big team fights?
Yeah, it felt like last times we played them, usually it would be like game over in 10 minutes for either side. So, you know, we'll see where we go today.
All right, I look forward to that. But for the team of PARIVISION itself, do you feel like you had to adjust a lot in how you played to fit into this roster, or everyone's making adjustments to get the results you are?
I think everyone always has to like make some adjustments in the team that they're playing, just to make sure everyone is like able to do what they need to do. For me, that obviously goes the same, but it also goes for the rest of my teammates. It's just like everyone has to do something. But also it feels like in other ways it's like kind of natural, because, you know, we start playing together in some qualifier and we just run through the whole qualifier with like no problem. And we haven't even had any practice to adapt to anyone else or anything like that. So it's like, it's a bit of both.
Do you feel like you actually have more experience doing those qualifiers and that helped you a lot more when it comes to lands and getting into these tier 1 tournaments? Or are you like, we probably would have hit this stride in our team even without doing all those qualifiers?
I feel like we probably would have hit it without, as well. I feel like we're good enough to do that,
All right, well, we'll see if you're good enough to be able to take the series off of Liquid, but Chrysalis, thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
It was nice to see his confidence, and he talked about it. They would have hit their stride either way. They're a team that he has full faith in, which, I mean, thank goodness for you definitely should be. But you're coming up against Liquid, and you've versed them before, not necessarily right here in Blast Slam, but with these rosters, they have gone up against each other in previous tournaments. And the results right there on our screens of these matchups.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you do have some practice against them, of course. Not the biggest sample size ever. You did win one, so that is definitely good for you. But I think going into this one in particular, you're on a LAN environment here. The stakes are high, so that could change a little bit going into this one.
Yeah, I mean, based on the interview as well, like playstyle-wise, post-TI, with the change of Liquid and then kind of dropping down the pecking order a little bit, I think they are very equal teams. They want to be aggressive, they want to break down the map, so until they kind of find their power level, I kind of would look at them relatively equal. Of course, Liquid has a slight edge based on previous results, but it is exciting that we have two teams with kind of the same mindset going into it. I think so far in the bracket, we've had like I only want to play late game, or I want to only play, you know, I feel like this is now going to be two teams that really just want to try and break as much as possible, as early as possible.
I feel like we're doing like long form algebra or something like this, factoring in things, the power spike. And one thing that you haven't put in the equation right now, T, is that PARIVISION do have a stand-in, okay? And it's been pretty big difference when I've talked to Chrysalis about laning with a stand-in compared to No One, where he says, yeah, it's a massive disadvantage for us to not have Ducalis here when it comes to in-game shot calling. And so now I'm like, okay, they've had a little bit more time, they've had a little bit more warm-up. Maybe that deficit isn't as big as what it was for group stage or for yesterday.
I think the main thing with the stand-in now is they will be willing to compromise certain things that they wouldn't with their actual roster. Like if Ducalis has his hero pool, you're fine. But when you have a stand-in, in draft, in play, you might go, you know what, you're the stand-in. If you want it, we want to make you comfortable. And it might not be best for the game, but if you want your player to feel good, to then play to the standard of the main roster, you are going to have to compromise somewhere. Yesterday, we saw them compromise in draft to try and make him feel comfortable. Now I think that can't occur. He needs to step up to what the team needs, especially when you're playing up against Liquid.
Well, let's keep talking about draft as well. Exactly what these teams have been drafting for themselves, what has worked and what hasn't worked for them. Because right now, teams are either going for that late game. Are we going to be able to outscale them? Or do we want to try and put ourselves on a timer tee and go, yeah, we can close this game out in 35, surely. We just snowball.
Yeah, I mean, when you compare the teams, we mentioned they're relatively similar. I would argue for Liquid, they've only lost a couple games in their 4 or 5 series recently, and I think they've lost to Tundra and PARIVISION in the same way. And this is actually a PARIVISION versus Liquid draft that we saw in the 1W series online. And the key thing I want to note here is the idea when you look at PARIVISION, look at how much like scaling and fight they have, right? They have the Enigma, a Gyro, Morphling, Monkey King. Like when these heroes get past that hurdle of the aggression of the team, they are naturally going to come online. And for Liquid, it's tempo, right? You got Razor and then Invoker, Hoodwink. Like you want to try and break the map. And then we also look towards the Tundra series we saw not today in the group stage. The way that Liquid lost was kind of the same logic. Their opponent has just the better scaling. Liquid doesn't execute on the aggression that we want to see from them, and they lose. But that's the only 2 times that we've seen Liquid lose in the last 4 series in their games, right? It's like that is the one philosophy. So I'm hoping PARIVISION keep that in mind, that in the draft they're looking for okay, what's that one hero that when we get past 35 minutes, you pop off and you do it? Is it a Tide? Is it Enigma? Like what is that kind of one pressure point that Liquid has failed to play against in their, well, again, 2 out of 9 games that they've lost is only because of this kind of concept.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, it's going to be hard still, because even if you pick that late game, right, you are still playing against Liquid's faster pace. You can't just guarantee like, oh, we'll pick late game and then it'll be fine, because
yeah, we can hold them off for 40 minutes surely.
Yeah, like if you watch their games, you'll see how active they are. Like I think we talked to Malrine and he said he likes to stay around mid, but you watch Nisha and he's running everywhere on the map. Like it's so interesting how well knit him and the supports are, whether he's playing his Invoker or anything else. It's like you will see him plus 2 supports smoking, going down side lanes, like going into jungles, looking for those pickoffs. You'll see constantly them picking these heroes like Monkey King carry that can be really mobile, or like even Nisha played Nature's Prophet, right? Their ability to collapse on each other and take these fights together and pressure is very, very good. And they are executing because they are now winning and doing really well. So it's like, you gotta be really, really careful when you play against this.
I feel like I haven't heard someone talk about the mid laner the way you did in so long. Like, in this active mid that loves to run around with 2 supports, even if you're just smoking up as 3 and trying to find some pickoffs. It almost feels like nowadays, Fear, everyone wants to start running around as a 5. That's the way that competitive pro Dota is being played out.
Yeah, I mean, at some point for sure, but I think just overall the map movement as a whole, is going to change depending on what time of the game you are at. And I think this iteration of Liquid, I think Nisha is very instrumental for this one. Yeah. Because I feel like before it was a really good mid-game patch, right? He was playing a lot of carries that are very natural, Gleipnir, very active. That's kind of not the case anymore, for the meta at least. And then you had 33 in the offlane, who is going to get a lot of farm, and he's going to carry in his own way, stay high net worth. But now you have Saberlight, he's a little more sacrificial in my eyes. Then it's not as good of a patch for Mickey as it was at TI, for example. So I feel like Nisha now gets to play more of these invokers, maybe Lena's from the mid lane. A lot of eyes are going to be on him and what he can do and how they can enable him. So I would like the supports to play around him a lot. And I think Mickey's hero pool is also going to be very important because he wants to play quick. He wants Nisha to also be able to play more of that late game securant. How is Saberlight going to fit in for me? Is he going to be playing these Timbersaws that we saw and have to be an active contributor, or is he going to be more of that blink stun type of initiator, which I think he technically does best at from what I've seen?
I would definitely agree with that. I like it, and I mean, they even pulled out the slaughter to try and slot in, another hero that has that sort of archetype for himself, that T. But Liquid, whilst you're talking about the draft of, the 2 out of 9 games you're saying stat-wise that they've lost, that's what it's looked like. That's been the plot holes. But when it comes to execution, which team do you think has been more successful?
That's
a weird question to how I phrased it, but I feel like you understand what I'm saying.
It's a tough one because I think the relying on execution of a group stage that's rapid fire best of 1, you can't read too much into, because to get through the game, see what happens. I would lean still a little bit more towards Liquid, just because they are in this position of not having to play that additional best of 3. They clearly didn't make as many mistakes as PARIVISION, because of course you're a better seeded team.
Yep.
I still think Liquid has made multiple mistakes in their games that they will not be happy with, right? We joked around the Timbersaw dying to an Ashes Ray level 1, the fact that they did lose to Tundra as well. There are points where they are going to have these falters, and you know what, I mentioned Tundra, and look, we have highlights about Tundra. And this is going to be the key thing that I'm looking out for in the series today, where when Liquid gets that moment where they want to try and break the map, you have to compare Saberlight and 33, right? Like, beforehand, they don't really make the mistakes to then get the game be difficult. But with Saberlight coming into the roster, there is sometimes that kind of natural flow of aggression where they might overplay their hand a little bit, they might go a little bit too far and give their opponent a chance to capitalize on it. But it takes a really, really strong team to punish those mistakes, right? And that's why Tundra, at the moment, are looking like tournament favorites, because they punish them. Other teams online in the 1W tournament weren't able to do it, but I think that's a key thing just to look out for Liquid. They will, at points, overplay their hand, and only the best teams in the world will actually identify that they've made a mistake to punish it. And the highlights that we're looking here from Tundra, they were able to punish it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with like everything you say, but to be a little bit of a harsh critic here, I do have to say that Saberlight.
Like you harsh, Fia? I've never heard that.
He griefed this game a little bit.
Okay.
I mean,
That was harsh.
I have to say, like he was in a position where he was picked a bit later. He's supposed to do well versus an Alchemist, right? The whole concept of how Liquid likes to play sometimes, especially Mickey, where he wants to play this Monkey King, he's supposed to be going to a lane that's already winning to enable even further, right?
Yeah.
But he can't even go to this bot lane anymore that game because he lost so badly in the lane that he should have won. He was designed to win, and that was why that game went so hard. And that's kind of what I'm thinking for Saberlight. He's not always going to be that player that's going to win the lane for you, but he can always be that initiator. So either he's got to step up his laning game here, or they got to change up their strategy.
But that's why they have the growing pains, right? It's like they're trying to identify, like, in the case that he has a bad lane, like what is the natural response? Because they weren't used to losing the lanes, right? Now they might have to have that built into their playbook, where if this is going poorly, maybe they rotate Saberlight away from the lane elsewhere, or let's say Mickey's not playing his aggressive carry that was able to win them TI. Like, if he's not active on the map, like, who's the next core to step up to be active, right? And I think there's just a lot of questions based on meta and player base that you need to answer. And I think, of course, they are answering them pretty well. Like, we're holding them to a high standard, and we're talking about, like, they've dropped games, not series, and they're not in a position where they're getting eliminated, right? Or technically, single elimination they are, but the point is, like, we have high expectations, right?
Yes. Yeah, we've got high expectations also because they've had that time off. They've been able to prepare something for themselves, or at least I hope they have been. PARIVISION, though, they've been working hard. They've already been here at the Blast Slam Arena and evaded elimination once. Can they do it again? Either way, let's get the series started and head on over to our casters before we get into our draft.
Thank you, Nat. That's right. We are ready to go. Start this series. Synderen, what do you think about this matchup?
I think it's a likely 2-1. I feel like both teams have shown good form. Liquid probably an overall favorite. I don't know if you would agree with that, but
100%, yeah.
But I don't think like necessarily overwhelmingly so, because I will always take a group stage like this with a grain of salt. It's BO1s. You can have a little bit of an off game here or there, and you only get to play 4, right?
Yeah.
So we already saw yesterday coming out of the group stage that some of the teams that were like 0-4 or 1-3 were actually showing some decently good form in their series. Heroic managed to climb up 1 step on the ladder, almost 2, as a matter of fact, against PARIVISION. So the other thing is does it potentially benefit you to play more games?
I think it always does.
We've seen teams get on, that little bit of a roll and get that momentum going.
Yep.
Liquid have had a little bit of a break. Let's see how hot or cold they come in.
Yeah, I actually think that the teams coming in now and the teams coming in tomorrow, even though they're supposed to be the best teams, are actually in a pretty rough position in that regard. But we'll see what happens. Of course, draft is going to be all important, and we're going to head into the draft for Game 1 right now.
I wanted to follow up that conversation, right? The idea of, would you rather play group stage, not do very well, but then instantly play the next day? Or do you want to have that break? The extra couple days, understand the tournament meta with how quickly it's going. Like, do you think Liquid's position's better or PARIVISION's better?
Oh, definitely Liquid's, because like you're going with momentum, right? And you're in a situation where you have confidence, and then you get seeded into this spot. Of course, PARIVISION, I think getting very last in the group is the worst, of course, because you have the long road, but PARIVISION barely evaded that one.
Yeah, they're a round 2 team, not a round 1.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, getting that one game and win is great, but unfortunately for PARIVISION, it wasn't like a sweep, right?
Yeah.
They still lost. So I think it's a matter of like how you win that game. Sure, you get experience here, but either way, they're both in pretty good positions here, but I'd rather be in Liquids personally.
Yeah, fair enough. And already they identified the Terrorblade that we spoke about on the pre-show, how TM was able to pretty much dominate in that series yesterday with it. They take it away for themselves. And it is a hero that they have played in the offlane role. So hopefully, for our sake, it is also going back to the offlane role.
Yeah.
Because we enjoy watching offlane Terrorblade.
We do. I'm a big fan of the offlane Terrorblade. I do have a small reservation here, and it's going to be similar to what we said in the pregame show.
Hold on.
How Saberlight.
Oh, I knew it was coming.
Yeah.
All right, no worries, okay.
Saberlight and playstyle, right? Like,
yeah.
Is he going to be able to step up to the plate? Because this offlane Terrorblade, it doesn't have a lot of room for error, right? Like, you do have to good laning stage, you do have to get your items, and you do have to farm, and you do have to scale.
You know what I actually like about Saberlight playing the Terrorblade? He isn't a offlaner that wants to play as a carry. So when he looks at the hero moving to the role, he's looking at the pipe, he's looking at the 15-minute shard, he's playing for the team to help enable the fights. Other players, if they were to play Terrorblade, knowing the history of it being carry, they're looking at Manta first, then the pipe second, and delaying the big timing. So I think playstyle-wise, like, he wants to bring Terrorblade into the game based on how we expect to see offlane Terrorblade. And I think some offlaners have failed to bring the hero its success because their kind of mentality is skewed more towards the farm rather than the fight.
I wonder if there's like a debate here of like, oh, you pick Alchemist. Terrorblade carry is looking a little bit better now, right?
Okay.
Because, you know, pipe, not so good for Alchemist.
Yep.
Whereas like Scotty and mass physical damage, pretty good for Alchemist. So I think if you are Liquid, you still keep it open. I think generally speaking, I do agree that the offlane Terrorblade is better. But if you do manage to give a carry TB an absolute free game and you ride it off, I think the hero still can be good. The issue that I had before is Terrorblade was playing as a carry, not into particularly good Terrorblade carry situation. So we'll have to see. I do agree with you on the fact that he does have the offlane mentality. The real question is going to be, does he know when to switch that off? Because there is a point in the game where you do have to start playing to your hero's strengths, right?
Yep.
You do buy the pipe, you do buy the shard, which, you know, carries by too as well, just too good right now. But at some point, this hero is going to be right-click damage. You can't just sit behind forever.
Yeah, and also with, at least with Alchemist, it doesn't really get punished by Terrorblade, at least early on. So for PARIVISION, maybe their idea is to create that quicker game. Like, sure, the lane can be difficult based on the support that plays with Terrorblade, but you're going to go to jungle, and that jungle won't be invaded by a Terrorblade. Right? Yeah. Terrorblade like plays around the tower, the jungle close to it, but he's not running in deep. So the farm efficiency of Alchemist will be pretty high, and the Shadow Demon now to pair with that, I'm expecting this Alch to enter the game relatively well with like Radiance, Blink, plus, you know, be it BKB or Orchid or whatever item he wants, but I'm expecting Alch to have a pretty good time in the early portion of this game.
Yeah, he definitely should. Shadow Demon, great with Alchemist all around. Of course, you have the stacks, you have the save, you have a way to lock heroes down, so Alchemist can just right-click them, and illusions aren't so bad either, so these heroes have great synergy right now. And now Liquid, the game plan has been presented in front of you by PARIVISION. They just want to get a farmed Alchemist into this game. They're setting up for this mid-late game timing here, and if you don't do well in the laning stage, that could come very quickly.
Yeah, and now the Ogre as well. Yeah, I like it. Just strong lane, nothing too crazy. You want to be able to use that twin gate and create those opportunities early on. Ogre is one of the strongest supports at doing it. It had, you know, 70+ win rate in multiple tournaments coming into Blast Slam. It is that fact that you hit level 2 in lane, you then have 3 skill points to utilize, 2 points ignite, 1 point fire blast. You then bully the offlaner, use the twin gate, bully the carry. You do so much within the first like 6 minutes of the game.
I definitely like the Insania respect there on the Jakiro ban as well. I think we're watching their game was versus Gaimin Gladiators, right? It's like, why'd they pick Jakiro? Like, all they saw was one hero, which I think was actually Alchemist. And it's like, how is Jakiro good for that? But it's just Insania. I think that's a hero he likes to play. He'll replace it here with that Ogre. And this is one of those heroes that you talked about that could pair incredibly well with the Terrorblade. If you get caught in a bramble, all of a sudden you get Reflection on you, a Blood Grenade, he pops meta, you're probably dead.
Yeah, and it's Liquid have just set the statement of we want to win our lanes here, right? Like Terrorblade is a lane winner, Ogre a lane winner, Dark Willow lane winner. And PARIVISION, they have, again, okay for now, but they're not really fighting into lane at the moment. We'll see which direction they want to take with their, you know, the next 2 picks. Of course, it's pretty difficult to draft into this position where, you know, Terrorblade can flex, you see 2 supports.
Some of the popular supports are banned as well. No Morta, no Pugna could have looked this particular game. Shadow Demon, of course, is out. So what do we have left that's looking pretty good? There's got to be one that I'm missing here.
And for PARIVISION, like Invoker +1 would be pretty nice. Like Invoker can play into most matchups, but instead of picking the mid flex, or not, sorry, the strong mid, not the flex, my apologies, they go for the Beastmaster.
Yeah.
trying to go for that strong lane. They see the Ogre already, so it's like, okay, what offlaner can play into the position 5? And
Techies? Do you think they'll go back for it? This is a PARIVISION special. Is very good with the Beastmaster historically. 9 class, I mean, he could be the Shadow Demon as well. Like, that's the great thing about Shadow Demon as a hero. It can be played on both, but they're gonna pick a Gyrocopter here, which probably is the support, right?
We've been seeing a lot of support gyro in at least the open qualifiers and closed qualifiers to recent tournaments in that position 4 role. But I feel like with PARIVISION at this point, they are arguably one of the more creative teams with their ability to change up hero positions, right? Like we're seeing Earth Spirit. During previous iterations, we've seen them be a little bit more creative, but like Alk offlane is, I should say Alk mid is technically a thing still. Gyro carries a thing, Gyro supports a thing, Alk supports a thing. Like, in some point in history, there have been flex for Gyro and Alchemist, right? And we'll see where they want to go with it. They do have last pick. Is there a setup right now that you prefer with PARIVISION's heroes? For me personally, I think Gyro in a supporting position, Alk in the carry is my preferred at the moment.
If you morph here for Liquid, for example, this Gyro has to be support.
Yeah.
Like, without a doubt. And even if it is, it's still kind of scary. So they're probably debating if they want to pick it up, but to me always these morphling Terrorblades have looked a little strange, but they're gonna just go for their mid laner, pick up the Invoker. But I think what I would like to see most likely here is just depending on the laning stage, I'm not sure what's gonna be better. I actually might prefer the Gyro with Alk and then the Shadow Demon with the Beast. Just that way you can get those stacks rolling for the Beastmaster later on if he does encounter a hard laning stage. But that's kind of the beauty of the lineup as well. You can just interchange these supports as 4 or 5 depending on what you think is going to be best for the overall game plan without any issue there. Invoker, definitely one of the top tier mids of this tournament so far, and getting it this late must feel pretty nice. However, in this game, there's nothing that I think it particularly stands out against, but it's still a strong hero, and it's definitely one of those heroes that's not particularly easy to punish in the mid lane.
Yeah, we've already mentioned how there's a strong laning setup for Liquid. When you throw an Invoker into the mix, he plays good lanes, he doesn't really care about making early moves, so he's going to be active on the map, expecting with Liquid winning their lanes, and kind of that will compound into them taking the fight to PARIVISION. Like, there is you can argument for farm required for Beast and Alk to get online. Even if Gyrocopter's the core, like, they need a bit of time and kind of space to get online. And I think Liquid should be one offlane, one carry. Yeah.
They still respect the fact that TB might be a carry here, could be an offlaner. They don't really know, which is true.
PARIVISION is scared about getting overwhelmed. Both Weaver carry and Timber offlane, they want to try and break the map in the first 20 minutes of the game. So I think that is PARIVISION respect the fact that they do need farm to get online, and the lad we see on screen left hand side, no one. I think his hero is going to be critical in if they can kind of truly get there.
But I think it's very important for Mickey and like what he is going to play in this particular game and how they want to run this one, because he does see his offlane for sure. It is going to be a Beastmaster. A lot of the heroes that he might want for his Beastmaster are not there. I feel like it might be a bit of a debate to put the Terrorblade there. He's just going to go for the Axis build. You throw Gyro there. Now you have a lane with tons of magic damage. Could be incredibly scary. So I definitely want to see the pipe, I think, this game. It definitely is going to help a lot versus like the Shadow Demon and the Gyro damage and potentially a mid that's going to come out here. So I want to see something aggressive from Mickey that can link up, play around the map. It's obviously the Gyro is a great block pick too, right? Because that Gyro would have been something incredibly good for their side of the map, but I'm still kind of looking at the Morphling here.
Yeah, Morphling could still do it. Like, the fact that you have like Vlads into Manta, like you're happy to join that earlier fight with the Vlads.
Yeah. You have a pipe for you as well. Like, that Vlads also enables TB a little bit as well. Wonder if they'll go something a bit more aggressive though. I mean, there could go like a Nature's Prophet or something. Well, let's go for Razor.
It gives them the strong lane. Like, again, it feels like they've just really tripled down on the lanes, right?
This is literally like what PARIVISION did the other day. Like, Razor carry with offlane Terrorblade.
Sure.
So like, this is something that PARIVISION should be very familiar with, and its timings and what it can do here. And now they have a choice to make, like, how do they want to counter this? But the first obstacle they have to come over is what's going to lane versus Nisha's Invoker mid lane.
Yeah, and it needs to be active. I think that is a key thing. Even with the tiny puck ban from Liquid, they understand that if no one isn't playing into the map, then
Void Spirit,
yeah, that could be a thing.
We did see 9, remember when he was playing against Laurel? Completely decimated. Surely that's not how it's supposed to go, but they're going to go for something that's more no one, right?
Yeah.
He loves to play his sniper historically. You can outrange him. You did not get your real active guy, unfortunately, but they're just going to play off of the scale, the tempo, the late game, the outrange you.
Yeah, but the key change here, at least for PARIVISION, is they're picking sniper in a game where there aren't multiple forms of backline jump.
There's none. Really.
There's like really none, right? If a Dark Widow blink dagger, but there's no real catch for the sniper. But I would argue for PARIVISION, like they need to set a very good foundation early on to get that farm patterns online. If they don't, they will just get ran over by Liquid. Like there's so many factors of smoke and early map movement from Liquid that it can disrupt PARIVISION. But they want to scale. They want to get online. They want to get their sniper into an unkillable position, and then they'll be pretty happy. And for Liquid, it's reminiscent of the speed of which we saw them play TI. That's what I'm expecting from this. Really good lanes, keep breaking them up 4 or 5 heroes early on, and try and run through PARIVISION.
I like the idea that PARIVISION has, and everything that's going on looks like it should make sense. Their heroes are good, but I am definitely afraid of the laning stage. Saberlight should have a free lane against Shadow Demon. Mid lane should be fine, and we'll see about the top lane.
I am scared for PARIVISION. Do they have enough heroes that actually want to TP to defend against 4 or 5 man rotations in the early game?
I think this Beastmaster and Gyro lane has to go incredibly well right now. I think if a lot of this game depends on the tempo of that top lane.
Yeah, I fully agree. Because if Beast doesn't set tempo, they don't want to TP defensively. They don't want to react. They just want to farm, which then creates that kind of advantage to Liquid because they love playing its lineups that don't, break early on from their farming pattern. So yeah, again, I don't know which way I'm leaning though. I think Liquid's super comfortable with their heroes.
Right.
But the way in which Liquid has lost games recently is against this style of infinite scaling from, I say infinite.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a few critical plays in the early game that are going to determine how this game goes, or a few critical plays in the ultra late game that'll determine this game. And a lot of it's going to come down to, sure, I think mid lane, you're going to get farm on sniper, but what do you usually do with that? Not much. You just keep farming, more farm, more farm. So that one's kind of a wash. Nisha, he won't get destroyed most likely unless support rotations. You're not stopping this Terrorblade, but at the same time, Terrorblade's not stopping Alchemist, so they're both going to farm. Top lane, very volatile though. Razor wants to get aggressive with Ogre for sure. At the same time, this Gyrocopter and DM's Beastmaster are also going to get really aggressive. I think whoever wins the top lane, and if either side wins it handily, that will pretty much determine the early game.
No, I agree. And that is going to be a key factor to look into. We will be getting underway shortly. There was a brief pause as we started the game.
Paused the game.
The casters, they are
hold on a little bit.
They're refusing to start.
Yep.
It might be because I misspoke and called the wrong casters yesterday, so I don't know what's happening. But it is spoilers. It is Cap and Synderen casting this morning.
Okay.
As if that was a spoiler, they are casting every morning.
I can't watch anymore. You've spoiled my appetite for this game.
Oh, well, luckily, no more spoilers because, of course, the cast is ready with Cap and Synderen.
Yes, thank you, Robson. Fear did a great job filling in our little time where we had a pause, but we now have the game ready to go. Liquid versus PARIVISION, a matchup that has happened twice before in this season, Synderen, and both teams have managed to take a win, and both series have gone the distance. They both times went 2-1 against each other, so it should be a pretty close matchup in theory.
Yeah, I think this is a... I'm not going to say it's a clash of styles. You heard in Crystal's interview that he feels like Liquid and PARIVISION themselves play a similar fashion, and I would somewhat agree with that. I think we've seen this early mid-game focus from both teams in multiple of their games, and overall, I guess the biggest difference, if you will, between the two lineups in this game, for me, is the archetype of mid laner that they're running, right? One side has the Quaswex Invoker, and the other one has a Sniper. So if what determines the outcome of these games a lot of the time is the better rotations out of mid, you'd think that Nisha with an Invoker has the potential to win this game for his team.
Yes. Can we talk about Sniper as a mid hero and his tempo? Like, he is definitely more passive than Invoker, but he's not as passive as the snipers of old, right?
That's true.
How much of a difference, like how much more active do you think Sniper is compared to old Sniper that we think of?
Let's see.
Disruption into Unstable Concoction is probably going to spell First Blood. You're going to try and give it to no one. Make sure he has the... Oh, no! Panto's Illusions took it instead. Whoopsies.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
No one's laughing it off though, so I think we're all good for the vibes on the side of PARIVISION here. I agree. Like the current sniper definitely wants to, or it doesn't shy away from fighting. But I do think the primary difference is I look at sniper more as a follow-up, and invoker as more of a starter, right? So
Yep.
In order for sniper's rotations to be successful, he needs to play with specific heroes that set him up for success. And of course, as part of the draft, they have made sure to do that by having the Beastmaster in the one side lane, the Alk in the other, so you have reliable stuns that you can connect with. But then again, it's a matter of, okay, well, who makes the move first? Because if you're coming in response, the play might be too late when you're coming in, and if you're the one initiating it, well, on the top lane, you're probably looking at a level 6 Beastmaster before that becomes really interesting for you.
Yeah.
So we'll see, but yeah, in terms of just the raw lane, I do feel like this is a relatively favored sniper lane. Not like a stomp such as against the Huskar that we've seen a couple of games of, but should be a good one for no one. That is insane.
Averages. Wow. Nisha and no one. Neck and neck in that regard.
The fact that they're both in the top 5, considering how many games they've ever played.
Yeah.
That's the thing about this stat that's the most impressive is it's 500 plus games, right? So it's very reliable when you have that big of a sample. These guys just don't miss. An 8.8 KDA average on Nisha. That is crazy.
Yep.
To say it out loud.
I thought it was also kind of interesting that there were so many players that were kind of close to that as well. That there isn't just a big disparity. Because, you know, there's something to be said for, like, play styles and, you know, how different teams can maybe enable their mid laners more, but it seems like almost like there is a cap in some ways of, like, how the best you can do.
And you could argue that with this being the whole pro scene history, right, that depending on patch, some games will be slower, some games will be faster.
Yep.
Patches are better for mid, some are worse. These two players have played for a lot of years, so they've been around. It's not just because, oh, this is a great patch for mids, and I'm just going to have... Or rather, I've played a ton of games in the last 2 years, and mid has been amazing, so your stats are going to be inflated.
Yeah, I would even argue that they've been dominant in different periods of time.
Yep.
Right? Like, no one hit his timing before Nisha did, and then no one fell off as a player, kind of, you know, almost disappeared in Pro Dota almost entirely in a time where, you know, Nisha was going to TI Finals.
He's dead.
Just gone. Meta too strong for them to be able to contend with. We'll even get a little damage on Panto on the way out with the reflection slowing him down alongside the blood grenade. So evening things out a little bit. They might have gotten first blood on the side of PARIVISION, but it seems like the off lane starts very well for Liquid.
It's concerning when your Alk has 7 CS mid at 330.
Yeah.
That is, I mean, it's obviously recoverable. You can make stacks and get him back in the game that way, but this lane, he needs to be very careful he doesn't die to the next meta as well and really slow himself down. Counterplay up here.
Drawing a lot of
Big
damage away from the gyrocopter. If Mickey can stay alive, he will kill the gyrocopter. Insania is the one to collect the last hit. Mickey survives, and he'll even come back in with that extra damage to kill the Boars and the Hawk, which is worth 40.
It's also the experience. These summons do give a lot, so... a little bit surprised to see 9 class continue pursuing there. He absolutely had a clean disengage, but he wanted to go in for all of that barrage damage, but unfortunately, of course, his right clicks were starting to do absolutely nothing with him being drained by the Razor.
Yeah.
Ends up backfiring. Really wanted to get the job done. You heard the draft panel. They felt like this was the lane to watch, that if PARIVISION want to get this game rolling, they need their Beastmaster off to a good start.
Do you agree with that? Do you think that PARIVISION is in a pretty rough spot because this lane has not gone well?
I think the lane is still okay. It's okay. All right, there's my Miracle, Bat Chest, 8th place.
I knew people were going to be like, where's Miracle?
Yeah. To be fair, the Miracle stat is almost equally impressive because of how poorly Nigma has done for like 3 years. He might have been #1 in 2020 on this list.
Yeah, that's an but it's only counting land games, right?
Oh, it only count. Yeah, okay. How many lands have actually played?
Nigma did have that one land they went to, what, it was like a year and a half ago?
Yeah,
that was...
he can't have played enough lands to pull him down by 0.8 on the average, right? So probably not. You're right about that. All right, DM. Big pressure.
The Boars, they're the only ones who could do damage. They're the only one that can threaten Mickey here as he continues to suck away the life of DM and the damage. Now, the Rocket's going to chase after him, and it looks like he's going to die. So they do manage to get a return kill, but the Razor continues to get more and more experience. The Beastmaster struggles.
I still think, all things considered, this top lane has not gone that poorly for PARIVISION, to be honest. Like, it's Razor Ogre. That lane is absolutely ridiculously strong against melee offlaners, so the fact that DM is 21-9, he has more denies than the Razor by quite a big margin. So, if anything, Liquid needed the kills.
Yeah.
They're neck and neck on net worth, the two of them. I think this is good enough. Here we go again. Can't pursue, though. 9 class will cover. What do you make of the gyro pick? Is there something I'm missing that made this an obvious gyro pick in this draft? I didn't really...
I think they wanted the flex. Because in the matchup, Saberlight, looks like he's got Panto. Best Panto could do is survive to get up to the high ground and a miss, but it does not. So get another kill. No one going to show up to this top lane. Kills the Razor. Might try and kill Insania as well. Oh, yeah. He gets that with the shrapnel, and now he's going to be slowed down by the blood grenade. Not looking good for him. The tornado does manage to sidestep that one. Goes for the neutral creep, denied, but he can't get it in time. Boxy gets the last hit instead.
Nice detail there from Boxy as well. He aggroed away the big satyr to make sure that... I actually think no one might have suicided there if not for that play. He would have died to the neutral, so nicely done. Did just get a little tidbit from Knoxville. In 2020, Miracle was 8.03. So basically the exact same.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because they've not played many lands in the last few years, as you mentioned, but...
Yeah, if anything, we'll see what happens at ESO in Bangkok.
True.
We'll see Nigma at some lands. See if they can step up their game when they need it. Gyrocopter and Alchemist were both played as carry in the previous series against Liquid. So I think that might just be part of it, that they wanted the flex potential. I think they won the Gyrocopter game when he was played carry.
I suppose...
Or no, sorry. They won it as support because Chrysalis was playing Monkey Game.
Right.
So...
Because I'm just thinking, I'm a big fan of flex, and I understand why it's strong, but when you flex Gyro Alk, what are you accomplishing? Like, don't they have somewhat similar overlap with what heroes counter the two? Like, what benefit are you really gaining? When you first pick the Alk, and then you go into Gyro later in the draft, I think... Are you going to swap Alchemist to support and Gyro to carry because of what matchup exactly?
Yeah, I mean, I would argue
that's
like
what I don't get.
The Alchemist is the worst laner against the Terrorblade because Terrorblade has such high armor, right? Whereas Gyrocopter's early magic damage could have been better here.
But then you did it anyway.
He still opted for the Alchemist, right? So what was the point of flex? Yeah,
right.
I'm with you on that.
No one. Nice disruption coming out from Panto, but he is cornered.
Yes, completely surrounded by heroes. Throws out a spiteful assassination against Insania and does manage to get the kill before he dies. So he collects some experience. He gets a little bit of gold. These illusions are nonsense.
I mean, trading in that 3 versus 2 is honestly not that bad for him, but my goodness, is Saberlight far in this game on the offlane TP.
Yeah.
We've been talking about the carries in this game, but who's going to be the actual carry? It could just be him. He will be rushing the pipe, as talked about by both panels, but there's
oh, they're gonna sunder him.
Oh no.
The quick sunder kill. DM is gonna be able to get the roar off, but he's blocked in.
Beautiful stuff, Saberlight. He's running the game right now. Gotta say, very impressive stuff. Great laning. The movement to mid and now top paying off. And you'd think in a game where if you're having this good of a start on the TP and you go for the pipe, he could still become a full-on carry.
Yeah.
Afterwards. Bloodlust, Alacrity. Both of these, you can throw them on him, you can throw them on Razor as you wish, depending on how the fight is shaping up. Plenty of potential there.
Which means they should be very happy pushing this late game, because, I mean, I've seen enough Liquid Razor to know that, you know, that they are pretty good at pushing 45, 50 minutes with that hero as well, so.
9 class pinging a ward that isn't there because he got hit by a 2,000 range ignite, but it was because of a Terrorblade illusion scouting him. So they might end up wasting a bit of time and resources trying to remove a ward that isn't actually placed.
It is really funny.
What is it the multicast range is on ignite? It feels obscene.
Yeah.
I actually don't remember how much. It's 1,400.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's massive.
It's weird when the cast range of the spell itself is 1,000. You'd think the multicast, you know, if you do something and you do a little bit extra, the extra thing isn't better than the primary one. But
yeah, I think it's because they buffed it because it ended up being so bad.
Yeah.
They're like, it felt like you would hit multicast, but you wouldn't hit any heroes because, you know, nobody's standing right next to each other.
I guess one way you could have made it would be that Ogre throws 2 ignites at one target, and then anyone within 1,000 range of that target it will bounce to with the second one.
Yeah,
that would have been another way to do it. Nisha, this could be a big find. He doesn't have enough damage, though, I think.
Yeah, it would, through Chemical Rage, that would definitely be a struggle.
Still, though, he put some pressure. It's hoping to bait out a reaction, but it looks like PARIVISION actually didn't rotate any sort of protection for the Alk, so maybe a little bit of mission failed there for Nisha. He's hoping to find more, but immediately back to mid. And reassigning that pressure, it's going to cost him, though.
Oh, yeah, you're stuck in the river against a gyrocopter. Not a great place to be. A beautiful ultimate from 9 class sets that kill up nicely. Gets a lot of damage on some of the other Liquid members. PARIVISION very healthy to push this tower.
And that's such a feels-good kill because you know Invoker TP'd mid. So now you know he has to run.
Yeah.
And this is probably just it's 100% just a guaranteed tower. There's no way Liquid can defend this without their Invoker. They're going to try their best to throw out some spells, but hey, maybe I spoke too soon. Is this going to be enough? There's another wave coming in? Nah, this is a done deal.
Yeah, too much stuff. The Helmadom with the rally skeletons, the boars. Maybe they could get the deny. Nobody paid attention to the deny, huh? 9 class in some trouble. Mickey is going to take his damage and take his life. PARIVISION don't want any of that action. Not with the Eye of the Storm already popped. Mickey's still going to invade the triangle, though, and take whatever neutrals are there.
Yeah. No stacks, but at least a big Black Dragon and a couple of hard camp creeps will make that feel worth it for him.
Dive onto Panto, but he got up to the high ground, so the best they could do is hit him with the Tornado EMP. Boxy's still going to try and hunt for the kill because he used Disruption, tries to get it with the Bedlam. It looks good.
Boxy on a mega kill streak now on his Willow.
He's been killing it.
And they're straight back the other way for Liquid. Don't miss a beat despite losing Nisha mid. They're straight back to business. And I think based on these first 13 minutes, you can see what Crystallis was saying in the interview when he said that it feels like the playstyles are similar.
Yeah,
they're really just, it's almost like a mirror match of how the movements are happening. And as a result, the overall status of the game is also pretty much a mirrored game. Very even on the net worth.
So I think an interesting follow-up question to that would be Tornado EMP into the Bramble.
Oh, they
Boxy missed the Bramble.
That
Just
is
a little bit shy.
Huh.
An interesting follow-up question, did PARIVISION intentionally model themselves after Liquid in any ways, right? They put together this roster. Liquid were the TI winners. Like, you know, obviously some of it, a lot of it's going to be just natural, how the team wants to play, but I do wonder if they looked at Liquid, you know, as, hey, this is the best way to play Dota right now. Or if it just, you know, they just naturally ended up on the same page.
You've always got to be a little bit careful with mimicking the team that wins TI because generally speaking, that style will be nerfed.
True.
So
true.
don't overly attach yourself to what the winning strategy was that year, but rather, I don't know to which extent teams do this with which players they pick, but I think overall, the more important thing for me when you build a team is finding archetype playstyles for the players that match, rather than what was good in that individual patch that Missile will hit. This will be a big kill, by the way.
Yeah, he's got a big kill streak. See who collects the bounty.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold. That's 500 in the pocket for him.
That's almost the ultimate orb for him as a result.
He's now more or less tied with Razor once more. And while all of this is happening, Crystallis is finding some nice space. Not exactly the kind of lead you're hoping for in your Alchemist in the current state, but still, this should be a full Radiance coming his way at 1430. This is kind of slow. Oh no. This is a big kill. If
is he gonna get it?
I guess neither. Got ahead of ourselves. We got excited that he could maybe get the kill and the courier. Instead, he can go for a little walk.
I wonder if he, like, instantly knew that the Radiance was on that courier, or if he didn't realize the opportunity.
He has to hit it twice. That's tough.
Yeah, to get that
way in
before it delivers is... Definitely difficult.
He needs to see it first, then he needs to recognize what's going on, and then he needs to break invis to hit it twice before it travels 1,000 distance. That might actually have been impossible with the info he had there, but... Yeah, Nisha starting to drop quite far down the net worth chart. It's not looking all that great for him at this point.
They're going to run into the Alchemist. The Terror Blade found him alongside the Razor.
Yeah, he doesn't have ult, they know that.
They don't have a stun. It's out. Unlucky. So instead, they'll have to try and collect 9 classes killed. This time around, may not have a stun, but they certainly have damage. Already the shard for Saberlight. Big time focus on farm now.
Yep. And immediately starting to work on the Sanjin Yasha. So the same build we saw from DM yesterday, and the same build we saw at, I believe, Dream League. I don't remember who played it there.
It's so funny how this shard seems to be kind of broken. Like, it's very, very strong, and yet carry TV is still bad. Like, how does that even work? The fact that, like, this... Because a big part of this, right, is it accelerates his farm so much by grabbing the shard that he can go from investing into a pipe but still have, like,
Yeah, it's a tough kill. He's very tanky, but with this amount of heroes, you'd think they'll get through it, and they will.
And it's a kill that is worth a little extra because you got the boars and you've got the Helm of the Overlord creep.
It almost feels like 2 kills, actually. Gold there going to Insania of all heroes with that situation. Nisha even tried to ensure it with the Sunstrike, but Insania was having none of it. Still, though, feels like a very even game, and it's a matter of what's going to break it wide open is probably either a team fight revolving around Roche, or... Yeah, I don't know, man. I just look at this and I feel like both teams are going to be comfortable for a while, honestly. It's just going to be some farming. I would imagine a pivotal moment isn't coming in the next 5 minutes at the very least. Mika needs a bit of time to finish his BKB. PARIVISION will try to take some initiative here and maybe find a big kill, but what can they get out of it, you know? There's the top tier 1 tower and the mid tier 1 tower are gone.
No, Nisha's farming over here. Chrysalis will find the opening. Now the follow-up. Nisha turns around, drops a meteor onto Chrysalis's head. Saberlight tries to keep Nisha alive with the pipe. The damage, the missile, it'll finish him off in the end. Chrysalis about half HP and still ready to go, so he'll take Boxy down as well. A 5-man sweep from PARIVISION, pushing into the mid lane, overwhelms Liquid, and the numbers that they bring to help out Nisha just end up being more casualties added to the list.
Exactly. That's one of those situations where PARIVISION probably got more than they bargained for. They just got 3 kills instead of the 1 pick they could have found on the Invoker. If Liquid don't try to help him there, that's just that. You lose 1 invo, there's no objective to take for the side of PARIVISION, but instead with the 3 kills, they feel much, much happier about that. They'll just continue to potentially set up for thinking about Roche, I don't know. And I mean, Saberlight did everything right in this situation too. So he gets in, he gets the full HP Sunder, he gets the pipe off. But Boxy can't really help enough. I believe Terrorize might have been on cooldown still. It was, so that was a key ability missing in that instance, and PARIVISION very happily will take the 3 kills and run with it. Approaching the 20-minute mark, this is when Tormentors become interesting. Is there a shard here that's like insanely good for either team? I'm a big fan of the Bramble one on Willow, but she doesn't have Cursed Crown yet.
I think Demonic Purge might actually be really good here because of look at all the Dispel, right? Reflection, Ignite, Cold Snap.
Cleanse is sick.
Bramble, yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
I think that's definitely the one you're hoping for if you're PARIVISION, isn't it?
Panto commits his life to try and get the ward, doesn't even lose it. Force that back, what a beautiful gyro ult. Assassination, not quite enough damage, pipe comes in. They will be able to back away, but Liquid did not get what they were hoping for out of this situation.
And they expended a lot too.
Yeah.
That's meta and pipe, so potentially the side of PARIVISION could think about making a move here. Sure, you used call down, but I would gladly take that trade if I'm the Radiant. Call down for pipe and meta. Look for more pressure out there. But they could also just chill and ensure that they get their Tormentor here. And let's see if they're lucky enough to get the Shadow Demon one. I do think that is the best here. The Gyro one can be nice situationally. Doesn't really strike me as a great game for it, though. And it is. Oh, yes. Moore's Law in full effect. I don't actually know if that applies there.
Oh, look at that. They just
Sounded
gave him
good.
some extra net worth for this incoming gank. It doesn't work out. Oh, that damage.
Wow, look, that shard's insane. If he would have killed Boxy there, that would have been funny. DX.
Seriously. Are you an XD man or are you a DX man?
I'm an XD man. I'm old enough.
Old school.
Yeah, definitely XD.
Are you a LOL man, an Lamau man, or a Raffle man?
More of an ass man.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I could dig it.
That's what I write in all chat when I kill someone. I just write ass.
Ass. Why did he write that to me?
Wait, what were the options again? Lol, Lamau, or?
Raffle.
Probably lol. But of course, the mandatory part of writing either of those is that you're not actually laughing.
No,
that
absolutely
is,
not.
That is a requirement. Actually, writing haha is a lot more likely that you're laughing in real life than if you write lol.
True.
Really stands out. And the more ha's you put on, the more likely you're laughing.
That is true.
Kind of like the Seb of TI. They should make one with ha ha ha, and then you just keep laughing more the higher level battle pass you have. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace to battle passes.
Push coming in top from Liquid, but they're not really fully committed to this. They have 3 heroes hanging around, and Nisha will start going to work, but no Terrorblade around. And Ogre will also TP to bots. This is kind of a fake push, but it's working out really well. Just the 2 of them, they're letting him have it.
Yeah, it's because PARIVISION does not want to give up this ground they have around the Roshan pit. Problem being is that they have not taken that offlane tower, so Liquid have equal control of this area of the map. In fact, I would almost argue they have better control if you're not playing with buybacks.
Well, the outpost is a bit of a wild card here, right?
Yeah.
But depending on what angle Liquid find, the outpost TP can be hard to execute. If they're coming in from the left and they get a ground...
Boxy breaks the smoke, straight up to the high ground. He goes with the Shadow Whelp. He wants to get the vision to Mickey, and Mickey finds his mark. He managed to get the zap onto Chrysalis with his BKB, the full commitment. Disruption's going to buy a little bit of time, but Chrysalis still stuck here. A lot of damage. This damage is so slow. Eventually they get there, but Mickey almost dies for it.
Oh, the missile's going to hurt.
Missile's coming in, and the Ignite.
Oh, Nisha
not
heads
quite.
up.
He stays alive for now. Nightclass is hoping to be able to catch him. He came in through the side. Panto gets him in the end. He had 70 shadow points and stacks. Had even more on another hero. They took down 3. Now an assassination. Looks like no one in Panto. The long-range damage dealers came in and cleaned house. Nisha still playing for this one. Hit an EMP onto no one. And DM... they'll try and slow him down as well. Nice tornado, catching both of them. The Hawk hits the Invoker. Now the assassination as well. Or dead in the end on the side of Liquid.
Not necessarily the outcome of that fight you would have imagined when the way it starts is Alchemist running in and getting full-on drained by Razor. But look at that damage from Sniper, completely unaccounted for. And still, despite being linked, Chrysalis' damage not bad. You know, a lot of this is just Radiance, just sitting around and surviving for so long and getting disrupted.
Yep.
I really like the way they structured that fight on the side of PARIVISION and handling the trouble that they were in. So,
well, I do believe Liquid will learn from that one. I think you gotta go on the Sniper, not the Alchemist.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a damn it if you do, damn it if you don't, right? I think you have to get the link on the Alch, because are you really gonna find Sniper right now? Not so sure. Also highlighted there by the observers. Look at Shadow Demon's level. He's level 14.
Oh yeah, he
and now he has a Blink Dagger coming in. This might be Panto's best game of the tournament.
He might have gotten soul experience on like that Invoker kill. You know,
Yeah,
there's
that's
so many
possible.
heroes behind him. Blink Dagger soon. Spots Chrysalis. Doesn't throw out the Terrorize. Now does.
Nice sidestep.
But Boxy, no one's in range. And blinked in. There's the assassination. So PARIVISION find a pick off on Liquid's side of the map now with the Aegis they're already rocking.
This should be a guaranteed tier 2, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Well, they're kind of somewhat splitting off. They're letting no one... Okay, they were just covering the bottom side, but they will return. Still, Beastmaster is showing mid.
And Liquid's kind of defending. They don't have the Razor, but they still have 3 heroes here.
Yeah. A bit of a game of chicken.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, PARIVISION commit or not, trying to cut the wave here. cute play from Nisha, and will actually be successful in buying like 5 seconds there. But does this feel like a fight to take? I'm not sure if I'm convinced that Liquid should be defending this tower necessarily.
I almost feel like they're just trying to stall PARIVISION for more time for their Razor and TB to farm the map.
Yep. Well, it's working so far.
Yeah.
PARIVISION aren't truly committing to the fight yet. Now they will.
Mjolnir complete for no one.
And this time there's a glyph. They are buying so much time, actually.
Seriously.
PARIVISION have been here for a full minute, and they've barely scratched the surface of this tower, now finally getting started. And once they get to it, they'll get it. But I would say mission accomplished for Liquid under those circumstances. Buying that much time with 3 heroes is pretty good.
Yeah, they're like, guys, it was just a prank. We were never defending at all.
And now maybe they're on the hunt because they think they'll split off, and they'll be right in that.
Yep, they're going to find a gyrocopter isolated. Now the rest of the team is going to be coming in. So Liquid got the kill. Wait, no, they don't come in. Right, they're really... Okay, they really want to try and catch Mickey here, but they know Mickey has BKB. They have Roar, sure. He does have Blink.
If they hit him with anything and get the Demonic Purge on, they can just reserve the Roar for the TP out, right?
Yeah.
So if Alk got the initiation in before Static Lake comes off, I do think there is a kill there. With
I guess I feel like they had guaranteed kills. They go north.
Yeah.
Right? And instead they opt to run across the map to try and catch Mickey. I don't know. It just feels like PARIVISION is strong, but they're not using that strength.
I would really like them to put the Aegis to use in some way. That would be a good look.
Well, they're going to stay on the offensive here and perhaps more decisively take down this mid-tier 2 tower.
And Liquid are going to dodge and push top.
Yeah.
So similar to yesterday's build, we haven't really talked about this No One going for the Mjolnir, but this time he's going Pyke second. Yesterday it was the BKB.
Yeah.
So seeing an opportunity here. All right, here we go.
Push up to the high ground. See if they can get him.
Insania.
They're going to go for Insania. They are going to be diving in pretty deep to get this kill, though. The missile finishes them off. No immediate punish from Liquid. They TP in a bit too late to get any damage, really. Chrysalis takes a bit, but of course he has Chemical Rage, so he'll regen back up pretty nicely. Still has 50 seconds left on the Aegis. So that is going to be a tier 3 down. The Invoker's still trying to push this tier 2 at the top lane and take the Wisdom Rune. They're going to give up on lane of Barracks.
Huh.
Just like, really? I mean, they're going in now, but the Aegis is still up for a few more seconds. Mickey commits his BKB, locks on to the gyrocopter, got roared up though. And now there's going to be a bit of a disengage. They want to catch No One, but No One is 4 steps away. And now Mickey's BKB is gone and he's low HP with Assassination hitting him as well. Chrysalis, it can't quite commit to the kill. With his Aegis expiring in just a second here, Mickey is going to be allowed to leave.
Dude, how much is this Gyro Shard actually doing? We were talking about the SD one being the one you wanted, but I'm getting second thoughts. Like, 9 classes damage output in these fights, those missiles really, really valuable. We'll be looking to try to invade and steal the enemy wisdom, and he'd be right. It's still there, minute 29.
Wow.
And they didn't even lose their own.
Yeah,
Nisha didn't go for it.
I thought Nisha was sticking around for that reason.
He forgot to look at the clock.
Yeah. Well, they lose a ranged barracks.
Yep. Definitely still a game that's within reach for Liquid, but it feels like it's been a while since they've had anything go their way. The trades that they're getting are not really favorable overall. Sure, they stalled and defended top as long as they could, but okay, this would be a big moment. No One.
They've got him surrounded. Where can he hop to? Force Staff and Grenade can get him some distance. Oh, maybe Disruption. Dodges the Sunstrike. Can they commit the damage? Aurora's going to be used out. The Invoker on the high ground trying to put damage onto No One, but he's going through the Solar Crest, and he can't quite get him. No One survives with just 50 HP. A big moment indeed. Instead of a kill on a sniper, it's 2 core deaths on Liquid.
Oh, that's such a good voice line.
Cry some more? That is nasty.
And this wasn't even perfect from No One. I think there was a way, and if he didn't pike the Razor but just turned around, Force Staffed himself, and then grenaded, I think he's out even safer than that, but didn't need to be perfect because the team was there. And Sniper in 2024 apparently has 2,000 health right now, so he will survive that gank.
Indeed, he do.
And it's time for high ground for the PARIVISION side. They're going for this without their Sniper, by the way. He's sitting all the way over at his own Ancients. Doesn't give a crap because Razor's dead.
Yeah,
So
I mean, Razor's dead. Terrorblade showing bottom. They're saying Liquid, they want to stall out this game. Let's not let them do that. Is no one is no one close to his BKB or what? He's really close to his BKB. Okay, he has it coming in now. It's why he was farming up those neutrals. Pipe is going to protect against a lot of damage from the Dark Willow. Has to TP away. On the last little second there, the Shadow Realm, he will make it out.
It does feel like they were going to get 2 lanes there if no one was a part of it.
Yeah.
I think his damage would have been enough to get at least the melee top, so can't say I love the fact that he was jungling during that. Of course, for overall gold efficiency, you are making more money, but like getting the racks there absolutely would have been a better outcome, I would say. Yeah. But still, it's one of those situations where, yeah, it could have been better, but you're still very, very happy with how this looks at this point.
Yeah.
If they could somehow get the next Roche, this game should be in the bag.
So that is the fight. Last holdout for Liquid, perhaps.
Dust from 9 class doesn't quite reach. He saw the Ghost Walk.
Chrysalis is still going to... Oh, he force-staffed him in! That's a nasty move from 9 class. Assassination, force-staff trying to get away, and Asunder will keep Nisha alive. But now Saberlight is low as a result of all this. Mickey comes charging in, sees a Lotus, not sure what to do about that. Starts draining the damage on a Chrysalis instead. He does have the shard, so he's keeping in range of Chrysalis despite the Primal Roar. Meanwhile, the back lines, they do have some damage being put onto no one who pops his BKB, starts poking down Boxy and does manage to get that kill and shoots himself away. Liquid trying to catch up with him here. Saberlight's going to blink forward and start going after no one, but again, the disruption is keeping him alive. Nisha, he's going to die to this instead. No one staying up, and it's again, they have committed to this kill on the side. Oh, what is this? He got forced up to the high ground, gets down, gets knocked away again. No one is just too damn tanky. They cannot kill this man.
I mean, Liquid are just getting owned. That was a 5-for-0 fight. Absolutely nothing going their way. They get... Oh, actually, I take that back. They did kill the Gyro. So 5-for-1, but look at the damage numbers again. No one just standing his ground, gets disruption saved, gets grenade saved by himself, gets a good position on the pike. And he gets... Effectively, he gets cursed crowned, and there's brambles all around him. He's like, whatever. I'll just stand still.
Yep.
Press my buttons, stand and deliver, get solared, and survive through it all. And with that 5-for-1, PARIVISION are also going to go and steal the enemy Tormentor. Gonna get the shard here for Chrysalis, so Berserk Potion. That would be another helpful thing for no one potentially, or of course for himself. You see the replay here. I cannot stress enough how much Panto is doing in this game.
Yeah.
It's actually ridiculous how much they're getting out of the Shadow Demon pick. This hero has been a bit hit or miss in the last couple of months, in my opinion. Haven't been a huge fan of it in some of the games it's been played, but this one just working complete wonders here. Again, no one gets isolated. Disruption is coming in clutch.
Like, they know all the damage is coming in from this sniper. They still can't do anything about it. I think an interesting part is Mickey obviously started chasing, I guess, the gyrocopter.
Yeah.
And he does get that kill, but a split focus from Liquid for sure.
It's difficult for them to hard commit onto the Sniper with Razor as well. He's a hard hero to link because Sniper has 2 inherent, what's the opposite of gap closer? Distance maker.
Yeah,
Sounds terrible, but whatever, let's run with that. So it's hard to commit the link, because you know he can just pike away and then grenade. And if you waste your link on Razor in a game like this, you feel terrible, because then Alk also has a good fight.
Yeah.
So you really have to be cautious with your hero's movements. And 24k lead cap. The Roche is claimed already, so it's probably time to go. Not much to wait for here, really, if you're the side of PARIVISION. I guess they want no one's item to arrive. Is that a
Daedalus?
Daedalus, I see. Yeah, they'll wait for that. Daedalus in hand. High ground should be inbound here.
Trying to get the Wisdom Rune. Do manage to get it on Boxy. Retreating back to their bounce.
Oh,
that's stuns. They get pushed up off the map almost. The gyrocopter ultimate. It's going to come in and slow them down. They collect 2 kills. The missile, okay, blocked out by the Lincolns, but now that allows the assassinate to come through, almost killing him. Just great stuff from PARIVISION. They can now close this out in a final push to 3 versus 5. Seemingly nothing Liquid can do. Every single turn of this game has gone against them since that first fight. What was that, the first Roshan fight or whatever? Was that the first time? There's just been team fight loss after team fight loss.
Yeah, I've lost track with how many fights in a row Liquid have lost. I don't remember when the first one was anymore. It all blends together into one game that just fell apart very quickly. A 36-minute win here for PARIVISION, unless this is a totally heroic defense.
Yeah,
He didn't get the link.
He is actually killing the sniper. Once again, the disruption is a problem. Even just a couple of seconds delay is a bit of a problem. They do manage to take away that Aegis. Turn the damage back around on the Alchemist now. Finish him off. Now trying to get back to the fountain. Mickey, is he gonna make it? No, he will not. No one shoots him in the back. No regard for human life, just keeps on firing. No one will take down the Dark Willow. Next up, more buybacks going to be used. Nisha trying to position for some sort of tornado play, but it's all not enough. PARIVISION, just too damn good in game 1.
And that's a pretty fast game, all things considered. 36.5 minutes was all it took against a lineup from Liquid that was meant to be able to fight them head on in the early mid portion of the game. They win those key fights, they get the Roches, and they get the job done. That was a nice showing from PARIVISION, and we were talking about leading into the series. I personally felt like this could easily become a 3-game series. After seeing that first game, I don't know, maybe, you know, it's single a limb. Have a bad night of sleep on Liquid, it's over. You know, you gotta reset quickly here after that first one, or it could just be over in the blink of an eye. That was a very dominant showing.
Yeah, the last time they matched up against each other in one-win tournament, PARIVISION did take that first game. So we'll see if history does repeat itself and Liquid is able to bounce back, or if we're going to get a 2-0 for the first time between these two teams.
We'll see exactly how that one does play out, but for now we know how game 1 ended up. It went in favor there of PARIVISION. It was fantastic showing for them as well. You know, you come in here, you're not really sure what Liquid has been preparing, how they've been spending those 2 days. You're like, they could have been coming up with something we weren't prepared for, something new and out of the box, but it doesn't even matter what they were bringing to the table. PARIVISION were always one step ahead here, and they were just on top of it all. Like literally from laning, drop to laning and even further.
What definitely wasn't new and outside the box is that the exact same strategy was ran by PARIVISION yesterday.
Yeah. The only thing that was different was what the supports, right?
Yeah, and the mid laner. But, you know, the core concept of like just picking this Terrorblade early, rounding it out with the Razor on your last pick here. PARIVISION did that like arguably twice yesterday, right? And I think Liquid tried to stop that strategy from happening by block picking it, and this is always the risk of block picking, right? You have to be able to play the things that you're block picking, and they unfortunately did not make this look very good at all.
Yeah, I wasn't super happy with it. Obviously, Saberlight's a super versatile player with his hero pool, but this felt rough. It felt like they weren't able to bring as many heroes to things as they would maybe do in different drafts. I know early on they were rotating a lot of heroes to the mid lane. I think there was like 4 heroes mid at 8 minutes, including the Terrorblade, which was like cool and nice to see. But then later on, you know, in contrast, we see like, okay, here comes Razor and Invoker together trying to kill a hero, and there's no one else with them. They aren't able to secure the kill. Now they don't have enough damage to like clean it out, even 2v1, until people like SD are able to come in and then protect them. So it feels like with other drafts they've had, they're able to connect a little bit more with more people.
Yeah. It did feel like it was an uncharacteristically rough mid lane matchup as well for Nisha. Feel like Nisha's always been a shining light for Liquid. We've always said that he's been one of the best players mechanically, but in this matchup, obviously giving away first blood early, it was just rough for him. It just wasn't going in his favor from the start.
mean, he is playing versus no one, who is like incredibly good as a laner.
Yep.
And no one is also playing sniper as a hero you just can't beat mid lane. So the odds are
literally no answers.
the odds are stacked against him as far as the lane matchup goes.
Yeah.
I do think Liquid made some good rotations. Honestly, Saberlight on his Terrorblade made quite a few good smoke plays where he'd go kill the beast in the lane. So I don't even think Saberlight played that poorly on this Terrorblade. I just think this draft as a whole is not really easy to execute. You have to hit certain timings to really make it work. I feel like Mickey on the Razor, like, it was not the best Razor game, let's be honest here. And maybe they forgot about the sniper, but no one sniper, they had no jump for him whatsoever. They weren't able to break the map entirely. They'd get good picks here and there, but they could not get to the point where they could get to the back line, get these blink daggers, and deal with no one later on in the game.
And it was a last pick sniper. Like, we have to see that it was picked in the most
Yes,
favorable
it's not like, you know, it was
point for
picked second and then they had time to answer it. They didn't have time to answer it within the draft. It had to be down to execution.
There was no time. It was he got the mid matchup he wanted. He got a game that was favorable for him. Obviously, it was. It felt like so hard. This is another. I have many problems with the Terrorblade in this draft, but you're like first picking it, right? So that's how you end up in this situation. You have to make the best of that. But it's like you're playing a hero that is not an initiator, isn't going to be buying a blink until later, right? He's rushing that pipe. In these fights, you have a sniper who essentially isn't threatened by an offlaner that can get and stick on him. He has that pike when someone like Razor is able to link him to get back. You have a Shadow Demon also backing you up. Like Willow's moves are less effective when Shadow Demon's able to buy something like a Shard. And then on top of that, it's just like your mobile Razor is struggling against SD, your sniper is able to get away, and then you just have no clothes, and he's just able to peep away and just kill everyone.
Yep.
There was a specific moment as well where we felt that Terrorblade off lane be a little bit lackluster in the team fight specifically. Obviously, when it came to lane, when it came to trying to do rotations, he did thrive, but there was a very specific moment. It was down in that mid lane where Liquid were trying to defend their tier 2 tower, and you could just see the impact that this Terrorblade had where you wanted more from him. You wanted a little bit extra coming out in a team fight.
All right, so this clip, I saw it. It's not like a massive thing, but it's just he TPs in and Invoker's being gone on, and the extent of his contribution is, okay, I save your life, I sunder you, I give you HP. But then you'll see he just has to walk away because Terrorblade doesn't offer anything outside of a pipe and a sunder. And then it's like, okay, well, he no longer has health to go in and use himself as a body for the Invoker, right? There's no real amount of damage coming from an offlane Terrorblade due to the way he itemizes. It's just very like, if you are running at the Terrorblade's team, he is not a very effective offlaner.
Yeah.
So what item timing do you feel that Terrorblade kind of comes back online or starts being more effective again for you? Or
sure
it's like if you're behind, that's when
I think the problem, and she showed a good example of it as well, was the fact that you don't want to be retreating with a Terrorblade on your team. You want to be using that Sunder so you can keep going forward, right? Like you want to be able to sunder your carry who's getting low, and he's like, oh, I can turn and now I can kill him. But that situation, he's using it very defensively. And whenever in a situation where defensively using Sunder to save someone to run away, you're probably going to lose because now you have two heroes that are just retreating. You want to use it as an aggressive approach though. But I do want to flip it on the other end here that at PARIVISION, they played amazingly well. And I think a lot of the success that they did have obviously came from the sniper. That was very obvious from just the scoreline and the damage he did, but the gyrocopter. This hero did second most hero damage on the team, more than the Alchemist, and I think they played their roles incredibly well in this game too. Like the Alchemist, he was meant to just tank the Razor Link. He was tanking all the single target, all the Ogre spells. He's just going to get locked down. He's going to tank all that, and that gave free reign for the sniper to be able to be free. And then on top of that, you have a gyrocopter, and you'll see in this clip as well here, they're using everything on Crystallis' Alchemist here, and meanwhile Sniper, he's in the back lane just peeping away at everything, and they don't even have the damage at this point. That's thanks to the roars too, but Sniper, he's killing everyone on the back lane while they're desperately trying to get down this Alchemist, and same thing with his gyrocopter. He's doing lots of damage too. Finally, they go on the Sniper, as you can see. Let's get him, guys, but he's it's too late. Like, you don't have the resources to do it. You already used all your resources chasing down Crystallis, and you didn't have the damage.
It did feel like they were a little bit split, and I know it's easy to just look at that fight, but it was felt throughout a number of other team fights on the side of Liquid. But it's just like the sniper feels, even though he's BKB'd, very pushed up. It's actually 3 of the Liquid heroes looking at him, but the rest of Liquid are down here, and it felt that they should just turn and all tried to collapse on that. But then that's also what you talked about, Ray, is the Shadow Demon was there, ready just in case to save him, and then they all would have just shown up. And at that point, how do you really execute a team fight?
Don't get to that point.
Don't give them sniper.
It's hard as well, because like no one IMIs really well. He had the Hurricane Pike, he had a BKB, he didn't greed out for like more damage items, he had his shard. So not only is he able to reposition himself in 2 different ways and have that protection from magic so that Shadow Demon doesn't have to be constantly looking at him, like SD can be helping Alchemist and then look to sniper later. But then yeah, you have the SD on top. I think it's probably a situation of maybe having to be getting the jump on him at the beginning or killing the SD at the beginning or something like that, because their fight, I believe that one started with them being at their tower and having a fight, and I think Terrorblade started with like a Sunder to save someone again, and then he's low again at the start of that fight. It was very awkward. It was like, I was watching the one that you chose to clip as like, oh, maybe I add this onto my previous example. It was like another one of Terrorblade just being like, Sunder. Okay, I'll be over here, guys.
Enjoy your 4v5.
Yeah.
I'm cheering you guys on. A little bit of a cheerleader there.
Yeah.
It's a rough one. If you're a Liquid fan, you're hoping that they have a little bit more in the back pocket. They've had the time to do it. They've had a little bit of a break. But for now, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's game 2. We got PARIVISION up against Liquid, our first best of 3 of the day. Game 1 already done. And the thing about the arena and where we are is just how close the players are. I mean, you see that transition. It really wasn't far for a cameraman to walk all the way to us. And, you know, sometimes you get a little bit nervous, Freya, saying things when you know the players can hear you.
Dude, it's like, especially when you're mates with them, I'm like, I don't want to stand here and be like, yeah, they lost that game. They fucked up so hard in this situation. Like, this was terrible. This looked awful. And they're just standing there looking at you like,
are you really friends if you can't tell them that?
I mean, no, but like, you don't want to hurt their feelings. It feels bad. I don't want to.
I feel like there's a threshold of like you know, you're friends and you feel like you can't really flame them too much in Dota, and then you're really close friends and that's all you do is flame them.
Then play better.
The true. If they just played better, then we wouldn't have to flame them.
Okay.
I mean, look, we asked Chrysalis, could we flame him, and he gave us the thumbs up. He said it's totally fine.
Yeah.
And then we asked, could we flame you if you lose, and he was
slightly more hesitant.
But still gave us a thumbs up.
He was like, yeah, you could flame me. And I was like, okay, ask him that after he just lost the game. But he just won, so of course he feels good.
I mean, there's nothing you can do or say to him that he probably won't say to himself. That's worse.
That was
why should I
both
make the voices
uplifting and terrifying at the same time, Fear. We'll see, though, if 2 other people have the same sort of vibe about how great it is to have the players here. It's Outcasters, Cap and Sind.
Well, now I know why Fear is so dead inside. Apparently that was his tactic as a carry. He just said all kinds of terrible things about himself until he won a TI, and then he still didn't look happy.
Year after year, he just ground himself down.
Yeah.
Until he was completely
You gotta lift yourself up, Fear. Lift yourself up. You're great.
Have you ever seen Fear smile?
Yeah, but it's only in like when you catch him by surprise. You know, you get a joke in there that he wasn't expecting, and then he laughs, and then he realizes he's smiling and laughing. It's almost like the Kanye thing, where he's like...
Yeah, and the joke has to be dark.
Yeah.
That's why
the darker
it connects, you know? Otherwise, if it's just an uplifting, happy joke, it's just like, what are you talking?
True. All right, well, looking forward to game 2. We were having a lot of conversation, actually. We were having our lunch and talking about the matchup, and I think we both agreed it is more likely that this is going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, and you made the point that, because I was talking about, okay, there's the whole thing in this format, what's more powerful, is it the momentum or the knowledge? Where the later teams that are further in the bracket will have more tape. But I think we're on the same page that compared to, say, Dota 3 or 4 years ago, that information is not as valuable because outdrafts don't happen at the same scale. The hero pools are deep enough, the heroes are more similar in terms of their archetype and the way you itemize, etc. So I agree. I think having more games is arguably a lot of the time going to be better. That doesn't mean that you want to sandbag the groups, because there's the guaranteed higher placement is already valuable, and
for sure,
if you're good enough, you're going to win anyway.
So yeah, it's the game is won inside of the game, not the draft. The draft's kind of boring and it sucks. And here's the analyst for it.
Give us a smile. Go on, smile.
I'm really happy
Go
to
on,
be
smile,
here,
smile. Do it.
Other than that, we do have game number 2 going on now.
Oh, you're so sad.
Liquid versus PARIVISION.
It's kind of a smile. A little, he's close.
Off camera.
Okay. Oh, now he's smiling. Thanks a lot.
No, you have no proof.
Well, we're here in the banning phase. Very exciting. We got rid of a bunch of heroes, but Terrorblade's still in. Will that be contested again, Fear, or are they going to give it up?
Wait, what hero? Terrorblade?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I don't think it's ban worthy, but like, we saw
it might be. I mean, maybe in the right hands. PARIVISION did pick it up twice within that first phase. And they did win both games.
But that was a different team. Maybe Liquid have...
Yes, that was against Heroic.
To overcome it.
Well, it makes me think they're afraid of it a little bit. So that might be that special something. So there's 2 ways you can do it, right? It's like this Terrorblade is going to be the meta of this series, and we're just going to take it. Whoever can get it, great. Or we just beat your Terrorblade, right?
Yep.
And now we're going to pick a hero that is innately good versus Terrorblade and Morta. And do you want to take it? And if you don't take it, potentially later on, you have to ban it now, because we can still take it later on in the draft.
Okay, well, I do like the fact that they've taken it, which means that they're confident, right? It would be It would be less cool if they didn't pick it and it just went ignored, and then they clearly don't believe it. But they do.
The players have their headsets on now. We can talk as much trash as we want about how badly.
Oh my god, that was so bad last game. Like, seriously, I could not believe it. All I want to see is Saber chat on his Dawnbreaker, but it's banned. Like, what is he meant to do now?
all jokes aside, I do think this Terrorblade was pretty decent from Saberlight, just from a play perspective, right? He didn't do anything worthy of like being, wow, this is not his style. I will say though, from Liquid, even though everyone played their own individual hero fine, there was 2 issues that I saw that were pretty big. One was just like draft synergy. Their draft didn't make a lot of sense, got exploited by a 24-pick sniper. Any good draft will not have like that gotcha last pick against you. That means you're all in one basket there too much. The other problem that I did see as well is team composition, like how these players like to play with each other. I feel like they weren't enabling each other in a way which we're used to seeing Liquid being enabled. I feel like Mickey wasn't really enabling Saberlight, nor vice versa. Nisha felt like he had no game whatsoever. I feel like this team is best when not only can Mickey get across the map and make things happen, but Nisha can join the fray too. So they need to find a way to avoid what happened in that last game where Nisha gets shut down in the laning stage. Saberlight's on a hero that is innately greedy, isn't going to make a lot of moves. And Mickey, well, he wants to make moves, he wants to make plays, but he doesn't really have a partner in this game to do it. So they need to like somehow make that cohesion between those 3 heroes or players work.
I agree. I do want to give props to Saberlight's TB. I think one of my favorite moves that he did do was go to the mid lane and skirmish with his team there, and that brought him low on health. And then he instantly ran top with the supports, found Beastmaster there, and then sundered him, and then got the kill right after that. I thought that was a great use of like 2 fights in 1, essentially. But then you look at the cooldown of it, right? It's over 100 seconds. You don't really have that utility for a bit, then it becomes more of a farming game. So yeah, in the downtime, in the gaps, you want to see a little bit more.
All right, so some adjustments are going to be made here for game number 2. The Alchemist and Beast are going to be out. Those are 2 heroes that PARIVISION did win with last game. Pugna was banned last game, so was Morta actually, but both of them are going to get into the game, prioritizing different heroes instead, and PARIVISION is still going for that Jakiro ban, which is something nobody has picked except for Insania, just the only Jakiro enjoyer currently. So just a little bit of a flavor of Team Liquid there that they're banning out there. And they're going to pick up the Chen. This hero, depending on the team, has been incredibly popular, with other teams completely ignored. And the Earth Spirit, this hero is just all across the board popular, generally put in that mid position, and sometimes just abused, really, notably by Huskar. That's been the big one that has been abusing it. So we'll see if they go ahead and make a lane change there. We've seen the Earth Spirit go to multiple lanes this tournament without success, I think, but they still try.
Yeah, I don't think they're worried if the Earth Spirit gets countered mid, because they've shown that they are also willing to flex it off roll. Even if it isn't to success, it's still something that can be done. And PARIVISION seem to have their #1 priority be, let's give no one a good game, so we don't care what happens to other lanes. And Crystallis has shown he's like, fine, yeah, I'll tank that. Like, they put Spirit 5, he was on Drow, they got overrun by a Timbersaw, and he was like, that's fine. And then he moved to the triangle and farmed back up. And for a while, their net worth did look so good again because no one had a great game as a result. So I think directly countering this here is not a, securement of making sure that you're winning the draft.
Yeah, of course.
And I do like the Jakiro, just to bring it up again. Looking back at Liquid's games, they have been playing it against things like the Beastmaster, against the Enchantress, against things with units. Like, they wanted to pick this Chen. I really like them taking it out just to kind of make their lives easier.
Team Liquid's turn.
Yeah, I don't hate it, and Liquid's going to pick up Tiny. This is a Nisha classic. There is a small possibility it could go elsewhere, but I think the tech for that, I mean, as long as Tiny's been around, he's been in almost every single position, but as of now, he looks like he's solidified in the mid lane. So Liquid not even looking to punish this Earth Spirit, but more so match its tempo. And we did see no one play it the other day, and it honestly looked incredibly powerful. It looked so tanky to the point where they had a hard time killing him, but I think that's always been the issue with Tiny. Can you get to that point where your net worth is good enough to keep scaling into the game?
I'm a massive fan of this Tiny pick. I think you bringing up no one playing it, yeah, he's looked great. The nice thing about it is the ability to just keep running forward and throwing people out of position.
TB.
Is it carry TB?
Are we happy?
That's good. No, I'm... Okay, I would be happier. I don't like Doom that much, personally.
Right.
I might be a little biased, but...
I mean, how deep are we going down the hole here with just swapping lanes around? Can we have Mickey playing Dooms or Tinies, you know what I mean?
I was happy. This is what I was about to say with the Tiny. I'm like, okay, cool. They're going to be aggressive. You're playing as a Chen Muerta, right? These heroes that are kind of like squishy and want to be playing backline with their saves and damage, and Tiny's going to be able to ruin that. But now you have no one to really follow up for a long time. Like Doom needs to farm his initial items and then get that blink to follow up. TB is not going to get that blink. Like at least on offlane, he's going like maybe pipe Sanjin Yasha potentially into a blink. Pugna's not going to be blinking. Like you have no follow-up for your Tiny right now other than relying on just tossbacks into team and being like really set up in one place to get that pick off.
Wow, okay. I mean, that hero is good versus Doom throughout the game and in the lane, but you have just seen that Terrorblade is going to be a carry, and Terrorblade hard counters Razor as a carry, so... But they're not too worried about that matchup. I think for Liquid here, I think Mickey has to go through a transformation, essentially. Like, in my eyes, at TI, for example, he was the best carry at TI because the meta allowed him to be. Gleipnir, ranged heroes, semi-carries, perfectly his style. I think he's going to have to start suiting into being like this different type of carry. These Terrorblades that are popular, Morphling, Dragonite, Alchemist, these are the meta right now. So he's gonna have to find a way to overcome this, because right now it's currently not his meta, but this could be his statement game, being like, all right, I'm gonna play the hard carry, Terrorblade, I'm gonna make it happen. You guys are gonna make space for me, Nisha. You're gonna take the backseat on this one, and this is gonna be the Terrorblade show.
Are you worried about what Parry have? This ability to get a creep army on Chen, walk at towers. Like, who is defending towers on Liquid right now? I'm guessing this Doom secures his lane a bit against Chen to not just be, you know, have creeps hitting him. I don't know, but like, I don't know. You have a mid Spirit who's gonna be rotating, who's gonna be making those hard moves. You have a Razor who's gonna be able to link up pretty quickly and take these fights early on. You have a Terrorblade who wants to just hardcore farm the jungle for ages. Maybe he can join a tower push with Pugna mid or something, but overall I think I'm more worried about the pressure from Parry and about how much farm Doom and Terrorblade both want on Liquid side.
Oh, I'm definitely worried about the pressure from PARIVISION as well, especially because Liquid is a team that generally likes to play fast, but they've got some pretty slow heroes right now. I'm also a little worried about the laning stage potentially as well, depending on what gets picked. I already know Razor should do fine against Doom. Boxy's hero is just, we don't know what it is, but we see a Bristleback ban, which makes me think one of these heroes potentially could be a Boxy hero. Is it the Doom? We've seen a position before. We've seen Tiny position 4 before as well. So like these could be, but they're just kind of like out of the box, not meta, not something we see a lot. And unironically, I think that Morph was a ban for potentially Boxy as well. And we've also seen Terrorblade 4 before as well in position 4. So
okay. So we're thinking these aren't all their cores.
They are open, but I think what Liquid's doing here is definitely trying something unique and innovative if they pick a new carry here. I think personally you can run this Terrorblade as a carry. You probably should. You should enable this Doom. Just throw the Tiny into the mid lane and just pick Boxy, a strong laner, a ranged laner here, whether it's Hoodwink or something like that, to make sure this Doom does have a good laning stage. But they're cooking, and we're gonna have a support TB, Doom, or Tiny. I think it's support TB, right? Well, TB Doom lane sounds absolutely terrible, but
Boxy's the Doom.
Yeah,
sure.
Boxy will be playing the Doom, so it's gonna be. I just called it terrible, but maybe they have something with like the creep usage that Doom can get something. Nisha will be going mid as well.
All I know
Tiny.
is that somewhere out there right now, Blitz is shaking his head going, these analysts don't see anything.
We don't see anything.
They don't know what we want.
No, I don't think anybody knows what they wanted in this situation here, but looking at the bans of PARIVISION, maybe they did, but it's really hard to know. We'll have to see how this one plays out here, but they did get Mickey on his TA. This is actually one of his best heroes, one of the non-Gleipnir heroes that he is a signature. He sometimes bought Gleipnir on it too when it was popular, but it's good versus strength offlaners as a whole, especially against Centaur. You can just wait for the hoof stomp animation, press refraction. Now all of a sudden it's gonna be very difficult for him to get double edge after. Keep spamming Meld Strike on him. Not a very comfortable matchup whatsoever. Get a Blink Dagger. Razor links you. You can just blink right out with refraction as well. So it is definitely a good TA game. However, it's not free. I do think no one as well won't have a bad game because he is versus a Tiny. But these matchups, these lineups, I'm very scared for Saberlight and Boxy though. They are laning versus a Chen Razor lane with a double melee. Sure, you have the Devour for the creep potentially, but you are going to get right-clicked out of the lane.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to PARIVISION hitting this timing with their very tanky heroes that can just walk down and take towers together and fight very easily whilst you're still looking to hit those item timings on Liquid. When they get the blinks though on Nisha and Mickey, that's when I'm looking for them to go make moves, make things happen, get Roche, and then play off that.
All right, we'll have to see how this goes out, but for now we have a little bit of a delay here, so we can just go a little bit over more, like overall game plan. Like, I'm kind of just gonna go fast forward a little bit. Let's say the lanes do go well, right? We get into the mid game for both sides, right? Nobody gets destroyed. We get into like a late game situation. This is where I think like Liquid's lineup starts to get a lot of steam. Like the Terrorblade, he is going to have that early pipe, which is going to help a lot.
All right, psych,
them.
They have unpaused the game. We're ready to go.
All right.
Let's throw to our casters, the wonderful Cap and Cinderin.
Wow, that throw was not what I was expecting from Alex. Thank you. That was so nice.
It's very wholesome.
Yeah. Just did that. That's very different from all the mean things that she says to me in the green room, but...
Yeah. As a matter of fact, this is something the community is not privy to, but actually we all smile on camera and then we go backstage in the green room and we absolutely hate each other, throw stuff, and it's kind of like a battle royale in the green room at every event.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is why Fear does extremely well. He is... I
mean, the man's just all business. He just gets straight to it, you know? No breaks whatsoever. Just the moment you step into the green room, trips you up, shoves you to the ground.
Stay down.
Stay down. Ooh, a late smoke here from PARIVISION.
We've seen this becoming quite a bit more popular as of late.
Yeah,
These late smokes, get the warts out and then smoke after to try to get intel and get a first blood. See if they will be successful.
Breaks a little bit on the Templar Assassin on the high ground now, Insania. So they're going to have to... I thought they were going to push to try and get the bottom 2 bounty runes, but they may end up with...
The battle begins.
Let's see. Which is more important, momentum or knowledge? Ah, this conversation we were talking about before.
So
we said that lately momentum, like the current era of Dota, that momentum and play and those sort of things are better than knowledge and draft compared to the older iterations of Dota.
Have you seen this before?
Yeah, he just straight up is just going to be eating every creep that the Chen creates.
Yeah, but so he opted not to start with the mana burn one. He started with the yellow Hellbear.
Yeah, I did see him
it, and then
it up.
Chen just slammed him because he gets the attack speed from the Death Throw.
Yeah.
Is that normal in this matchup?
I think it is, because I saw Panto specifically, he had the Satyr one, which everyone does, and then he did switch it over. And I was like, okay, there's a reason for this. What's it going to be? And I think that is, right? You know, if the Doom's going to be eating all my creeps, I want to get something out of it.
Well, you could argue, I suppose the upside as well is you're giving him a garbage ability, right?
Yes.
So it's a mix, because the swiftness aura in this lane, having the attack speed is not that great. But if you ran the mana burn creep and you give that over to Doom, all of a sudden he has a mana burn against your Razor.
Well, now he has a mana burn.
He was lucky enough to find it anyway, so that's... Well, half of it is luck, the other half is not blocking the camp, as 9 class finds a level 1 kill onto the Pugna. Very unexpected.
Got a dead shot into a stomp. Well played.
Yep.
Okay, there's just too much action happening in these side lanes. Saberlight's going to be run down by Chrysalis, and now Boxy will take a lot of damage as he gets back to his tower. Then, oh, God! PARIVISION is just crushing the lanes. I was going to ask about the draft, but the lanes are maybe just being destroyed so badly that Liquid won't have a chance.
I mean, my biggest concern is this top lane more so than anything else. I think Doom Terrorblade just sounds straight up awful. I need to be won over in this one. I need to see what they can accomplish. They're playing against Chen Razor. Should be such an easy time.
Nice play.
And the problem for Liquid here is, who is going to bring them back in the game if the side lanes go wrong? There's literally only a Tiny. There's nobody else who makes moves. The support duo is Terrorblade Pugna. It truly is a new era of Dota when you can run that as a support duo. That's... Or I said Terrorblade as a support. Well, that might end up being the truth. Let's say Doom Pugna, which is the actual support duo.
Yeah.
A very uncommon pairing.
So it's funny, I actually messaged Blitz during this draft. He is not here with the team.
Right.
And so I was asking about the draft, and I don't want to share too much, but I guess the one thing he said was that he actually really liked their draft, which I don't know how you feel about it, but I didn't like it, and I know our panelists didn't like it. And he says that as long as your spirit doesn't pop off, he thinks they've got it.
Right.
Why do you think that is? Like, what do you see? What do they see that we don't?
That's kind of hard to answer because we don't see it. What kind of a question is that?
You can't know what you don't know.
What?
I'm just asking, what are the highlights of this draft for you? What are the good things about the Liquid lineup?
Well, the highlights are if you get through the lanes and you get to the mid portion of the game and you're not too stifled, I can absolutely see their team fight becoming exceptionally strong. The Nether Ward, you have the Tiny, all your heroes scale incredibly well. So I see the promise, but I don't know. There's something about this archetype of game I've just seen so many times where you get a little bit too creative with things and it ends up hurting you in the end. But we'll see down the stretch. I mean, maybe this isn't going to be all that bad. You know, despite these 3 kills that they've found in the lanes from PARIVISION, the CS on Liquid still looking quite healthy overall. They're definitely not getting dumpstered. But without a doubt, it could have been better.
No more games.
No one goes and gets a bounty rune in the side lanes. Get a refresh. He's doing very well for himself against Nisha's Tiny.
Yeah, breaking even, which I would say is, with the level, with the caliber these two players are, I think this is the expected outcome.
Sure. Oh, nice glyph.
Yes, I just did that.
No one. Oh, he's going to toss him back into the tower with an avalanche. That's going to be good damage. Certainly not enough to kill an Earth Spirit, as that hero is rather tanky when it had 100% HP.
Mickey, trouble.
Did have a lot of stick charges there to work with, so he stays alive. But the double bracer DM is...
Dead shot.
I mean, this is a matchup that can go really bad, right? Because the Centaur has no armor, but now that he's that double bracer and Ring of Protection, looks like he's able to sit in the lane no problem.
This is the X factor, though. The Razor has such a good matchup top that Panto is able to go for this movement. And when they push into this tower and Mickey wants to receive those creeps, this could cost him a lot. I feel like this movement from 9 class is a little bit telegraphing the Chen movement, though.
Yeah, he's trying so hard that it's like, of course they're here. Deadshot pushes him back into DM. DM hits the stomp, hits it on 2, but he does end up dying. Now, no one is here, but he's not level 6. Otherwise, this would be an easy cleanup for them. Instead, it becomes very awkward. They don't have the damage to kill these heroes underneath the tower, and it looks like Liquid is going to collect on 3 heroes as a result.
Yeah. Again, I feel like 9 class's movement made it too easy for Liquid to prepare that.
He killed his golem so it would split so he could get the double toss so he could try and kill Boxy.
He might just get it here. Does he have another toss? Did he use both? I used both. Yeah, I thought he had one more. That would have been close. But yeah, he'll get out and his Tranquils will start kicking in as well. Yeah, maybe if 9 class wasn't so overly aggressive there, perhaps that play is a little less obvious to Liquid and they don't TP in as easily in time and set it all up. That is a very healthy development for them, getting those kills and slowing things down. I think that's going to be the name of the game for them, is just don't bleed out. You know, if this game is even 25 minutes in, I like where they're at with Liquid's draft, which also sounds like that was Blitz's take from your conversation with him. I just thought it was going to be unlikely to accomplish that, but so far so good.
The roll in, kick out on Boxy. But no one, again, not put in a position to really take over a fight. But Mickey will this time find that the rotation comes from the gate, and it's not just a Chen. It's so much worse than that. It's a Razor. He'll delay the death for as long as possible. They have to magnetize him in order to make sure they can finish off the kill fast enough. Well, they need to get back to this lane. Terrorblade is hitting the tower. He's 37-11, so his CS is actually very good, despite the fact that he was matched up against Razor, and obviously he died early in lane.
Yeah. This is a relatively high-level Pugna here.
Chrysalis. He came back to this lane to try and defend the tower, but it looks like it was not the right decision for them at all. Losing their carry now. got a little greedy. This is why you see so many teams, they just, even if they're winning, they sack their safe lane tower in order to get the enemy safe lane tower. If you try and get greedy and defend on it, you could give away a lot of your advantage. And 1 kill might just turn to 2 as Panto. Yeah, Nisha's gonna join in on this rotation. Tosses over. And now it's a tower and 2 kills. Shadow Demon, Alchemist, Monkey King, Naga Siren.
The only heroes with a higher pick rate and win rate than Pug.
I'm surprised that some of those have a higher pick rate, honestly. Unfortunate, another Magnetize used. This one does not net a kill as they tried to kill Nisha, but they used up all their disables.
Yeah, job well done so far for Liquid, honestly. My biggest concerns are already starting to be dispelled here. 2K lead minute 9, the lanes, what had to go well has already happened, I think. We've seen a lot of games with, especially, so obviously PARIVISION, when they're playing with Ducalis, their win rate with Chen is obscene. I think at Dream League they were like 10-1.
Oh yeah.
But it is Panto playing it, and that Panto is a formidable, or a great Chen player himself as well, but it could be something about team dynamic and understanding where there might be some differences playing with the stand-in in this situation of how to use it. Or Liquid are just doing all the right things. Know what to expect. They're planning around it well. Let's see if Saberlight can find a way out of this one.
He does have both a Lotus and a Sunder.
Nice.
So he might be able to use the Lotus to get the Sunder off, and he does. And now goes for the TP way. Oh, he still gets him.
That was really close.
That was so much damage. I thought a full HP Terrorblade was going to be fine. So apparently Panto's 1-1 with Chen.
Yep. Oh, he got off the Stampede.
Still managed to get a toss onto him, but Stampede lasts long enough. Still gets a disengage away, so that's going to be a Doom wasted.
That's the dream there, is getting the Doom cast on you. You were probably going to Stampede the disengage anyway, so the fact that Boxy doomed you is just all the better.
Yes, I just did that.
Xtreme now picked up for no one and almost has the Blade Mail. This is a strong timing for Earth Spirit. Bit of a mixed bag in terms of Blade Mail, though. It's not the greatest item against the TA. It's not the greatest item against Terrorblade, but it's very good against Tiny and Pugna.
Man, 9class is just hitting some great dead shots.
Yeah, not magnetizing yet.
This situation is not good enough. It seems no one did not want to use the magnetize, I guess. He had the 6 charges, certainly, to force it if he wanted to.
I think they were anticipating the Pugna rotation to save and just wanted to poke and prod Liquid, force them to spend some time on defending.
Sure.
And that in turn will free up Centaur and Razor around the map to get more in the sides. So another, similar to game 1, the early game was also quite even for a while. And then suddenly PARIVISION just found a massive moment. See if they can replicate that situation with their lineup. Definitely capable. I will say Chen can be deceptive, where even when the early game doesn't necessarily go according to plan, you can hit critical mass regardless at minute 15 to 20. I feel like the hero has changed quite a bit in that sense, that if you go back a couple of years, if Chen's early game was bad, you were just like, why did we pick this hero? You just didn't offer anything later down.
Yeah.
But now, scales much, much better.
Stampede once again gets away from the Avalanche.
Oh, they might even get a kill
and
off
he hit
it.
a stomp. Insania. Oh, yeah. Already magnetized. He tries to drain, but he instantly gets silenced. Whew, DM.
These Stampedes have been clutch.
He is playing very nicely.
And you could argue that Nisha might need to stop tossing teammates onto the Centaur. There's a little bit of both there. Oh, unfortunately, Nisha was already clipped by that smoke, so can't get into it again. It insta-popped on him because he was close enough to the Earth Spirit when the smoke was cast. And this play will fail.
Oh, okay, he does it again.
This one
will kill the Chen army.
Hand of God.
Hand of God gives Panto back up a little bit of HP. They're still going to try and run him down. Do not get the kill. He was down to like, oh, the toss. Never mind.
He's not fine. I think that was like max range, and he also had the amp damage rune.
He's just the epitome of you failed. Just try again.
Yeah.
Just keep on tossing until you finally get that kill. And that'll get him to his Blink Dagger, so maybe he won't have to rely on using teammates' body as initiation tools.
This is a big timing for Tiny. This is when you can really start getting stuff done. You have decent heroes to play with too. Tossing heroes into TA can be very strong. Tossing heroes onto Terrorblade can be very strong. And of course, lest we forget, you're playing with Pugna. So, some nice combinations available. Hounding 9 class here. He's going to walk over a trap, and that's trouble.
Stampede. Get him some decent distance. He can maybe still have a chance with another toss if they can get Boxy close enough. No. Well, he's going to blink after him. Still goes for it in deep. He can get the toss back into Boxy, so they will manage to get this kill, but they've jumped forward pretty far. Nisha doesn't get blocked in by Dia, but here no one. He didn't make it up the hill, but maybe that's for the best. He's been doomed up, and he's trying to get back to his tier 1 tower, but he gets tossed back in by Nisha. Nisha is just the throw-in king over here. The toss back on the Earth Spirit. Doom doesn't quite last long enough. He's unsilenced, throws out his Magnetize, gets the damage, and kills Boxy. Staying alive as a result, and the Sunder won't do Saberlight any good. The damage continues on PARIVISION, cut down by the Plasma Field.
Cav, I think it's time to play Toss Bingo. You gotta guess every time whether it's good or bad. When he does the animation, you need to say out loud instantly good or bad.
Good toss, bad toss.
This has been 50-50, I want to say, on whether the tosses have actually been good. Because it looked great. He tossed on the Doom target, but he was tanky enough to survive, and ultimately he kind of just set up no one to get that fight win out of it. So a little bit of a... I don't know what I want to call that even. It wasn't like it was a missed opportunity.
Yeah, how did he manage to live so long as the Earth Spirit? Just natural stats?
Yeah, naturally tanky, 1600 health, and it's a support Doom. So it might look like something where under normal circumstances you feel like there's a kill there, but Boxy has Tranquil Boots drums. It's not your off-lane core Doom that has more levels and packs a bigger punch with, let's say, 4 points in Infernal Blade.
Right.
Then maybe you find the kill there, but not a
they have no auras or anything. They have Blade Mail on Earth Spirit and on Centaur, which you highlighted the fact that it's not the best Blade Mail game.
It's like mixed, because it's good against some heroes and not so great against others.
Sure.
But I personally still think it's worth it. Another thing about Blade Mail, it's also a farming item, right? So you just get added efficiency, especially for Centaur. It feels really good to have this item when you're jungling. Nice, they find onto Crystal is here.
Nisha, good toss, back to the neutrals. Bad toss, bad toss, bad toss.
Oh no.
They're gonna chase after Nisha with the Magnetize. Reapplies it just in time. No one's gonna take a lot of damage though, and they do manage to trade out Nisha for no one, but still, the Magnetize and the superior number of heroes, PARIVISION don't actually keep chasing though. Despite having a 4 versus 2, they opt to just chill out, back up, farm up.
Yeah, maybe they could have reached with a Centaur Blink plus Razor just running at them, but maybe worried enough about the counterplay there with the tier 1 tower up still on the top side, not sure. All right, well, so far, your toss calls, you're 0 for 1.
Listen, I trusted in you said the Pugna combos. All right? Where was the Pugna combo?
This is not my fault, okay? The players make the moves they do, and you need to say whether they're good or not. I said the combo exists. I didn't say you cannot fail if you toss it to Pugna. I think remember that tracker yesterday where you were 1-0 against me? I think we're tied with that. I think that's a 1-1.
What? No, you only get a point if I win or lose the toss game at the end of the game.
Okay, the whole game, okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, this score is going to go crazy. Good toss. Gets the kill on 9
Dude, that was a total free. That one doesn't even count. Come on.
It's 1-1 on toss game.
Are you serious?
You said
this game is
instantly on every toss, so... Good toss.
Okay. Actually,
we won't include those.
Actually, that was a bad toss. To be honest, that was not good farm efficiency from Nisha. Could have definitely tossed that one better.
All right, we need a pause to settle the rules on the good toss, bad toss game. Okay. Boxy's level 9. He's got drums. He's going to go a Hurricane Pike? I mean, I get
what
that
fuck?
You don't...
All right, he changed it to 4 staff. Now I'm on board. All right.
There we go.
I think sometimes pro players just click the big item and then they split it into the small item later. It's just whatever you see in the shop first.
If he went Hurricane Pike and had Hurricane,
all
right, it's in the name. But also, that is kind of sick against Razor. That would just be the maximal like push, you know.
I just
this guy out of our face.
I just can't imagine completing a Pike being worth it. But I think the 4 staff purchase is very good. Making sure, because this is going to be the challenge for Mickey in this game, right? You really don't want to get linked by the Razor, but if you do, you are going to likely buy a Pike yourself and have the 4 staff. To see the replay here of this very questionable toss call from Capcasts.
Oh, dear.
They almost didn't get no one here as well. He was close to being able to roll another time, and then this would have been so much worse for Liquid, but at the very least, they get the Earth Spirit kill and somewhat stabilize it there.
163 last hit at 15 minutes. Players with 40-plus games this patch. Mickey's 15-minute average is 6. Satanic is at 149. Parker's at 140.
So Satanic is the highest
in this category. That is not surprising to me, honestly, right? Because Mickey is a very active carry, and Satanic is like that fully dedicated, you know, 4 Protect 1 strat that they've got going on. I mean, how many Spirit games have you seen where they're losing and
nice
Satanic is still having more CS or more net worth, you know?
Yeah, but it's also not just a matter of playstyle, it's also what heroes they pick for him, right?
Yeah, that's also true.
That there are some of the times that certain other carries in top tier teams, they will have this, you know, off-brand game once in a while. I think Satanic has just been playing Dragon Knight, Morphling, Terrorblade.
Yeah.
You know, very Sven, stereotypical hit mini creeps carries.
Are we going to do Roshan on the Dire side for Liquid? Because they have the hero for it, right? They have TA with the Desolator. Thank you, production. Wait, I got 2. There was 2. Oh, come on. All right, whatever. I'll take it. That's fine. I'm a comeback gamer.
Taking it in stride despite being scammed. I can appreciate that.
Synderen, are we going to see a Dire side Roshan from Liquid?
I don't think so. I think it's too...
It's too risky?
We're too close by in terms of timing as well. Another Doom doesn't really bear fruit here for Boxy. DM will get the TP out.
I'm realizing at some point in time I'm going to have to say bad toss instantly on Nisha. Bad toss! Avalanche goes out, Repline trying to save him, and the heals are not going to be enough. There's too many Suns. Oh, wait, the Sunder! Forgot there's a Terrorblade in the game. Saberlight, they tried to decrepify him. Instead, it's a dead shot. The bounce off Nisha, who is still going to be a corpse at the end of his right. Wait, Stick, he's walking away. He's going to blink out. The center is trying to close the gap, but he blinks away and starts TPing out. Now the rest of the team, though, Chrysalis is still going large. He's got his Eye of Storm, but he's taking a lot of damage. He's trying to finish him off, but Mickey, what's that final hit? It wasn't a Chrysalis at all. Now he's trying to get some side blade. And it got him! Got it off the Chen army. Panto, no! Put the creeps in Mickey's range and gave him an opportunity to side blade splash the carry.
And that was important because Liquid got something. Because that went horribly wrong until that point. What?
Are they saying the tosses in total in this game? Not my prediction toss. That's certainly not it. But
you know what?
You think they're actually
whatever numbers they put up, as long as they're against you, I think they're right.
Do you think Nisha's actually had 7 bad tosses?
I don't know. That's the thing that's beautiful about toss is that it's up to interpretation. Some people would even argue that Tiny Airlines is a good toss because the game was doomed anyway, and you're saving everyone's time. So if you interpret it that way, then everybody gets to play one more game.
Yes,
now, I personally would never advocate Tiny Airlines. I think it's always a bad toss. Oh, so hang on. Are they going to do anything with this? No. Would have been a little bit crazy to try that without no one nearby.
Yeah. Again, I'm not going to call good bad on any neutral or farming creeps.
Happy I don't have to keep track of it.
Yeah.
This is a big item coming up here for no one.
Oh, yeah, full on
That's an early Shiva. 21 minutes here.
I mean, he just rolls in. and puts himself in the face of the Templar Assassin, he may not die as quick as Liquid's hoping.
And they have a ton of heroes and abilities that are relatively synergistic with the Amp, right?
Yeah.
Centaur has a ton of magic damage. Razor has Plasma Field. You've got the Muerta. It all adds up. But most importantly, if you can become the target and not die, that's the dream. He wants to tank. He wants to get down to quarter health with Blade Mail running to maximize his impact in the fight.
And his effective HP is so high. He's got 2,000 HP, all that armor, and then add on top of that, he also has the Chen heal that's going to come in with the extra regen and such.
He's still running the safety bubble. I wonder, he probably just forgot, right? Like, I can't imagine there isn't a better tier 2 choice here.
Yeah.
Than the safety bubble for now. Pipe also completed now on the Centaur. This seems like a little bit of a power hour for PARIVISION at this point.
And it's funny because Liquid is trying to do the Roshan right as PARIVISION.
His smoke broke. He could just roll in for this and maybe hit the Doom.
And they certainly have time for it. Roshan's only at half HP. But if they're too scared to go in, instead they go for the Doom, they go for the pick off. Oh, Liquid's not going to try and finish up Roshan. Mickey pops out of the pit, but Boxy's already dead. Oh, this is looking real bad now. No one rolls into a toss. There you have the Centaur toss, bad toss. Boxy, meanwhile, he gets off the Doom onto the Earth Spirit. They're going to try and fight for this one.
Another jet shot.
They life drain him. They're trying to finish him off, but this Earth Spirit might just be too damn tanky for the 2 cores to do. Meanwhile, good toss from Nisha does manage to finish off the Centaur, but it's a bad fight for Liquid, who will not be able to take the Roshan, will not be able to win the fight, and won't even be able to contest it, potentially.
Yeah, this is just gone, right? They even have Rally. This should not take that long if he gets another Rally cast off and another victory there. That's a dieback on Doom. Boxy's game is in the dumps right now. You run this uncharacteristic 4-position Doom, and so far in this game, you have not made it look good, I have to say.
No.
Multiple deaths, has had a couple of Dooms that felt inconsequential. So we're back to live. Liquid are actually
They're actually going to try and get inside the pit. A good toss will finish up 9 class. Now they try and get inside the pit, though. He's almost getting there, but no. The Aegis is picked up by Chrysalis, and now Nisha's got to run away from the lifelink, but it's not onto Mickey, and Mickey is doing damage to Chrysalis. Maybe with the Avalanche, toss away onto the Razor for a good one. That is a lot of damage on Chrysalis. He's going to die once for sure. Can they kill him a second time? Panto and DM are here to try and help out. Mickey doesn't have much mana to work with, and the link is back up. So now Mickey, he's going to find some of his damage. Draws from the Chen onto Chrysalis. He's just stuck inside the pit, though. Boxy's back in. He has Hurricane. Throws out a blood grenade. Toss back. There's the Hurricane onto DM. They finish off the Chen. Turn back to DM. They get him as well. Chrysalis is on the run. A dead shot will push him back. No reflection. So I believe that means Chrysalis is out.
Wow.
How did they manage to revive in time and actually fight for that Roche?
That Roche took longer than I expected. Okay, I don't know about this one, dude. I give up, okay? I give up, you lost.
What?
It's 1-1.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, they were slower to take Roche than I thought, even with the rally. Nisha with an awesome play call there on the Tiny to get in there and just cause a disruption and slow things down. And yeah, while they do get the Roche, their position is extremely compromised, and Mickey does get to go to work afterwards. And
that Roche was half HP when they started.
Yeah, it was half HP, and they had the rally. Maybe the rally's expired, or he forgot to cast them. Maybe I'm not sure. I'm not seeing any skeletons in there.
It was so close to a potential Aegis steal too.
Yeah, that could have been even worse. That's fair.
Yeah.
For the side of PARIVISION, I guess for them, at the very least, found a bit of a trade. But get the game back to more or less even after that. A ton of the net worth is on Mickey, though, so a lot of responsibility on the T8 to give that output, as especially the Terrorblade has kind of fallen off a cliff this game.
Good toss. Gets a lot of damage on a DM and Chrysalis, but they pipe up and reset a little bit. Dangerous area to be fighting with the Netherward out and pushing into Liquid side of the river. They're actually going to pop the Stampede and get out, but I don't see what the immediate threat was. Now Liquid immediately going to smoke. They say, okay, Stampede's on cooldown. They backed off. Let's just try and take whatever we can find.
And with this Kanda on Nisha, he could probably solo, I guess, 9 class potentially.
A wrap around.
Finds a jump, but he's not going to be the target at all.
Up into triangle, but they have to go to the side of the map, and that's always a dangerous part. These
Pari
teams
are very aware.
Yeah, but they don't have all their heroes. That's the curious part, because the Centaur is showing here. I think he knows that there's potential coming to him, and he's going to blink back, TP out. Oh, he goes for the gate, but Nisha's going to find him. A good toss will stop that gate play. Now a Doom put onto him just to make sure there's no chance that he lives. Takes a lot to kill him, but what about, Mickey? Mickey's pushing into that area too. Meanwhile, going through the gate, it's no one versus Insania. Don't think that goes well for the 5 position against the mid usually. Oh, wait, but Boxy went through? Wait, they're actually going to try and fight this one. They're going through the gate, stalled out 1 by 1. Supports will die. Now Mickey is here, and Sablelight's on the other side, but it's not looking the best. Nisha does manage to get the toss in, finish off 9 class, and he couldn't get off the Sunder. Chrysalis now pops the BKB, looking to chase down Nisha. Nisha hoping to get a toss that pushes the Razor off of him, but he's surrounded by too many units, won't be able to do so. Silence up for too long. A triple kill for Chrysalis. What was that from Liquid?
I was going to say, what was that too? One by one, they go through, and you're running into a Razor that popped Eye of the Storm and into an Earth Spirit that has ulti popping already. Effectively just gifting them a fight.
And an enemy TP area, right? They TP onto the outpost, I think, for 1 or 2 heroes.
That was not it for Liquid. Absolutely not. Now, the good news for them is that Mickey didn't die. That's still going to be the most important factor in every fight. As I was saying earlier, the responsibility, this game, if he messes up once or twice, I think they're not in the running anymore. Like, this is a game where TA has to play a very clean mid-late game with the relative net worth distribution among the cores. Because we have not, let's be honest, this 10,000 net worth on Terrorblade feels like it's a pipe and a Sunder, and then your gold isn't doing anything.
Yeah.
Saberlight's finding very minimal impact in the fights.
I'm glad you brought that up, because how many times have we said, oh, they have Terrorblade, maybe it'll scale up, maybe it'll do something like Gaimin. I feel like we never actually see that. Most of the time, it just remains to be a reflection and a Sunder, and that's also when it looks best, is when it's itemized that way.
Right.
I feel like a lot of the Terrorblades that itemize to do damage, it doesn't look that good.
So then with that in mind, do you like him going BKB? Because that's the ultimate Sunder guarantee.
Yes.
And he's not going to get countered by Stomp. He's not going to get countered by Earth Spirit Silence. I think the calling is a huge problem, actually.
Yeah.
For the support TB play. Or I keep saying support. It's just so weird for me that it's off.
Yeah.
But it is really playing. It kind of is playing as a support.
I think it is the right play, but I don't know how good Sunder's going to be. Like, okay, you get the TA back up to full HP, but if the life drain, if the static link is already on, or already drained a bunch of damage, the Eye of the Storm is still going on, if you still have Magnetize going, right? It's like, is that extra HP going to amount to anything? Right? It feels like PARIVISION's lineup between the Earth Spirit and the Razor will just kind of keep pushing through that extra HP.
And my question again is that worth 13,000 net worth?
Yeah.
That's the issue that I see here, is I just see so much potential for the Centaur on the opposite side to really scale and really do something with his build and have more build paths and options, whereas the TB with a BKB has kind of pigeonholed himself. Because you're not farming very fast with this build. If it does become a stalemate and you have a pipe BKB, your farming speed is atrocious. The Centaur should out-farm you by quite a bit.
Nice are we becoming the duo that hates TB offlane? Is that what this is slowly morphing to?
I don't hate TB offlane. I just think it needs to have a specific type of game and a specific type of timings, because we've also seen it look really good.
So we're back to not
polarizing.
Just pick it up first phase.
I do not think this hero is a first pick, but I know that, you know, we've seen multiple teams in this tournament disagree. So what do I know, right? But
True.
It's just, in my mind, a good first pick in Dota is one that is either A, hero that's just conceptually extremely powerful in the patch, or B, something that is flexible and can be played in different ways. But for me, I just don't think TB carry is good, so I don't consider it a flex.
Sure.
Like, have we even seen a team play carry TB this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely
Maybe
saw
one.
last tournament, but
I think the win rate on it was terrible. We saw Satanic played at Dream League 3 games. He lost, or 2 games I think he lost, and they played it offlane and lost that one as well. But this also, let's say we're right. This wouldn't be the first time in Dota history that pro teams are really valuing a hero and it just turns out to have like 40% win rate, but still being first picked.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the time it's about conceptually what do you believe in, and the win rate isn't necessarily matching that. There can be things that you... I think the heroes that happens to the most are heroes that are extremely oppressive in lane, and you're just like, this hero is so good because we win our lane every time. And then, well, what do you do after the lane? Like, did you win it enough? Oh, nice reaction.
Nisha, he keeps on doing this to DM. This time around, he might be caught, though. All he has is an illusion rune in his bottle to work with. That seems like it's not possible for it to be enough.
Ambitious TP.
Yeah, a little bit.
He didn't even finish a second of that one.
But you can see game plan here from Liquid. They're just trying to dodge. Between Nisha, like one-shotting waves with Toss, and Saberlight pushing out waves wherever he can.
All right, there's been 4 carry Terrorblades played this tournament, Cap. We didn't cast any of them. What do you think its score is?
1 and 3.
0 and 4.
Oh, wow.
Satanic lost 1 game, 23 Savage lost 2 games, and Watson lost 1 game. So that...
DM, hello, goodbye.
Did you say goodbye? This is going to take a while.
And Earthspirit's going to roll after him. Got a really nice Magnetize. He doesn't care about Saberlight. He's like, whatever, man. You got BKB, you got Sunder. I want the bigger fish. That's the Templar Assassin. Look at Boxy. Just throwing his body in there to try and create some space for his boys to get out. But Mickey has no BKB, no TP, so there's no way to get out.
That is a huge kill, make no mistake. Getting rid of the TA here for 90 seconds. They could maybe even force the buyback. Like, how are Liquid on Earth going to defend this if they try to push?
Yeah.
They have all these options. They can just take a guaranteed Roche, and this time it is guaranteed, I promise. There is no way that Liquid get over here and fight this one. So they will get this. Unless the only situation is where Mickey goes for a YOLO buyback and they hope to win the game off of taking a fight, but they're not going to take that risk. So you'll get yourself the Roche. I like this. I would not have minded trying high ground, but this is the safer approach where you just guarantee, because if something went wrong on the high ground and Liquid get the Roche, they could get back in the game. This way you shut that door and you can still get tier 2 bot in time. You can see the lines here being drawn. I believe those are brown lines and not orange. It can be a little bit difficult to see.
Yeah, it is brown.
Yeah, just another fight. And this time around, Saberlight with the BKB, I didn't really feel that net worth being put to much use.
No.
He ends up just TPing out, right? He just calls it quits. Like, this fight's lost.
I mean, the fact that Earthspirit can just go on this Templar Assassin and the fight just feels over for him in that regard. Nightclass tries to go the way, pushing him in, but he does manage to get off his ultimate. The Stampede away, but no, the Life Drain will finish him off. Still, though, Chrysalis is here. Managed to break that static link. BKB TP out for Nisha.
All right, 1 for 1. Nightclass could have lived there, but he chose to Stampede through all of them to cast a strong calling. Might have just been better off just casting the calling and running out.
I appreciate the attempt, though. He's like, I'm going to give up my life to try and help us get as many kills as possible off of this.
Maybe his offensive move did force the BKBs, though. That could have been a part of why Liquid felt like they had to use them. And then, in that case, those 2 charges are well worth
Liquid's trying to force something while their BKB is down. This is a bold move,
yes,
especially on Satanic. They're trying to burst him real quickly, but the Earth Spirit is right next to him. He rolls in, slows these heroes down with the Shivas. Now a stomp from the hoof. It's going to hit on Boxy and Nisha, and I think they're both screwed. Nisha, he's going to need to get a toss away on the Razor. It's a good one. Breaks the link. No one's still here, but he managed to get a blink. Blink behind the tier 2. No one. Is he going to roll after him? He got the stomp on him. Another force staff. This one from Mickey. Doesn't get him up to the high ground. Somebody force staff this man. It's Insania. Gets him up there, but Chrysalis just locked onto Mickey immediately. A toss all the way into Mickey, and that's a bad toss. That helps finish up Mickey while the Tiny still dies, as does Insania. Liquid are just falling apart here.
I cannot believe they went on that Razor. I think that's a 0% play. That looked completely desperate. He had Satanic, Aegis, and all of his team in Fog.
Yeah.
He's like literally the single worst target you can initiate on in that situation. That was never going to work. So they kind of just gifted PARIVISION the easiest situation they could have asked for. And with that, Mickey does not have buyback for a full minute. He's on the sidelines. Saberlight will cut the wave the best he can, but
I mean, this is at the very least the mid set. I guess the silver lining for Liquid is the 2 tier 2s and the sides are still up, but
there is a gigantic creep wave pushing in bottom. And Panther did a cool thing where he cut the next bottom wave as well, so it'll get to that tier 2 even faster.
Yeah, they're cutting it again here with the Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
So no creeps making it out of the Radiant base right now, except in the top side. This is the first set down.
First set, and then they can go tier 2. They still have that Aegis 2. Toss back into the tier 4s. Good toss on no one. Got the Doom on him, but they have the Stampede to be able to reset. Chrysalis puts himself in the front lines and actually goes for the link onto Boxy. Now, 8 seconds till the Templar Assassin is back up. PARIVISION do not want to be throwing away this game, throwing away this series. They will reset, playing very disciplined.
That's your Doom down. Now the Satanic on Razor is a guaranteed heal. Even if his Aegis expires. He's got 1.5 minutes on it. It's not even remotely close to being a concern for Chrysalis just yet. Absolute king of the game right now on that Razor. Heart on Centaur?
Yeah, now that makes it 2 heroes. You really can't go on. They're going to try for TM. 2 managed to toss it back to the tier 4s. But look at that. The Heart Blade Mail. Hey, he's pretty good at half HP for now. Forstaff will get him out of the way. Now Earth Spirit rolling in, missing his Mirth, and does manage to get the Sunder off on Saberlight. Doesn't do that much. Toss up in the air. They finish off the Earth Spirit. A reflection to slow him down while Mickey puts damage onto Chrysalis. Meld Strike does land before the Glimmer Gate comes into play. Stop, goes out. Hits the mid-game Templar Assassin. He almost dies, has to pop his BKB. They start backing away. Boxy breaks the link. Mickey still trying to go strong with the little HP he has, just throwing out damage after damage. PARIVISION are on retreat. This time they will commit to the retreat. No Regoose here.
That's a good hold. Getting the Earth Spirit out of the equation. No one probably immediately regretting that he rolled in for that. Can understand what he was trying to do, but he didn't connect the roll, gets caught in limbo, tossed in, and gets killed off. And you see there, this is the recipe for a successful fight, is Mickey getting to just stand and deliver tossed heroes into the base. Oof. Isn't it just a moment ago that Razor got Satanic? How does he have a refresher too already?
Seriously.
This is... Crystal is up there. It's wild that we feel like he's so farmed and he's still number 2. Like,
oh yeah.
Mickey's TA has... He's farmed his heart out. And he is level 25, which is way ahead of anyone else. A couple of the kills he got were worth a ton of experience and has yielded him that 25 talent. We did thought be put to use a little bit in that fight with the refraction charges.
Are we getting a Desperate Sin? Do you think the game is bad enough that he should go Divine Rapier, or do you like the Swift Blink more? Because he's got both queued up right now.
I like the Rapier, I think.
I think so too. I'm with you on that.
Oh,
nice shot back.
Shot. Oh no, Saberlight.
Saberlight got the Thunder on Chrysalis. That'll help a lot. Now the Doom is going to be used on him as well. Still at the BKB Eye of the Storm. Even despite all that damage, they're still kind of going strong. PARIVISION gets off the Magnetize, keeps on reamping it. Oh, no one. He's stuck up on the cliff. A good toss pushed him up in the air. Couldn't finish him off, though. A stop from DM is a beautiful interception. He'll coming out. Forstaff, and Zania's trying to get Mickey alive and get him out of here. Slowed down by the calling. A refraction coming up in 1 second. It's up. Blink is up. He gets out. Oh, but DM chases after him. He's still at the stomp. Oh, what a monster. He's going to chase him down all the way into the tier 4s, and he will have it. Instant buyback from Mickey just to try and keep this game going. Nisha will cut the wave mid, but PARIVISION will go for the bottom lane of Barracks.
And these supports on the Liquid side do not have buyback, so this is a flat out 5-on-3. And this will be the second lane. All they can do is go for cute tossbacks.
Yep.
Well,
and more pickoffs.
He doesn't have buy either.
Saberlight dead with no buyback as well, so both supports are coming up. It'll still be a 4 versus 5. Now, backdoor protection has kicked in. Bottom and mid lane are pushed, so they can't actually do anything with this positioning. Oh, that sucks. They're not even going to be able to finish up that final building. That's rough. Retreating. Nisha's trying to cut in from behind, but I don't think there's anything to be found here. Boxy, he got a little bit too close. Crystallize says, oh, okay. I'm not afraid of fighting you, man. I will do it if necessary. It's still stuck. for a while here as the bottom wave is slowly making its way down.
That might look like such a nonsense play from Boxy, but it actually bought 15 seconds.
Sure.
He made them go on him. He had Pugna on backup inside the base, and he immediately got off the Force Staff, and the boots bearing out.
What did that time buy them, though? Mickey, because he had to use his buyback, is so far away from another item.
It gets the Terrorblade back to life where maybe there could have been a base push.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's something, but it is, we're looking at very, very thin silver linings right now for the Liquid side. Not too much in the way of good news. Refresher now, though, on no one with the Timeless Relic and almost level 25. This hero is a monster. And I was talking about this backstage in the draft. Something that stood out to me was that PARIVISION did not hesitate to pick no one this Earth Spirit in the 3rd slot. And I think that's specifically something they can do against Liquid, because in my mind, Nisha's worst hero is Huskar that he has played. I think his hero pool is very diverse, and he's a very skilled player. But out of all the heroes he plays, that's probably the one that Liquid has the least faith in. And that means you can pick this Earth Spirit even without seeing Nisha's hero yet.
Sure.
And he ends up going for the Tiny, and that lane was a draw. So if you can show your Earth Spirit like that and not get counterpicked, I don't know what else there is. Dazzle, they probably don't feel like running too much. And as a result, no one has had a great game on that Earth. Currently sitting 3rd in net worth, way ahead of the Tiny by about 5,000. 9, 3, and 25.
Yeah, he's been killing it. Of course, when has this guy not been killing it? It makes me really wonder, like, there was this window of time where, you know, for like 3 years, he wasn't on a tier 1 team.
Yeah.
Then he came back into it this last year, just kicked ass, went to TI, continued to kick butt. Nobody could really seem to do too much to him. Not very many people could outlane him.
No more games.
It might just be a matter of motivation, you know? Like,
yeah.
If you want to play at this level, the amount of effort and time you need to put into it and the drive you need to have, it comes and goes. Can only speculate as to what it is. Finally, this top tier 2 tower feels like it's been standing there forever.
This is quite sad for PARIVISION. They've had a couple of things that are just like, oh, this really sucks. The fact they weren't able to finish up the building due to backdoor protection, the fact that they're sitting here waiting for Roshan, and it is the longest possible Roshan spawn. AC for the Tiny.
Yeah, they're kind of in disbelief just standing there. Liquid just gets to keep pushing out the waves. They're like, come on,
Wait,
man.
Are they going to get this ranged barracks off of the creep wave? Someone going to come back?
And he's just going to continue to hit here with his AC.
They're actually going to get the ranged barracks bottom. Liquid wants to stay out on the map. All right. Mickey comes back, but it's too late.
Give up? Okay. What's happening?
They're giving up a full lane of barracks to try and secure Roshan. This is insane. Time to put a stop to this one. No one goes in. Beautiful magnetize, pops the BKB. Nisha's in some big trouble. He goes for a TP out. Oh, no disables? All right, well, it's only the supports who died. That's not the worst, I guess, for Liquid. Could have been a lot worse.
They had to come back and defend this, though. You're not giving up this lane of barracks for no reason. Yeah. You know that if you get a kill or two there, you're still going to be able to get the Roche. And Panto is chilling. He's holding down the fort.
80% say Liquid has a chance at a comeback.
Well, there's always a chance.
There's always a chance.
So this should be 100% yes. The chance is 3,
plus it's
but there is a
50%.
chance.
Yeah. All right, it'll take a while, but they will get this Roshan. It's crazy to me that this lineup has gotten every single Roshan because they're so slow at doing it, right? The other side has a Templar Assassin, but...
Well, Chen is always a bit of a wild card with this. He's a faster Roshan than you might think.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, they get it. Aegis onto Crystallis, level 25 for him as well, has been secured. So 2 25 talents now on the side of the Dire, almost the 3rd one with Centaur sitting at 24. And Liquid, they are well away from any sort of 25 talents. Tiny as well as Terrorblade sitting on measly level 21s.
Yeah,
and the support's also level 20 on PARIVISION, so they have additional talents too.
You know what's better than level 25 talents?
Level 30.
Divine Rapier.
That is also better than most 25 talents.
What level 25 would you say is better than Divine Rapier? I'm sure you're right. I'm sure there is one.
I don't know. I think the Razor 25 in this game is nutted.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Bad toss. He tossed an illusion. And now he's going to be gone on. Instantly disabled. Somehow is doing okay thanks to Glimmer Cape Lotus Orb. They actually popped the Stampede not to chase. Instead, they reset a little bit. Do have the banner with double siege wagons, so the assault will continue onto the tier 3 tower.
Liquid do some decent damage.
Now the attempted toss, but another scythe intercepted, rolled in on by the Earth Spirit. He resets. Deadshot going out, pushing the Tiny in, and they finish him off. Saberlight tried to run in to help out. Now he has to offensively sunder onto 9 class instead. Boxy pulls him in a little bit with the neutral item. They do manage to get that kill. Off a buyback, it will be a hold from Liquid. They'll deal with the banner. But this is PARIVISION pulling a little bit more out of Liquid bit by bit.
And this is Rapier holding the game, right? It's the only reason that this damage starts looking scary for the side of PARIVISION. Look at that breakdown. He did more damage than his entire team combined.
Oh, Sin, there's an amp damage in the river right now. If they smoke out and they push out at the same time as they find an amp damage, that would just be bonkers. But Liquid, they don't see it. Nisha, they jump on him instantly. They're kind of baiting Nisha right now to set up Mickey for the Sideblade hits. DM about half HP, tosses up no trade up here. Stampede goes out trying to chase after heroes. But yeah, a Stampede had to be used there just because Chrysalis almost died to the Meld Strikes. The Sideblades, rather.
And they get a buyback out of 9 class too, so well done by Liquid under the pressure to apply some of their own. Understanding that in this game state, you've got to go for something. If you just accept that, all right, we defended our base and then you get nothing out of it, it's not going to improve your win chances by that much. But if you get out on the map and you find a pick, sure, in this situation you didn't get the kill, but at the very least the buyback opens the door to maybe bursting 9 class in the next fight and having a 5-on-4 to start. Gives you options.
What do you think about this idea they seem to have? They put Nisha on the front lines. And I assume part of it is the fact that he's also a great hero to sunder, right? It's like this guy has 3,800 HP. He gets low. It's hard for them to burst him down. Saberlight can swoop in, hit the sunder.
I think the biggest part of it is that Chrysalis is linking him. Because then he's not linking Mickey.
Sure.
He does have Refresh, though, so you do have the second, but...
It's also why these high ground pushes are so difficult for PARIVISION. They're pushing into a version of Techies with all these TA traps everywhere. Stomp lands onto the Saberlight Terrorblade. Can they kill him? No, he got off his BKB and he got healed up by the Pugna. Meanwhile, Boxy's gonna have himself drained of everything. Pushed in with the dead shot. Chrysalis took all of his attack damage.
That's
all
Doom
of his
down.
attack speed.
The hero and the spell.
Yeah.
Both out of play. No one has a ton to work with right now. Refresher popped. He wants to go.
He keeps on getting the Sideblade hits off of the TA traps. Look at Chrysalis, already half HP, and it looks like DM is gonna die. Yeah, jump in from Nisha, does manage to finish him off, and now Chrysalis retreating. Saberlight chasing, pulls it back in a little bit there. Boxy, he tries to run in, just almost instantly dies, but all that matters is Mickey. If he can keep getting hits in, Chrysalis tries to close that gap, doesn't quite do it. Again, the TA traps with the side blades hit keep on going out. Chrysalis getting lower and lower.
Oh, the
They try to get
nullifier!
him up to the high ground, but the nullifier stopped him. Now he pops the BKB, but it might be too late. A toss back onto Chrysalis, the drain, keeping him alive. Insania giving it all. She's protected, but the TA dies. Divine Rapier on the deck, and that should be it. With no Templar Assassin, they'll turn their attention back to Saberlight. The momentum is fully in swing for PARIVISION, and that is it. PARIVISION will get the upset over Liquid, a 2-0.
Damn, what a sick last fight. No one did 14,000 damage onto the Earth Spirit. That Magnetize just kept sticking through and through, step by step. Managed to take down the TA, the Pugna, and the Tiny simultaneously. And when the fights go long enough, it looks like even Mickey's ridiculous burst can't get the job done. The heroes are just too tanky, too survivable. And they play on that positioning. And you can tell PARIVISION extremely happy with this. This secures them the top 4 as they advance to tomorrow. And for Liquid,
it puts them out of the top 4, which is the first event of 2024 where neither Falcons nor Liquid is going to be in the top 4 if they're attending. So pretty crazy stuff. Some nice upsets at this tournament, and creates for some fun storylines. I was tired of seeing those guys up at the top, and I'm not going to lie. Time for some fresh blood. PARIVISION is exactly that, in some ways.
And now this begs the question, Kat. Were Heroic, the last place team in Group A, better than Liquid because they took a game off Power yesterday?
Probably right.
Was one group just better? I mean, all right, it's a little bit early to call that, but momentum, we talked about it. Today, it works very much so in PARIVISION's favor with this 2-0.
Oh, I gotta know what that had. What was that? He said something and no one, like, it looks like he learned something. He did the hand to face. What? I didn't even know that. All right, let's go to our winners interview up on the stage.
I do have one of our winners here, DM, joining me. Look, this series, you were able to close it out 2-0, so a little bit faster than your series against Heroic, but did it feel easier to play this against Liquid?
No, I think Liquid is a great team, and I think the way it went to 0 this time is because we worked really well on our mistakes before, so we fixed communication. At least we're trying our best and it's working out. And I think our drafts were on point those games. We got them all drafted 2 games in a row. They need Blitz. ASAP.
So you're calling for Blitz to come back for them there. Well, look, our panel agreed as well. They loved your drafts for this one. But specifically in Game 2, did the position for Doom take you by surprise, or did you actually see that one coming?
We were sure actually it's on position 4. 100% yes. Because it could be position 3, but it's super low likely it's gonna be position 3 after we pick the Razor. So we just knew guy gonna be post 4 eating creeps for Chen. It's the answer, yeah.
And the offlane Terrorblade as well, something that Liquid ran 2 games in a row. You have run it yourself in this tournament and you found some success with it. So why do you think it's worked in the games that you guys picked it up and not so much here? Is it you just have the answers for it already?
To be fair, I think he played really well Game 1. And Game 2, I think he got into hard lane situation, I would say. Because map was going into some brawls. Let's say we're fighting the CA because they got unlucky on first waves, I would say. They got outplayed, and then lane is hard for them, and then Chain going into them. And the TB left 1v1 versus Razor, which he cannot do anything about. And his game is very bad because of it. And then, I mean, I think we just, other heroes were better. Let's say our draft overall is better, that's why TB doesn't seem good. But hero is nice, hero is okay. We won with it, I'm grateful for this hero existing.
Well, you actually have a fantastic hero pool. I've enjoyed watching you play in the offlane. You've picked up Dawn, which I know other people have, the Terrorblade, but you're also doing the Necro and the Centaur here, so you get a little bit of a laugh about it. But what enables you to be able to have such a versatile hero pool and pick things other people aren't? Is this what you're bringing to the table? Is this something that Astini is working on with you guys?
To be honest, I'm just kind of person who, even in free time, playing a lot of Dota, so when you play a lot of Dota, you have some heroes and some opinion about it can be working. And that's how actually Necrophos got enabled, let's say. I mean, some other heroes, of course, I can pick some more. It depends on the draft. I saw this game, I said to Astini, Kentaur is quite good. Some other hero I said is quite good. He's dream game for Kentaur, let's fucking go.
Awesome. Well, DM, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again.
Thank you. Enjoy your day. All the best.
I mean, I fully agree with DM there. The fact that coming into this series, their draft, it is so strong. And we have to remember, they are a team still playing with a standing. On this side of the bracket, there's 2 teams remaining with standings, right? BB have GPK instead of Kiyotaka, and PARIVISION, they've also got Panto instead of Ducatus, right? So it's incredibly impressive that we have 2 teams with standings still performing this well. And to do this against Liquid, I think it takes good strategy, good communication. Again, all the points he was mentioning, it is incredible how, one-sided it kind of felt in this series.
Yeah, well, he did talk about it in that interview that the mistakes or some of their issues that they had, they worked on, and it was communication was the one example he gave, and that could be down to the fact that they have that substitute fear, and it's day one, that is where it gets a little bit messy, and then you're just able to clean it up over time, and you're okay, this just wasn't good, and now it's just kind of clicking for them, and they're getting a 2-0 here over Liquid, who DM had high praise for how they played.
Yeah, I'm starting to get convinced that having a stand-in isn't a bad thing. It feels like teams that have one stand-in seem to do incredibly well. They level up, they're reinvigorated. Of course, you have to relearn a lot of aspects of the game, but maybe that is putting more effort into the game at the same time secretly as well. Like, oh, we just got to give it our all. But either way, yeah, they have a stand-in. It doesn't look like they have a stand-in, and he's playing incredibly well.
He did also talk about DM, the fact that he felt they outdrafted Liquid in both games, that game 1 and game 2. Oh yeah, all right, well, what other areas were PARIVISION able to outdraft Liquid here? Like, what were those aspects, Rhea, in the draft?
The main thing I noticed in the draft was just the lack of, well, first of all, no one absolutely popped off like, holy shit, he did like 74k damage. Like, he was constantly in Liquid's face over and over again. The main thing I noticed when I was watching it was the lack of damage on Liquid's draft when they're in that situation of being behind. We talked about last game how the TB doesn't offer very much when being ran at. His item build this game was pipe into BKB. He was hitting for nothing, essentially. On top of that, you have a Doom and a Pugna dual support. That's also not much damage, especially like Pugna, you're playing him defensively to keep your cores alive. It felt like even when Doom was hitting that ult, they were just fine because the net worth lead was growing and the cores were so tanky and they lacked so much damage. So much came from Nisha and Mickey, and that's why he had to get that Rapier, and that's when it finally looked like, oh, maybe they could turn it around, but it's such a precarious game to play. Really just felt like they had nothing to do in this mid game.
You pick up a Rapier and it's like, sure, you have more damage, but now you have to worry about your positioning a little bit more. T, you're not as bold of jumping in there and you know, relying on your meld to be able to get some extra damage or refraction to take some more damage.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid, they really needed everything to go right in the fight because their lanes didn't go so well, and like they don't really have a comeback, right? Like, how do they get a kill? They need to smoke up with like a Tiny and a Doom, and maybe inside the Avalanche toss and the Doom they get the kill. If not, DM just presses one button anywhere on the map, that Stampede, you run away. It was, for Liquid, it was difficult. And PARIVISION, they kept punishing this, I felt like. I think in this series, there's multiple times that Liquid was kind of by themselves a little bit. They were trying to farm up, trying to recover. And that's where PARIVISION and 4 or 5 heroes would just kind of sweep in and, you know, find that pick or find that kind of way to just explode the game and create that pace that we were referencing from both teams. Again, those high pacing teams, but it feels like PARIVISION, they were the one that actually were able to execute on that pacing.
Yeah, I personally didn't understand like what they were trying to do with the Terrorblade in this draft here. Because like the way
this specific game too, like you could see it in game 1.
Game 1 I could see it a little bit, but there was other issues with their draft there. But I'm just gonna specifically look at game number 2 here, where like you have this Terrorblade. The way I look at this offlane Terrorblade, it allows your team to just keep pushing forward into the fight. It allows one player to go in, and I think it's ideally the carry player that get very farmed. You have a pipe behind you, you have the Sunder safety, but TA doesn't play that way. TA doesn't play in the front ever, right? She plays in the back, very self-sustainable. You are never gonna Sunder a TA in because she plays off her fraction, not off her health pool. So you wanna play with like these gyros, like these Razors, these Lunas, these type of heroes that don't have mobility.
You're also picking TA last pick into a Chen that naturally buys all the armor items. A Centaur that has Stampede to run away from the TA when she blinks in, and then a Razor who wants to static link the TA and can use Stampede to then follow onto it. Like, so it feels like the value of that last pick TA just wasn't as punchy as you kind of want to see from that pick position, and that's why I think DM was so confident in draft, was when they see TA, it's like, wait, you're picking TA into multiple counters. Unless you just really outplay us, then I don't think you should be winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance. Mickey's TA is very infamous. There was a potential chance that we could have seen that TA doing some outplays there, but it just wasn't enough. Still a fantastic series from Liquid. They had those 2-day breaks for them, and maybe it gives us a little bit more conclusion sphere about like, oh, is the momentum beneficial? Is the 2-day break to prepare actually going to help you that much, or is that too much time away?
Hard to say, but it definitely didn't help them. Like, this is a clean 2-0 from PARIVISION. I think whatever they were cooking in the draft aspects like did not work out. I think they took that 2-day break and they really tunnel visioned on this series on just the last day that PARIVISION did play, and they tried to stop their strategies. But unfortunately, PARIVISION, they have more than one strat, clearly. Like, and if you're going to take their strat, and if it's not your also best strat, you're not beating them with it. So tough luck for Liquid. They had a long break, go out 0-2. Very sad, but it is what it is.
It's the way in which you say, you're like, yeah, they had a break, they went 0-2, they're out of it. You know, people get eliminated. There's only room for one winner here.
It's refreshing, right? You know, teams that, how many years have we given them the safety net of you can make mistakes in draft? Go to the lower bracket, you'll have another go, you know? Like, I think teams knowing that, especially if future slams are going to have single elimination, they can't rock up to this tournament with this kind of like relaxed mindset. Oh, I've got 2 days break. It's fine. You know, like you need to make sure that every single draft is like your best draft, as if you are everything's on the line. So I think Liquid, maybe a little bit too relaxed, drafting too creatively in the moment, whilst for PARIVISION, it felt like every single pick was like, this is our prep, this is our identity. And that's where, you know, you need to make sure that everything is going in to make your best draft, especially with this format.
There's also that you want creativity, you want to be able to bring some new things for yourself, but Ray, that was like the perfect amount of creativity it felt for PARIVISION. I asked DM like how he felt about his hero pool at the moment. He's like, I just like trying new things and we make it work. You know, Astini's been helping us a lot to fit it into the draft, and Centaur, whilst, you know, it's not a crazy off-lane hero, like he is played there, he's just very rare when it comes to seeing him in competitive meta.
Centaur is great. I liked it when it came out as a last pick, because what I'd been looking at in Liquid's draft already was, oh, this is weird. Doom's now like a pos 4, and then
that they predicted, by the way. PARIVISION knew that that's where it was going.
It is pretty cool. I mean, they're better than us. They're like pros or something.
But it's like they do it for a living.
Yeah, you look at it and it's like, okay, well, it's way... He's going to be really tanky, right? Like, we're looking at damage issues coming out from Liquid, and that's made harder by the fact that he has a pipe and a Crimson Guard and then buys a heart. Like, he had so much health, it's like you can't get through it. It took them dooming him and then hitting him and throwing him with Tiny multiple times before he finally just freaking died. And now that was just alone. Now put that into a team fight. He played his Centaur really well. His itemization was great. I think Parry in general, T kind of touched on it already. They were just buying crests and greaves and drums and blade mails and glimmer capes. Like, we see these Muertas going Atos so much, but he didn't do that. He just went for Glimmer Force instead, and it's like, we're just making our team unkillable because you can't kill us.
And causing chaos, so trying to do as much damage mitigation as possible. All of these things led to a fantastic and divisive victory there for PARIVISION. Let's have a look at our gauntlet, how it's shaping up, because PARIVISION had their series yesterday. They were in round 2 of the eliminations. They were able to knock out Heroic. Now here, starting off our day, they were able to knock out Liquid. That does put them in the position where they will be going up against BO3, a team that topped their group there. So they faced off before. This is a team that has, you know, they're gonna have to go up against BO3 has had even more days off. PARIVISION potentially gaining even more momentum for themselves, and that's gonna be right there in the semi-finals. T, I feel like you have something you want to say.
Not really, but okay. I can talk if you want. But
no, well, I was going to then transition into the other side of the single elimination
there we
bracket,
go.
The other best of 3 that we still have to see today, and that one's going to be Gaimin Gladiators up against XG, where we could see the same thing. Gaimin Gladiators having a fantastic win for themselves yesterday, and then XG, I don't even know that team half the time. They show up to a LAN T, and it's like, we have a lot of expectations for them. They don't hit them. Then they show up to the next one. We don't have any expectations, and they do really well.
I'll be honest, I didn't have any expectations for them, right? Same. Especially when you look at the names during TI and then post TI, the shuffle that they had, it kind of felt like they'd lost out on a lot of, you know, opportunities with their roster. They didn't qualify to a previous event. They get invited to this event. I was like, okay, this is going to maybe be our round 1 gauntlet team. They could do an upset, might lose round 2. Like, that's what I was expecting. And then they showcased some really good Dota in the group stage. They've blended very well. They've rebuilt their confidence from the not winning that qualifier, you know, weeks ago, just prior to this. So I think that's exactly what you want to see from a team. And I'm happy that I was wrong with my initial gut feel for them. Yeah. So it's we'll see what they can cook up. And clearly the 2-day break hasn't helped Liquid. So I'm hoping Xtreme did approach the 2-day break differently, and we aren't just going to see another, you know, the break and not playing is actually hurting the teams a lot more.
Yeah.
I would love to talk about these 2 teams more. I'd love to get into the nitty-gritty of it, but, you know, we're not ready for that series. Yeah, our players haven't set up their computers. We need a little bit more time. So before we head into our second best of 3 for the day, we're going to head on over to a break.
As we are the only Chinese team in the tournament, we are going to make use of this opportunity to learn as much as we can to improve. I think our biggest competitions are definitely Liquid and Falcons. I don't think we have any expectations. We are just going to take game by game and prepare for every game that comes. I think we are definitely capable of like beating anyone in tournament. It all depends on ourselves. I hope what can be expected is that we play well and we, show something that at its core is the way we've always played Dota, trying to crush people and make the game not close with an added twist.
We always wanted to try to play aggressive as possible.
A lot of what's focused on is specialization and being really very good at the thing you've chosen to do.
All our players are like extremely talented and also hardworking. We always here to win. People get so mad if we lose. Everybody fucking hates that, so we need to win.
Always looking for things that you could have done better and should have done better, and problems and fixing things is how you win. Yeah, there ain't no rest for the wicked, for sure.
We got Gaimin Gladiators distracting us, actually. I thought these guys were supposed to be preparing for a series.
This Quinn guy was flipping me off. I did nothing to warrant it. I did nothing to warrant it.
He just looks like a chill dude just prepping for a series. Hey, man.
It's a chill guy over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, cameraman. Zoom in on him. That's the bad guy.
Well, Gaimin Gladiators are coming up against Xtreme Gaming. This is our second best of 3. I know it might be shocking hearing those words coming out of my mouth that we are starting our second best of 3 before 7 p.m. local time. I didn't think it was possible after how the other 2 days here in the arena have played out. But yeah, it's happened. We've got our second best of 3 before 7 p.m. This one, though, could potentially go all 3 games. We don't really know what Xtreme Gaming is going to pull out, but we do know Gaimin Gladiators. They had a very great date for themselves yesterday. They 2-0'd Falcons. That game number 1, it was close. It was back and forth. They were able to prevail. Game number 2, though, it was just all Gaimin Gladiators. They were extremely dominant in that one and felt like they were relentless fear in the pressure that they put on Falcons.
Yeah, definitely. I think game number 1, they tried to take away the Watson morphing, or game 2, they tried to not give him morphling. Instead, he got a DK. He demolished him. I think that last series, specifically against Falcons, really just showed what Watson can do for this team. He was able to play hard carry 2 times in a row. He got incredibly farmed, became the carry that they wanted to have on this team when they picked him up, and he's starting to slot in very nicely.
Yeah, and we had with the interview with Ace, he's saying obviously, of course, it's not an aura meta. Gaming, when they were so successful, was with the auras. I think now, at least in those 2 games, the Dawnbreaker, the Centaur, he's finding the heroes, which allows him to kind of be in the middle, right? Like, he's not an aura buyer, but he's still tanky enough to enable his team to be that soak, to kind of create moments of brilliance from the, Quinn or Celery or Tofu from behind that. And of course, that's where Watson can choose and, pick and choose what fights he wants. So I think Gaimin are finding their kind of position as a team. It has taken some time, but I think we are, we're a series or 2 away from them being in like really, really strong form.
You're willing to wait a little bit more before we actually coin the...
I want it now.
Yeah. Well, also a series or 2, technically, if they don't do well, they're eliminated, and that series then pushes to the next tournament.
Yep.
But
well, actually, it's next year because they didn't qualify for the next tournament that rounds out this year. So.
Yeah, it's fine. So
this is actually a pretty big
their
lifeline
last
for
chance. There you
for
go.
this calendar year. It really, truly is for them to be able to prove themselves. So there is a lot that is riding on it. They want to advance as far as they can, but Raya, it's finally working for them. The way that they're drafting is not all eggs in one basket. It's felt that in previous tournaments, they draft to a point where, okay, Quinn has to pop up, okay, Ace has to pop off. And it's very easy to find out who you have to shut down. But with what we saw yesterday, it wasn't as straightforward as that. All 3 cores had the potential and had a spike that really carried them through the game.
Yeah, before we hype them up.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm gonna contrast it, right?
Okay.
The games that they had that were rough in the group stage, it felt like when one core was really shut down, they didn't really know how to bring his game back. And we saw a little bit of passiveness as they sort of were like, well, maybe we can farm back into it. Oh, I don't really know. We're not bringing enough heroes to one thing or committing hard to an idea to push back into the game. And then they would just fall behind and lose. But you take that to yesterday, it felt like they did have a clear idea of what they wanted to do. They were being very active on their supports. I think they knew exactly how to enable Watson, and when they hit his timings, they were then very active in their smoke ganks and their movements, bringing him into it, getting the Roshans on time. And they felt very clean and like they had a direction, and I liked seeing it, and I'm very excited to see it again.
We're hoping we see that as well too.
Yeah, and I think game 2 is kind of what Ray is kind of highlighting. I think game 1 there was a little bit more like they are backed against the wall, right? They lost all their towers, but I think it's like the understanding.
Do you want to run that stat again, by the way? Losing all your towers pre-23 minutes?
Yeah, 23 minutes if you lose all out of tier 1 and tier 2 towers. There's only 6% have won from that position.
What about 24 minutes?
I don't know, we had to run the stats. That's completely different field. Why would you even ask that?
Then a 10% win rate. There we go. Cool, it goes up. But no, like, the fact that like in game 1, Gaimin had to showcase like their belief as a team in how to get to the winning position because they had lost so much. And if we looked at the group stage, they didn't really have that. And they did that in that first game. And I think that kind of ignited their kind of confidence in that style. And they perfected it, it felt like, in game 2. And I think it's very cheap to maybe say perfected it from game 1 to game 2. But and in this format, like, you need to see that improvement. I think that game 2 playstyle of having like strong lanes, happy to rotate, bring the DK in early, not just farm, like that was the kind of the blend of new and old gaming that we want to see. And it's kind of probably the journey and kind of the destination of this team when they get to their kind of top form. But they done it in one game. And I'm happy from that one game.
Game 1.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, I thought they were sick in game 1. Okay. I understand. Like, you are right that they had to give up a lot, but I also really liked that Dawnbreaker gameplay from Ace.
100%.
And like the fact that they were very much focusing their heroes to the top lane to play around him, and he was also coming around to mid. Like, there was, whilst they lost a lot, I felt like they understood who was strong and who to play around, and like that's kind of the key stuff I was looking for, because it is what enabled them to reach a mid-game point where they hit their Morphling butterfly timing, and then they were able to go and play for that smoke for Roshan when they had the daytime point,
the innate
right?
Dawnbreaker.
Like, it just felt very good.
Argument against the stats a little bit.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because
So not the panelists, but the stats.
Yeah, sure. Nox will love me for this one, but I think in general, like that statistic was like drawn from like previous patches too, right?
No, this patch.
Just only this patch.
Yeah.
Okay, then Fear is not going to say.
I'm still gonna do it though.
You got this.
So far at this tournament, I've noticed that scaling seems to be outweighing like drafts that are tempo, right?
100%.
So like even if you are in a position where you are ahead, you're taking towers, you have a net worth advantage, it feels like the teams that if they don't have to scale, they're eventually losing. And the teams that have the tempo, they're not really closing the games, right? So that's why heroes like these Morphlings, these DKs, and Alchemists are super popular right now, because at some point you usually do have the scale. And that's what kind of happening in these games here. And I think that's where Gaimin is winning a lot of their games as well. They're not the one tempoing anymore. They're picking more for the scale, and it's working out for them, and they're finally figuring that out, I guess.
A playstyle that Watson likes, something that has brought him success in other teams, and now it feels like it's finally transitioning over to Gaimin Gladiators as well. And I was able to catch up with him just before this series. Watson, thank you for joining me. You guys had a very successful day yesterday. How did you reset and, you know, prepare yourself for coming into today?
We just talking about Dota, and we played scrims like good. So I think we prepared better than last our games.
All right, that's awesome to hear. I know there's a lot of discourse online about, you know, you joining Gaimin Gladiators and about the mixed results. Has that affected you at any point in the last few months, or are you like, I don't think about it, and the team's been really supportive?
It's only, for me, it's only the start of the season. So I think we will improve and do better like next tournaments.
But next tournament, you're already counting this one out, or?
Blast, of course.
All right, that's the confidence I like to hear. Do you feel like you're finding your groove when it comes to the carry meta? Because, you know, we're seeing people play the TB, right? We've even seen you play it and it's not really working out. Is this just a misjudgment of how strong this hero is, or is that just you trying to find out what works for you personally?
I was just trying to play TB, but it doesn't work. But it's my favorite hero.
So what about him doesn't work as a carry, but could work as an offlaner?
Because like on a carry TB you stay against this strange offlaners and your reflection is not working, but on an offlane you just stay against agility heroes who just kill them like with reflection, so offlane is just better.
And I guess while you're on the topic of talking about heroes, what about Alk? You know, he got a little bit of a change in the recent patch, and now we're seeing it first phase picks, first phase bans. Do you guys also place a pretty high priority on it, and something you would want to play?
I don't like strange heroes, but I can play Alk. Like, well, I can play all these strange heroes, but I like agility more.
All right, well, Watson, thank you so much for joining me, and good luck today.
Thank you.
I forgot that that's how he ended the interview there. He was unsure. He's like, do I say something? Do I just walk off? But he was able to give us some fantastic insight there about the team, how he's slotting in, but also just this weird meta, because it was a very small patch sphere coming into this one, and so it did...
To the untrained eye.
So, whoa, okay, well then I'm the untrained eye. Tell me, teach me.
I mean, to his agility heroes like Medusa and Luna, big nerfs, actually. We haven't seen them even once, and I was checking Dota 2 Pro Tracker as well. Those heroes went from, you know, above 50% win rates, like 45% win rates, like almost unpickable at this point. So that's a big reason why some of these Alchemist DK heroes that were also slightly nerfed, I mean, DK was untouched, but Alchemist got a slight mana nerf, and they buffed the other fast that no one's going to go anyway. It doesn't really matter anymore. Those heroes are going to be top of the tier now. So the agility heroes that he does like, unfortunately, TB, still a good hero, but now it's an offlaner. He doesn't get to play his favorite heroes. He should be happy though. He still has Morphling. That hero is still top tier. He enjoys it. And
yeah, it's S tier. I feel like if you're going to get any of them remaining, he's very lucky that it's Morphling. But the carry matchup, what he's going to have to go up against on the side of Xtreme Gaming is Low, who's had an outstanding...
I love him.
Do you? Do you actually?
Yeah, I do.
There's not a lot of things you love in the world, so I have to make sure.
I love my family, of course.
Of course.
And then I love Low. And
there's only two things he needs in life: his family and Low.
What about me? I'm your child, right?
Yeah. Anyway, it's about Low.
Yes.
So basically, I just like how innovative he is. Already at this tournament, this is a man that's not afraid to step outside of the box, right? He'll play like Lifestealers, Ursas, and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I think that's the big thing for Xtreme coming into this series is they have drafts that they just look nice, right? Like they've got an outline up, but they've got the aggression of a Timber and a Storm to enable it. Then they have like an Ursa carry that you're mentioning, but they've got like a mid Veno and then an off-lane Doom, so just overwhelming damage, right? Every single draft, it feels like if they get a little bit of a lead at any stage of the game, they're going to be able to take that next fight. Like unlike the drafts we saw from Liquid, where it's like, maybe at 20 minutes they just fall apart. Like their drafts feel kind of like they're bulletproof for any stage, and I think that's exactly what you want when you're in single elimination, when you're in best of ones, because you feel like you don't have to overplay your hand.
A team that's not afraid to pick up some interesting heroes as well, Rhea. We were treated to XG's first game being the Venomancer.
Oh my god.
And you have waited days to be able to bring up the XM Veno. Literally 3 days you've been waiting to be able to talk about this on panel.
It was so sick. He completely dodged the mid lane and just cut waves. He was playing against Malreen's Pango, I want to say, and
yes,
it was essentially at level 2, he was able to walk past the tower and take the creeps and then just pull them into the enemy's triangle and then farm the hard camp there before circling back around and just doing it again. The fact that you're able to do it with such low levels is insane to me. Like, they were dying really fast because you get this facet, the Plague Carrier, right? And you're just putting 100 wards on your back and they are just doing insane amounts of damage. So your farming was crazy. Like, when the other mid laners like got 40 or 40 CS, he has like 70.
I mean, imagine if he didn't make a lot of mistakes doing it too, how farmed he could have been. Because I remember he started cutting the wave, he missed the range creep. He didn't finish the big camp.
Yeah, that one was the biggest. That was early as well when he did that one. It was just like, oh, one creep left.
But even with that, right, he still gets so incredibly farmed. So he can even polish up a little bit. And that's something that potentially they could bust out this series.
I mean, it is a specialty of XM. He used it for DPC on like eHome, Dawn Gaming, but he didn't play it for around 10 months. So it's kind of like, surprise, it is still my specialty. I can still play it.
And he has facets now.
And yeah, he has facets, which is upsetting because like, he didn't really utilize it during like the facet and when it was actually broken. He kind of was like, you know what, I accept that it's good, but I'm not going to go near it, and now he's back with it. But
are you talking about like the old cheese mid Veno, where you like just play around Gale?
That's pretty much what he was.
It's such a different hero now. It's like
completely different.
He used to be like Viper, and now he's more like a primal beast, right? Where he's just like dragging waves and getting incredibly farmed. It's very cool to see like heroes make a transition basically into a completely different type of hero.
Yeah, because as well, the fact that you're able to load these up on your back and just take them with you, it meant that when they brought supports mid to try and deal with him to stop him from farming the triangle, he just transitioned to the other side of the map and farmed that side of the jungle, and then from there he's able to quickly rotate top, and then he's ganking and now they're getting a kill. Like, being able to be Veno and actually be mobile and moving around the map, and you have that just ready to go, awesome to see. I really liked how he played it. I think his itemization ended up being stuff like Blink and Force. I think he wanted to be able to move around in the fight because that's the weakness of Venno, right? He is really squishy. If you just jump him, he just explodes and dies. So he was just making sure his positioning in team fights was top tier to be able to do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, when you want to play Venno, or when you play Venno as a support, which he has been many times, it's like, okay, as long as I get my spells off, it's fine. It doesn't matter if I die in a fight. But, you know, when you're a core, it's a completely different way that you want to be able to play there. Moving on from just those specific heroes and what we have seen in the past, how exactly are Xtreme Gaming playing as a team? How are we seeing them find more success just outside of these hero picks?
I think they've been drafting really good scaling and teamfight ultimates as a whole, right? A lot of the time we look at Chinese teams and they like to look at the whole picture when they put a draft together. They make sure they have like their Phoenixes, they love these heroes, and their Tides, whatever it might be, just to make sure you have an answer for any problem at any stage of the game. So typically they got a carry that can take you through late game, team fight to bring you there. Sometimes their weakness might be in the early game because they do like to lean on heroes like Phoenix, for example. But yeah, I think overall they're just like a well-rounded package.
Yeah, I think Gaimin of the past would be able to deal with this quite easily because, you know, high-paced lineups like to deal with the scaling, but the fact that we're seeing gaming shift more towards the triple farming core, play on the bigger timings, that is going to allow Xtreme to kind of, I think, muscle up into this series. And I actually don't know who I favor. I think Trajectory puts gaming in a better position.
Did you just read my mind? Because I was actually going to ask you that.
I did. you have
I
like,
have not asked you guys at all in any other series.
Yeah, there we go. Again.
But if you had to pick a team, very quickly, I want to ask you guys. Just say a team, any team. You have to pick one.
If I have to pick gaming very slightly.
Xtreme for the tension.
Oh.
I was hoping you both choose the same so I could be contradictory.
No, I beat you to it.
Now I don't know.
I'll just give you Gaimin Gladiators there,
I want to be
right?
wrong, though. I want to be wrong.
I'm just asking you guys because it's very easy for me to ask more opinions, and we got our casters as well. We can ask them who they're favoring in this series. It's Owen and Lacoste.
Thank you very much, Natty. Yeah, Lacoste, what do you make of this one? I think we're going to have a lot of fun between these two teams, but who would you consider is coming in as the favourites from what we've seen so far this tournament?
I think I need to see more of Xtreme Gaming because this team seems to be like very spicy when it comes down to certain picks, what they want to play, but as a squad, I didn't have much expectations coming into this tournament, and I would say that they're doing really well. I think they kind of slipped under many people's radar because they had 3-1, and now they had in the group stages, and now they had 2 days to prepare for Gaimin Gladiators. They didn't know exactly who they're playing, but Gaimin also surprised me a lot yesterday, the way they played against Falcons. They were very aggressive. I think this is going to be battle pretty much between two Suns. We have Watson and we have Polo Sun on the other side.
That is
Who's
true.
going to be the favorite Sun in this?
We're absolutely going to find that out. And I think indeed you touched upon a very good point there. If you're Xtreme Gaming, maybe indeed Gaimin Gladiators wasn't the team that you've been preparing for, because looking at that other side of the run of the bracket before you probably expected Falcons to get it if you're XG. So the question is, how ready are they for Gaimin Gladiators? We're going to be able to find out, especially when it comes to the draft, as ladies and gentlemen, the Game 1 draft has begun.
The biggest question I have is we've already seen the 2-day break. I asked you this in the first draft. 2-day break, you were like, you know what, I want to be in Liquid's position.
Right.
They're now gone. Do you still now want to be in Xtreme's position with that break, with that additional time? Do you think they've harnessed the break a little bit better potentially?
I mean, I'm always going to be one of the team that wins the group stage, right?
Yep.
I'd rather be in BB teams and Tundra's position, to be honest with you.
Oh, that wasn't the question.
But yes, I'd rather be further along than have to fight my way and claw my way back. But I also wouldn't want to have my team get complacent either. Maybe that's a little bit what Liquid did. I don't think that is what happened to Liquid. I think they just had the wrong read on what they should have done in that series. But this isn't the Liquid game. This is XG Gaimin Gladiators here. Hopefully XG, they've got a better read this time going around, but we're gonna have something similar. The Terrorblade will be appearing as the first pick overall for Gaimin.
And with the interview from Watson, of course, he's mentioning the laning of Terrorblade, right? When we think about why he's popular, it is reflection, turning the enemy core against themselves. Strength
Stop
heroes,
hitting yourself.
Exactly. Agi heroes, they hate punching themselves in the face, but strength heroes, they brush it off. So I'd like to think that this is just the offlane Terrorblade. I really don't see the value of going to carry, unless it's like maybe like Chen type lineups against you where you just beef up eventually and you never die, but it's so rare that a Terrorblade carry game looks good within the draft.
Well, the value of it, as we saw Watson in the interview, is it's his favorite hero, so Watson gets to have fun.
Sure,
There's the value, but he even recognized himself it's better in the off lane. we heard it earlier. So unless he was really trying to throw a
use the interviews
on us here, most likely Gaimin will be putting this into the offlane. Pugna will be the response.
That actually did happen before. It wasn't like a South American team kept tweeting about Wisp or something, or they like did a tweet about like their scrims and it had Wisp in the picture, which they photoshopped, and then their opponents actually banned Wisp because they baited them. So maybe
mind games.
There's a lot of mind games in the history of Dota.
And the player, oh, never mind. Just kidding. That's Slacks and Rayo.
I feel so bad. I feel so bad for the teams now, right?
Yeah.
Because Slacks is now co-streaming in the same room as the players. I have no idea.
Anyway, above our pay grade here, but moving on, we have Nog abandoned the first phase as well. Storm coming out as the last ban here, which means let's see what Xtreme wants to do. Right now, I haven't seen any crazy pairings with Terrorblade. I'm currently leaning towards enjoying mainly these immobile carries that can just frontline. So TB can sit in the back line, do the damage. If the frontline carry does get low, you can keep him running just by using that pipe, using that thunder. So far, that's looked kind of OP. If you don't have that frontliner, I'm not entirely sure what this TB is supposed to be doing as an offlaner.
I think the additional layer to that is not only the front line, but you need a hero that has the pick-off, right? So then your fight is, we kill one hero, we frontline the rest of the fight, and then Terrorblade spamming reflection from the back line, basically acting as like support level positioning, right? Like your offlaner is not meant to be up front, and that's what you need to respect when you go for offlane Terrorblade.
But do we like that better as the frontliner being the carry or the mid laner?
It could be a combination of double supports plus mid lane, or I think we could probably debate many different variations, but
sure.
As long as there is a front line,
yeah. All right, and these are some heroes that I haven't seen together a lot, but they do make a lot of sense. I see them against each other a lot. I see them in the ban stage a lot, but Pugna and Morta definitely making an appearance here towards the tail end of this tournament here, more in the bans and the picks.
Well, we've seen the pacing of Pugna, right? From the laning phase, you get to break down the map with the Never Blast. Muerta crushes the offlane, it feels like. I feel like Muerta is now one of the strongest position fours with the dead shot, with the calling, like constant ways to facilitate a good lane for offlane. If you throw these heroes together on the map, you're going to take kills and towers together.
So I feel like there's just like a constant rotation between like Hoodwink, Dark Willow,
Lion,
Morta, and like who is stronger at laning at that moment will be in the meta. But yeah, we definitely have Morta coming up here, showing into the draft here. And this is a hero that was incredibly popular yesterday, specifically. The Magnus making it into the pool. This one was, you know, even viable in the first phase in a lot of cases here. But we do have the Terrorblade with Enchantress. That's potentially could be their safe lane. We talked about not wanting to see Terrorblade in the carry lane, but when you have a Magnus on the field, which direction are we going? Do we want for sure Terrorblade in the off lane, Mag being the flex to the mid and carry? I know Watson can play both, so we'll see.
Yeah, I think it's on Xtreme to at least see what's happening. I mean, right now, they can go for... Actually, what do they want in the off lane? Because right now, I think...
Quinn Mag, is that in the cards?
It could be on the cards.
Yeah.
I don't know how excited I am
Not really
to say
in his
out loud.
wheelhouse,
No,
so to speak, but it is something that maybe he feels confident to do. I think Gaimin is going through a period where they're transitioning their playstyle a little bit, and when that does happen, I think every player has to do their part to expand.
Okay, the question here, they need to pick two cores. So it's like, they need like the Mars type offlane or the Timbersaw, but it's banned, plus a core that either flexes between mid and carry, or is just very stable. Like yesterday, we were talking about Gyrocopter being that hero. Alchemist is that hero, DK is, but of course they get banned in first phase.
New Timber?
But Timber is banned.
Oh, Timber is banned.
Yeah. So
otherwise, that would have been great, of course.
But that's where the logic is. Like, they either pick the offlane that's super strong for them, which has been the Mars, the Timbers that were mentioned.
Yeah.
Or a core has to accept that there is no flex, and I need my hero now. Against the Terrorblade in lane, Ursa does pretty fine. And also against Magnus,
does not care about reflection.
Does not care about reflection. Against Magnus, you then have like Ags build. And you're able to kind of muscle up into that big team fight. So yeah, I'm not opposed to it. I like that it kind of counters both the flex of gaming and a primal. So that is the offlane that they're going for. But instead of picking the mid to carry flex, they're going for like a mid to offlane flex, right? Primal can live in both lanes. They have last pick in the draft. I actually kind of like this. I overlooked the Lu Ursa, but it was very strong in their series.
I mean, when Ursa's not in meta, there's always one man who will pick it. It is Low. He loves his Ursa. He's the only Ursa player at this tournament that is still alive. So I think right now this is a really good Ursa game overall. I think Ursa can fight into TB, whether it's a carry or an offlaner. It also is very good versus Magnus, so looks good.
He buys MKB if it is a carry Terrorblade against the Butterfly. And I think if anything, Ursa feels good because the games are going longer. Right, like you are one of the few heroes that has to buy Battle Fury. You either need a Blink and maybe a BKB, then a Basher. It's like you're always looking for that next item, but you need the Battle Fury. So against like the TI meta, this post-TI meta, the games are still too quick for Ursa to feel good. So I think now, with how gaming is picking 2 farming cores, Ursa has a lot of life. And coming into Blast Slam, a lot of pause 4 players, Ari, Saxter, they were playing the Mag in the 4 position, but it's not happened at all. Like they had really good win rates on it, going for like reverse RP, pushing people back. It was really kind of like quirky stuff, but it seemed to never leave the pubs. It seemed to never really bleed into the pro play. Not saying we're going to see it here.
One reverse polarity went wrong.
There we go, yeah. That one double down and never again we've seen it.
Sometimes that happens.
I like to bring it up though, just because it was so popular for a very brief period of time.
Nothing's impossible here. Like we've already seen Earthspirit pos 5, right? And if we've seen that, we saw Doom position 4 as well. So Mag position 4 does not sound too crazy at all. So it definitely has
played it.
Some possibility as we check that one. We're gonna go through the bans real quick. Xtreme will ban Morphling to make sure that Watson does not get that one of his better agility heroes here. And then Puck is banned on the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
It is Tofu's most played hero right now in pubs. 9 matches of the reverse RP, 77.8% win rate. It is on the cards, and I mean, Gaimin have to show us something. Obviously, they're not going to have last pick, but Xtreme, they don't care about this flexibility. They respect Watson. They respect the fact that they kind of need the big scaling, especially with the Morphling and Monkey King bans. Like, you don't really want to put Mag or Terrorblade as your carry into the Ursa. So if I was gaming, I think I would be looking towards a carry to fix some of the problems of this pressure of the Ursa, the Pugna, the Primal.
I mean, it's a really sick, nasty Weaver game, but I don't think the hero's strong right now as a carry. But like, Ursa's almost unplayable against it. Supports are terrible against it. Primal has a hard time in lane against it.
Would you be worried that it puts gaming into a position of playing a style that they haven't really had success with yet? Like
absolutely. I think the hero's good, but I don't think it's good for them.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I just as a carry player, it's like I want to play Weaver type of reaction, right? Like that'd be a hero for me, not necessarily for Watson. I think for Watson, he definitely is eyeballing different heroes in the situation. Could be the Slark potentially. I don't know. That is something he likes to play. I do like that matchup against Primal. Some like it the other way around. Templar Assassin. I mean, versus Ursa, yes. Versus Pugna, no.
Yep.
Versus Morta, no. And versus Primal, not really.
Yeah. That lane doesn't... I mean, Primal Morta is a pretty decent lane against it,
It could be very good.
I feel like whoever gets level 2, level 3 first and get to utilize those power spikes will probably control the lane.
Yeah, right? I mean, essentially, like, the lane works this way. Like, either TA has you constantly low health and you can't do anything, or you're caught out of position on TA and you're just 100 to 0.
Yeah, exactly. So, mid lane or off lane, but they go for Sand Ooh, that is just such a tanky front line from Xtreme. Like, once these items start kicking in, you're going to have Bloodstone and Shivas.
Oh, mid TA, actually. Invoker? Watson, are we going to get it? Are we going to get the carry Invoker? Hold?
Yeah, it's me carry Invoker and then Tofu on the Magnus.
Hold.
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 I refuse to speak. Gaimin pick.
It could definitely be Tofu Invoker too, and Watson Magnus.
Come on now. Let me use the Mag pub stat for support one time.
And we'd also get treated with Watson Invoker. It's a win-win. So I think we're both siding for the same thing here, but Inch hasn't been picked either by Celery, so.
True.
Does that throw a spanner in the works here?
I did actually. I was casting some like national Dota the other week, and they played the Philippines. They played CML, picked Carry Enchantress.
Are they gonna random?
Maybe. There's drama has unfolded here.
But that brings a question here. We will be remaking because there has been a mispick.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Okay.
So we're not gonna get to see the Celery Magnus and the Tofu Inch. I mean, why don't they just go with this? This looks cool.
Yeah.
I think Quinn just saw TA. I want to play TA.
No. If anything, if Celery and Tofu swapped, I'd be happy. I mean, gaming realistically, they still have a lot of problems to deal with here, right? So before we think about the mispick and all this stuff, Xtreme. The reason why their draft is strong is they have Primal with BKB, high armor. He can frontline against a TA once he gets online. Sand King, Yules, Bloodstone, additional ways to soak through that initiation and then survive. Gaming's damage is over time, right? Especially because this Magnus potentially is in a support position. Terrorblade, that's reflection, damage over time. Invoker, Alacrity, right clicks, damage over time. TA, again, physical damage. You need just 15, 20 seconds of an engagement and Xtreme. They have the heroes to tank up, especially with Pugna with the life drain, Ursa with Enrage and Aghanims. Like, I would be a little bit worried for Gaimin if you allow Xtreme to get into this game to feel confident, 2-3 big core items on their, their core heroes. This is where it becomes more the execution of the fight. How do you do it? Because it's going to get so hard, I feel like. I don't know if you agree with me on that one, but the scaling goes to Xtreme, is what I'm saying.
I would... So who do you think is playing what to go with that one? Or does it not matter?
Are we going back towards Gaimin?
Yeah, like... do you not care who's playing what in that situation? Because like,
I need Invoker to be mid lane.
Okay.
Because I think if Invoker isn't active on the map, then they have only farming heroes, right?
Sure.
So Invoker safe lane, it's farming. TA mid, farming. TB off lane, farming. And then you're giving free access to the items that I don't want Xtreme to get to, right?
Yeah.
The only hero that can make moves is Invoker from mid to get the early levels, to be Quaswex, and play with Enchantress. So maybe the mispick was Quinn taking TA.
Yeah.
Muscle memory, he's a pub player, he wants to try and get rank 1. TA. So
that's what I said, I was like, TA, ooh, I want that.
Yeah, exactly. So I think realistically, Quinn to mid lane on Invoker is a way to deal with the farm. EMP gets Sand Primal Ursa, it's going to just
so you're with Xtreme then, right?
Yeah.
And does that mean the Magnus 4, even though Tofu has a really good win rate out in pubs, is it not going to get the job done? That's like the big question here, right?
The thing with the Mag in the 4 role, it's really strong at displacing your positioning, right? Like you jump into a fight, heroes go to your right, heroes go to your left. So now on the left-hand side of my screen, people now need to re-enter the fight. And on the right-hand side, my team kills them off. So the question is, does the Magnus have heroes that can collapse quickly onto this very split positioning, right? The Pugna, let's say he's life draining. That's going to get broken every single reverse RP if Tofu is playing it in that support position. Which then is like, Invoker, TA, they can, Sunstrike, they can quick blink from TA Maelstrom. They have the tools to utilize the Magnus, but it just feels so item dependent and timing dependent.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely on Xtreme side as far as the draft goes. I think.
Oh, so this entire time you were on Xtreme side. I feel like you were making me have to state a case. I was panicking. I was like, I thought you were about to be I love gaming's draft. It's amazing, but you're wrong. And then you just agree with me.
I was just curious on like before I agreed or disagreed.
I'm reaching
with your point on like where you thought each puzzle piece was being.
Yeah,
put,
so
right.
Like again, I think it's harder for gaming. But it's really, if they win this game, it's going to be really cool spell usage, right? It's going to be a lot of like high skill, quick movement, but for Xtreme.
I'm just looking at like the team fights, right? Like TA is going to be right clicking. You also have like this Invoker plus TB. They're just kind of like ranged right clickers at some point in the game. You're either gonna have a pipe online, maybe you'll have a Crimson to deal with this, and then you have multiple forms of initiation here with the Sand King, with the Primal. They're gonna get easy setups on top of these heroes here. And then this backline, I don't know what you're gonna do against them. Like this Morta and Pugna have a free game here, the way I look at it. They're gonna keep casting spells in the backline here. So how do you even burst this Ursa?
And again, right now, of course, we are delayed right now due to mispick. I think we'll see what's happening shortly.
I personally think that right now is a very grateful time if you are on Gaimin Gladiators, because it isn't so often where you mispick and you get a remake here. So counting their lucky stars here, because if they didn't get a remake here, this draft could have looked very ugly for them. But for the integrity of the tournament, I do like the fact that we're getting a nice little remake here, and we get to see two teams play at their full level here. I think these two teams right now going into this potential game one, like it might be a lot of fighting. I think the laning stage can be super important for gaming, but outside of the laning stage, they're gonna have other issues that are gonna be present, and I think that's gonna be gaming's mid-late game. I think that is something that is gonna have to be solved by a very strong and aggressive early game.
Okay, so Quinn is playing the Invoker as we expected. Yeah, okay, so
I mean, everything got. The reason why we saw like the hesitance is like we saw the Invoker, or sorry, the TA get picked right away, then the TB, and then Watson's like, No, my 2 heroes.
They're all gone.
They're all gone.
Like, you know, Watson's kind of a scapegoat right now for gaming. It's like, you're too greedy of a core player, you know. Quinn's trying to force him onto the active hero. No, come on, buddy, be more active. We need you to be active.
I'm taking your 2 favorite heroes. You get
nothing
left.
But yeah, so that is the only thing. Tofu is playing the Magnus. Quinn is playing the Invoker. Watson on the Templar Assassin. The game is slowly loading in, so we'll be getting to the casters soon. I think, you know, Fear and I have had plenty of time to try and talk about everything.
Not yet.
Not yet. I mean, true. We could also just do the cast if you want. We'll just never. What if
you
we
know,
never
that's a
send?
great idea.
We
what if
never,
we never
send
send
it.
We broke the system.
We broke the system. Well, the production says the game's ready, but what if we don't? No, we're joking. All right. Anyway, either way, sending it off to getting it right. It's OD Pixel and Lacoste. Yes! Woo!
Did it together.
I get it ready.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it's time to get into the action here between Xtreme Gaming and Gaimin Gladiators. We're finally in Lacoste. Everybody's been able to successfully select the hero they want to play.
Yeah,
it's pretty difficult.
It is. It is hard. You know, you choose a hero. You're like, I gotta pick that straight away. But yeah, there's not gonna be any RRP shenanigans coming out from position 4 Magnus. It's just gonna be standard. He does have pretty high win rate when it comes down to pub win rate. So he has 77% chance of winning the game on his Magnus out of 9 games, which is pretty impressive. I think one of the issue is he's playing with the offlane TB. These 2 heroes, they are relatively squishy. They have quite a high armor, of course. We are talking about Terrorblade, but not a killer lane by any means. Like, even though it's Ursa, also not the strongest laner, I'm looking at the whole lineup as well. This lineup from Xtreme Gaming is very easy to execute. And I also... Seeing Niu on Primal Beast, that's one of his better overall heroes. This guy is always playing well when he's on Blink Initiator, when he's playing his Legion Commanders, Axes, Sankings, his Mars as well. So anything that can go in, and look at the beefiness. I'm also a little worried for the damage that they have on side of Gaimin. Magnus, he doesn't provide you with much damage. Neither does Enchantress. She needs to build up, you know, get a couple of items. You have some explosive damage from Templar Assassin, Invoker, sure, but the other 3 heroes, they don't do much.
Yeah, and I think your policy on this Pugna is going to cause a lot of issues with potential decrepify saves when it does come to Gaimin Gladiators using that limited damage to try and focus someone. So we'll see how Gaimin's able to play this one out. And overall as well, you're talking about one of the heroes that's kind of rising up this tournament. You know, this offlane Terrorblade. We had it 2 times today already. Obviously, Liquid running it. They weren't able to get a win with it either times. We have, of course, seen it on other days. Look very good. Where do you stand at the moment with these TB offlane picks?
I think I'm starting a haters club. Everybody who doesn't like TB as much as I do is willing to join. Only you have to pay $20 monthly subscription, and then we can discuss on Discord why we hate him. We can post some memes on top of it. I don't know. I feel like this hero is not doing really much. It mostly acts as a support. You are building into support items as well, because you are building into pipe. Pipe definitely necessary. Most of the damage on side of Xtreme Gaming, at least early on, is going to be magical. So that's a good thing. The way you want to play the hero is keep the distance, pop some reflection, get a Sunder on your core. But in terms of damage, like, you're not really providing that much. It's going to pretty much be throughout the whole game some reflection. And if this hero gets shut down, he doesn't play so well from behind.
I'll see Pollison being nice and annoying here, trying to mess with Ace and Tofu, as of course Tofu did bring that wave round, got it to meet behind the towers. They don't want to directly play the lane head-to-head right now, and we're seeing why, because of just how infuriated the blasts coming out from this Pugna are for Ace on the Terrorblade on the first early levels. Mid lane matchup so far, we've got 9-1 against the 9-1. What do you sort of expect out of these 2 from the mid lane?
I don't think anyone is going to die. We saw some solo kills when it comes down to Lina matchups in the mid lane. It was also Razor against Lina, where Maureen got a kill on Quinn the other day, but didn't manage to like transition that into anything. This time around, I think it's going to be much more farm-oriented, especially for XM. Maybe dragging some creep waves as well, trying to get some extra farm. But yeah, should be pretty even.
Yeah, so far so good. Top lane. Got Watson on his safe lane TA, 8-4 against 7-2. So it's going to be down bottom. Pollison's going to be able to get that first blood with the blast. I mean, it's, you know, we saw earlier why Tofu was trying to make this pull and try and get the creeps not to meet in the lane itself. Because playing the lane against this Pugna and this Ursa, it's not something that these 2 from Gaimin want to do.
Yeah, I think the side lanes are going to be much difficult. It's going to need to be Quinn who makes rotations, because Templar Assassin does not want to really join early on. Maybe there's going to be some rotation from Enchantress to the mid lane to try to make something happen. But this Primal Beast, also, you're lacking damage. The hero is not going to die. And when he hits level 3, which he's very close to, I do expect him to play aggressive. Blood Grenade, a lot of slow coming out from that, plus the Ghost from Huerta should be enough to grab a kill.
And what do you sort of make from XG side of things? What do you make of them going for the Ursa halfway through the draft? It seems to be a carry, this meta, this patch, that not a lot of teams are looking to run. I think you've asked for it in some of the drafts where you felt that it looked good. Do you think this overall has ended up looking pretty good for an Ursa gameplay?
Yeah, looks pretty good. This is the hero that has a lot of backup as well behind him. And also, like, look at what DB's doing. It is definitely a counter. They also used it when they played against Falcons, and he looked pretty good. Not a lot of players would be creative enough and brave enough to pick Ursa.
Paulison. I'm hoping maybe seeing if he can start something onto him, but not easy as Ace is just constantly being sort of harassed back by low on the Ursa. And there we have it. So most pro Enchantress game, Celery. He's in that top spot. Because they had that whole period Gaimin Gladiators where his Enchantress was pretty much unbeatable. You had to come in and ban it. And of course, in terms of win streaks though, Snake King definitely had the hottest one there. Obviously not in the tournament anymore, but I believe did go out on a loss where he was not playing Ench. So his Enchantress win streak is still intact. He'll be able to continue that next tournament, Snake King.
Yeah, and 5 out of those 7 are TI winners. So if you're playing Enchantress, if you're a spammer, you have pretty high chances of winning a TI. PYW is going to be able to TP out, and he's TPing out to his tier 2 tower. PYW has been pretty impressive so far in the tournament. I would say when he was playing Clockwork 2 times, I believe, he was super greedy, very aggressive. I also like the itemization, picking up the shard from Tormi, getting 4 staff, getting drums, and then he starts to scale, getting some bigger items. Going for that Aghanim Scepter, and I think if you want to go greedy, Huerta is probably one of the better heroes as well. Problem with this lane in the bottom, I think you're given complete free farm to Ursa. You cannot stop him, Ursa. Like, there are no silences, there are no real stuns in this game, so Ursa's going to have a pretty good time.
Yeah, it's still going to be the case so far, no doubt about it. And yeah, as you said with PYW, ooh, Tofu. He's going to try and get him on the cliff, but he just jumped straight down.
Hey, he forgot.
Easy kill. Yeah, look at that. He can't cliff this, man. You try and get him up high, but he gets back down low. It's low.
Yeah, he wants to be on low ground.
He does. Look at that.
That was a bit of a weird move. I mean, he could have just skewered away and maybe go for a heal, but yeah, pretty simple, pretty easy kill.
He won't be doing that. He won't be trying to cliff him again. He's learned his lesson, Tofu. Well, don't do that. At this point, not a lot that Celery could do. Stop you from messing around this side of the map. It's very beefy as the Primal.
I think that's going to be the name of the game for Gaimin. They're not going to be able to achieve much with their heroes. It's going to be more about counter initiation, the same way that they played yesterday when they had Dawnbreaker against Falcons, where they waited for a really long time for Falcons to go on them, and then they counter initiated. But this time around, it's going to be much more difficult, I would say. Overall, this is quite a hard game for Gaimin.
Tofu.
Level 3 only, just hit that level 3 6 minutes into the game.
And not a lot he can do, really. I mean, they'll try with the Tornado set up onto XM. They're coming in with Celery as well. Shockwave and the Skewer, but the Sandstorm's out. They have the Dust. Got the Stomp, but the Defensive Decrepify comes in. XM's going to be fine. There are 3 of them from Gaimin trying to dive beyond the tier 1 up to the tier 2. They just don't quite have the damage and control to kill off the Sand King. Same time up top, Watson, he's left on, he's got the melt, but the Blood Grenade comes in. He's going to tick down pretty low. But he will
live. Extra regeneration coming out from the tower. Did switch treads. The strength popped the magic one right before Niu. He still wants to go.
I mean, Watson.
I mean, this is greedy.
He's got to be careful if he's going to try and farm these camps. So lucky for him, Niu doesn't actually continue to look. So Watson's going to get away with this. He hides in the corner of the map anyway. Goes for the TP back to base. He is not going to mess around out there anymore. Celery was able to make the move round, take the Wisdom route.
That's big. This is actually massive, considering that they were unable to get much done. That mid gank also was not successful, and the heroes that they have are not so good at farming, especially Magnus. So this is going to be pretty big. Niu getting closer to his level 6.
We'll see what Tofu's able to go for now. He's going to obviously be able to secure theirs. At the same time, XG, they didn't have anybody in the area to try and look for the steal back against Gaimin. So at least getting that bonus on the XP front here. Gaimin Gladiators. An 8-minute power in. It's going to be up top. Quinn's going to get his hands on that one. New. To be a little careful, playing around on his own, and he knows this sort of TP rotation's coming in, so haste rotation's coming in from the Invoker, so TP's out, and make sure that Quinn not able to capitalize on the power rune at the moment.
They don't have many stuns, so you are going to be most of the time able to TP out. You have Skewered, you have RP, and you have Invoker spell, so if these two are not around, you have pretty much guaranteed TP out. XM from the mid lane, he is 400 below Invoker's net worth. He's going to need some stacks to come back into the game as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
From mid-sanking, considering that you also have another way of initiation, I would still be fine if he picks up a Blink Dagger, because this is not an item that New is going to buy on Primal Beast, at least not early on.
Celery, he's trying to heal up, but he's going to get popped here by XM. Watson's turned up, but the 6 has been hit on you, so he's got the grab onto Watson, and that gives the space for XM to back away. Watson tries to turn towards New, but Watson himself is pretty low on the HP. Paulison, he's just playing around with Quinn and Tofu, keeping them forced out at the side of the fight. So Gaimin Gladiators, they're just not able to really get in and find anyone in return for losing yet another hero. As XG continue to rack up the kills, 3-0.
And as expected, they don't have enough damage. You can see 9 minutes in, Gaming, they do not have a single kill yet. They try to kill XM multiple times, but they were not successful in doing so. And right now, Enchantress scouting things out in a triangle to see what's going on. Problem is their XP rune got stolen. This is going to be the kill.
There we go. Finally get themselves on the board here at Gaimin Gladiators as Paulison caught in the river.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Very close to finishing off the tier 1 in the mid here, Gaimin. Quinn. He's got the setup. Tofu ready to lead in.
Oh, Blood Grenade missed, and Shockwave. Tofu.
Well, don't put that in the highlight reel.
Skewers him away from the
kill,
team. Let's see.
All can be
Another
forgiven.
Shockwave is going to be available soon.
He hits that one. There we go. Everything's fine in the end. It doesn't matter. Redeemed. He redeems himself, Tofu. They get the kill.
Oh, this was a bit of an unlucky Tofu, even though he has high win rate in the pubs on this hero. Okay, this is good. They're stealing some of the stacks as well. Getting some kills, getting levels.
Yeah, good bit of a punch back there from Gaimin. And getting that space around the mid now with the tower taken down nice and early. We'll see where they look towards next. Of course, once this all goes down, both teams carries farming very well. Obviously for XG low. Farming that slightly bit better, which is of course going to mean that Battle Fury timing is likely, it's going to be very good on the Ursa this game. And once that's there, Low should have no struggle keeping on par, if anything, slightly ahead of Watson's farm. This is as good as an Ursa start as you could really hope for when it comes to just getting free farm in the lane.
They have a completely free lane in the bottom, zero pressure whatsoever, but Gaimin are doing a pretty good job stealing some of the stacks and now also invading a triangle, so they're going to get more of those. There is no Empower. Also, these heroes don't really utilize the Empower that well anyway. It's just going to be for the damage once he gets it.
Seemingly XG not able to do anything about it. Oh, we put it in the highlight reel anyway.
We had to do him dirty.
At the end of the day, you know, Tofu, he was just taunting him. He's like, I don't need to hit the blood grenade. I don't need to hit the shockwave. We've got Slacks and Raya reacting there to the carnage that we have going on, of course.
If we want to milk it, can we also show what CY did when he saw that?
Oh, I bet we can.
That'd be great.
We're going to run the numbers, get the replay on that one. See if we get some live coach reactions. They're always fun to see. It's probably going to be the most stoic.
Yeah, he's stoic.
There's going to be no reaction, I'm sure. He's focused. It's early game. Serious business here.
Even as expected.
There we go. I love it. And back in action. Celery is healing up. And he's actually going to be able to turn. And they're bringing Watson over. Tornado is very nicely lined up there by Quinn. Clips New just on the edge of it. He's very tanky on the Primal, but with the 4 of them and the Meldits coming in, they will manage to bring him down.
That's how they need to play. They are utilizing Enchanters really well. They tried to gank mid 2 times, but the ganks were not successful. Instead, they were scouting what was happening in triangle and dealing some damage to the tower with the troll creep summoner. And now he's making a rotation to the top lane, which is also going to kill the tower. So map did open up for Gaimin Gladiators. XM thinking about doing the same thing, what they did to him, stealing some of his stacks, even though he just showed his Blink Dagger. They know that's online. Ace on TB. Going for the pipe as expected. There is going to be a lot of magic damage. So I think both teams are kind of fine with how the game's developing, because Ursa, he wants to build his 2 items, then he wants to join, pick up that Battle Fury, get his Blink Dagger, and potentially take Roche. Like, you smoke up, get some 16, 17, 18-minute smoke in the top part of the map, get a kill, and then turn that into Roche.
So it's indeed a pretty good build-up for both sides with what they want to do, no doubt about it here in this early game. Slow one on the kills, but the moves have all made sense, and the only one that's really struggling, I'd say, is New. He's having a bit of a tough time on the Primal. Didn't do too bad in the early stage of the lane, but as things have progressed, he's beginning to fall behind quite a bit.
It feels like they needed a little bit of extra damage. That Blood Grenade was not enough. They literally needed an extra kill. Maybe he could have gotten his level 6 earlier from that kill. Maybe go for another kill. Right now, I really like what Low did. He TP'd out from the bottom lane. He knew that they're going to be pressuring that tower, so he TP'd to the other side of the map. He's farming the outer ring, Ancients, picks up the XP rune, and now pressures the tower with the rest of the team.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No interest, of course, from Gaimin to come up here. They do not want to walk into a team fight whilst there's the chance that XM's setting up in such a position. Both teams just kind of giving each other space here.
We've seen some really long games. Like, average game right now at Blast Slam is 41 minutes.
I think it's higher than that, was it? Oh, yeah, 41 overall, but I think in the playoff it's like 48 or something, yeah. You're absolutely right, though, yeah, but both of the stats over the 40-minute mark, which is not something you see at these tournaments.
And also, it would be even longer if we included that 80-minute game that never finished. That could have been a 100-minute game, could have been 500-minute game. We don't know.
No, without a doubt, yeah, the average stat of the playoffs easily above 50. With that in taken into account. I guess the question is, if you're XG, how early do you think you're going to feel that you have a chance to sneak a Roshan with the Ursa?
They're doing it right now.
Can they get away with this?
Yeah, for sure. Yep. The game slowed down. Everybody else, as I said, they might go for a pickoff, but since nothing has happened, they're going to go in and kill off the Roshan. Polasan is going to keep him nice and healthy. There's also a little bit of a combo, not as good when you have 2 supports. XM, he's fine. They're lacking some stuns. But Muerta's innate ability plus Pagana, it works really well. I really like that combo during Valakia when Parker played Muerta carry. So you can decrypify and you can still attack while you're ethereal. You can also attack ethereal units and your damage is dealt as magical. So that's a pretty good combo. We might not see it in this one, but for the later stages of the game, we might see it. Because right now, they're struggling. Like, Muerta is the most farmed support in this game, but it's still, it feels like it's not enough. 16-minute.
Oh, there we go. Tofu. Just the tip of the skewer. I'll get him. Quinn. He's going to find the setup here. With the 2 of them, I mean, they've got enough damage. New, he's going to continue to suffer this game. And now with the RP from Tofu, they'll be able to pick themselves up another likely. PYW will pop the ult. Try and turn it. Actually, he's got backup. Never mind. Maybe XG can get the kills. And the Boris strikes out under the 2 of them. They've killed Quinn. A couple more hits from Low should be enough to take down Tofu. XG ready with the counter play. As PYW, he's able to walk out alive off the back of that.
That pipe didn't come in quickly enough. I think it would definitely save Quinn, give him enough time to maybe use some of his abilities, try to get out of trouble. But yeah, you can see the power of Muerta. All these big circles that they can throw on the ground paired up with the Sanking. It's going to feel pretty nice. And when you're fighting into the calling, you also have Dance of the Dead facet, so that means that it's gonna refresh and it's also gonna summon another Revenant, plus it's also gonna make it bigger, so the circle is much nicer to fight into. It also works on allied heroes, so whoever dies, you can have one guy run in, die, and buy back, and you're still refreshing that thing, so that's pretty nice.
That'll be the big brain strat. This time around, PYW, he's not going to be able to protect
didn't use
himself.
calling. That was the missing part. Low with Aegis, with the Blink Dagger, going for a BKB next. Pretty standard build on Ursa. One thing that Ursa now needs to be afraid of is this early shard pickup from Watson. Both supports are also going to struggle against it, especially Pugna. A lot of the times you would see Pugna using his drain from a very far away, and nobody can interrupt it. Because right now you have Skewer, you have Tornado, but you kind of don't want to use these two abilities just to stop Stuck from going.
Bottom lane Gaimin Gladiators. They can look for the tier 2, and it's still early days, but it does feel like this game could gear up in a fashion where, now when it comes to the scaling and the potential for Gaimin Gladiators to essentially have like multiple carries, it could be a bit daunting for XG, especially if with the way that the farm's going, and as I say, with New continuing to fall further and further behind, they're going to be having a lot of eggs in the Ursa basket. Like this Ursa is going to have to do some pretty heavy carrying.
Yeah, because the game slowed down so much, even though they are holding the Aegis, it's still Gaimin who are
and they're
one to two of them.
It's an easy one there for Tofu, straight in, grabs the two supports.
Imagine if that was RRP. It would do absolutely nothing. It would spread them around and they would not be able to focus them. The only one who is playing with that facet was Ari, but he also kind of stopped, understood that it's too hipster, but this was really nice initiation. 2-man RP into Skewer back, just enough damage. And now we're seeing the power of this position for Magnus.
We are.
You need one item, and that's
been doing
basically
good.
a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, I mean, you said it right. He's been winning a lot of games with this. And his pubs, and yeah, here in this game so far, other than the mild bit of entertainment we had in the mid lane, it's been fantastic stuff from Tofu on the support mag.
The game slowed down so much, we're not seeing, like we saw one epicenter from Sanking. New, he's been completely shut down, and I think this has to be one of the worst games that I've seen him play throughout, ever since he joined the pro
He's
scene.
not normally this far behind. I mean, I don't think he's ever this far behind in terms of like out of the 6 cores in a game. Very rare to see New in that bottom spot, and by as much as he is this game. Tofu, he's got another grab. Continues to make the magic happen here on the Magnus. This slowdown, it does feel rough for XG. It's getting to the point where you're starting to struggle to really see what the plan is going to be for XG in this sort of game.
Yeah, they're the one holding the Aegis, but not controlling the map. Watson with amplified damage, still up and running. This TA, she's gonna hurt. You throw any kind of buffs on top of her. You have Empower, you have Alacrity, so that's gonna be a lot of extra damage. I also want to see when he's gonna be picking up Nullifier, because they're definitely gonna need it. Henge.
Oh, an easy force. Look at the dead shot. And the grab, the cold snap's there to interrupt that ult, and now they can just turn toward New. He has to put the BKB and run. Same time, Watson's managed to get the jump and kill off Paulison. Sunstrike, it's off the mark, but they can still just continue to chase down XM.
Nice
He's in with the counterplay. They weren't ready for him, hiding in the trees. XM ready to turn with the burrow now, look towards Ace. He still has the backup of Tofu and Watson. Tofu has the RP, and there it is. But the burrow strike comes in, stops Ace from getting off any sort of chance of an ultimate, and they'll kill the two of them off again. XM making sure on the dead shot. PYW stopping the TP out from Watson. XM's in with a burrow. That's what XG were looking for. They get the team wipe.
That was such a clutch play from XM. Look at the smile on Neo and XM. He knows exactly what he did there. That was a big bait, and you can see some pings coming out. Watson, he's not too happy about how that fight went.
I mean, that's a crazy
team wipe.
Yeah. They weren't ready for XM. They just completely forgot that there could be a Sand King hiding in the trees, and
because he didn't use it for so long. Again,
I guess that's what it was. The patience paid off. And here we have it once again, you know, XM just waiting.
It was New who actually griefed him there a little bit, because he was about to go in with Epicenter. In the end, it ended up really well. New being used as a bait. Pipe has been used early on. Pipe doesn't last as long as it did before.
There we go.
So yeah, this was such nicely
Initiation
from
XM, beautifully done. And the fact they do it again, because obviously at this point, Gaimin, they feel like, well, maybe we could still have a chance here. We've got RP, we've got Sunder, gets the jump, but XM, once again, Burrow strike onto the both of them. Ace doesn't get the chance to get a Sunder off, and the fight is more than over, and there we have it. It's the cherry on top there from XG. PYW lining up the dead shot. Nobody gets out alive.
This is exactly the fight that they needed.
They needed that.
They definitely needed it because they have these two beefy, like even three beefy boys who are going to be in front. And when it comes down to scaling, sure, Magnus is always going to be a threat, but this hero doesn't really scale that much when we talk about Magnus position 4, maybe super late game where you're getting some refresher. But right now, again, if it's not Templar Assassin dealing damage, other heroes are not doing as much. Invoker as well. He's going for a pretty standard build, picking up that Hurricane Pike after finishing off Witchblade, and now going into BKB, but he's still very vulnerable. They do have enough stuns, and I really like that they picked up the gem now for Sanking, so they want to remove some of the vision.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
XG, not afraid to look for the action now.
They also need Sunder, like... TB, a lot of the times he is tanky because of the itemization that he goes for. He picked up Pupil's Gift as his neutral item. He's going for a pipe, so that makes him super tanky. He needs that Sunder on one of the cores. Ideally, you want to use it on Ursa, but they did one hell of a job using a BKB, coming in, then stun locking him and killing him from 100 to 0.
Yeah, with the S&Y now done, should stand a bit better of a chance of getting the opportunity to get the Sunder off, even if he does get jumped.
Yeah, that status resistance is going to kick in, most definitely. And the extra tankiness, of course. Low. Needs to be careful here.
He's feeling chill with the BKB. There is that RP at the ready, though. So on Ado, just poking for now, seeing what they sort of get out there. Most of the mana gone. Ollison's going to be able to fuel him back up, though. Tofu's in. Oh, it's a lovely 3-man into the Shockwave, skewer back into the rest of the team. New will get the BKB off. The turn towards Pugna, but Pugna, he's healing up here. Pollison with the light drain. Doesn't save him, though. Still dies. New, he's going for the TP out. It's full escape here from XG. They're on the run, and they will get the rest of them out of there. So if anything, probably quite fortunate that they only ended up losing the one there, considering how solid of an RP that was again from Tofu. I feel like this game, sort of minimum, he's been hitting 2-3 heroes every single time with these jumps.
Yeah, this could have been a disaster, and we're not going to see that RP again. You know, we only want to do him dirty when he misses Blood Grenade, misses Shockwave, and I like this a lot. They're just going, even though they don't have RP, they're gonna run through the gates and go for Roshan. And that's exactly what they need. Like, Templar Assassin is one of those heroes that relies on having Aegis.
Now the back and forth we're getting from this game, I'm enjoying this. It's an entertaining one here. Sure, the kills aren't crazy in terms of numbers, but these little moves, these little plays, they've got the Aegis on their hands gaming, but that gold lead is still favoring that of Xtreme Gaming with just how far ahead Low has got. Now, can he carry it as this Ursa? It's not a carry that we're seeing a lot this patch.
Gaimin used this innate ability, Third Eye from Templar Assassin, to see the exact Roshan spawn timer. That's an actual cheat when you think about it. Like, the only we can see, only casters and only the viewers can see it. That's one thing that we're better than professional e-gamers.
Hey, what about the Dawnbreaker one? That's that map hack. The TA's one's the cheat, what's the Dawns?
We keep adding the hacks. But now, TA is going to be holding Aegis for another 4 minutes. Not sure if they want to be engaging into these fights. They might need to just chill for another 4 minutes. Maybe try to get a pick off. And looking at what Ursa is buying, he is going for Octarine Core after finishing off Basher. Wants to lower the cooldown on his ulti, has Shard already. This is the Giga late game build, when you have Octarine Core, Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, here we go. Low. Wants to do this on his own, but there is the Sunder. The Burrow strike. Low trying to finish the job, but the RP's in. Again, Tofu catches the both of them. Low out to go for the BKB TP. He does not want to be here anymore. He'll get out. But of course, this whole play, it's left poor old XM in a pretty rough spot as XM will fall.
The only fight that Xtreme Gaming won was when they were 5. And in the previous fight, there was no Muerta, there was no Sanking, so they took this fight pretty much 3 versus 5. And now you know that there is no Sanking for 35 seconds. He has Epicenter, but they are pushing the high ground with this Aegis.
No RP. Grab.
Still going in.
That's a little cheeky play there. The force forward to set him up for the blink in.
Nice done by Quinn.
Who was that? Quinn shoving him in. That was his, yeah, beautiful stuff there. Giving that extra gap close that you don't quite expect when you're on the high ground. And this should be the barracks. 28 minutes in. The back door will kick back in, but the next creep wave will join and remove it. So that full set of barracks down bottom here taken by Gaimin.
Somebody will need to do something in the next few minutes because Gaimin just got this barracks pretty much for free. Low. Level 20 on Ursa. Does not want to pick up the XP rune for himself. They need to get back new into the game somehow.
I'll check that again there. As you say, that force forward, giving Topher that extra bit of push to get the grab. As we can see there, on the average Roshans per game, Gaimin Gladiators and Xtreme incredibly low on the list.
That's an interesting stat. Considering that Gaimin had... What was this for this year or... Oh, it's for this patch, okay. Yeah, but they've not been winning a lot, considering, like, if we talk about Falcons.
True, I guess that does sway the stats quite a bit.
Tournaments, so
that's true.
Definitely sways the stats. Aegis, minute and 30 seconds left on it.
XG, do they really want to fight into this? If XM can get a good jump with the burrow, maybe.
I think this is the only game that I've seen somebody buy 5 force staffs, like 4 force staffs.
Oh, they got 5?
They have 5 force staffs.
Hell yeah.
Slash pikes.
That's pretty rare.
You're playing against Ursa, you're playing against Primal Beast. These items are, like, Ursa's just gonna get kited, that's for sure. So I want to see some Nullifier queued up. I know that he has Octarine in his quick buy, but after seeing all of these Force Staffs, it does work against Force Staff against Hurricane Pike. If you use it on Ursa, then you're still gonna get pushed, so maybe he's thinking whether that's gonna be an Octarine, but I would love to see a Nullifier still.
He's saving up the money. As you say, could still consider the alternatives, but he's heading to the shop. He'll commit for it. That's the Octarine picked up. We'll see if that makes much of a difference, and if he turns up for the fight. So, you know, sort of the plan is to get that next item beyond that. Problem is, he might not get that chance, the opportunity, because Gaimin Gladiators, they're pushing up to the high ground once again. Dead shot for the setup. There's a lot of opening damage here thrown down on the walls of TA, but Watson's going to get forced back. XM's in with a jump. It's a 3-man burrow strike here with the epicenter to follow things up.
Keeping him low.
It's not enough damage.
10 seconds.
They're perfectly fine. They're backing off, and Tofu is in with the 2-man RP. No immediate follow-up. As Gaimin, though, they're going to use this to just try and back away.
They should smoke up and try to chase them down. There is still BKB available on low.
Yep.
They want to get some kills.
It's going to be able to close the gap, but again, these force stuffs, they're just allowing them to kite them. XM will get the stun onto the side. Celery, he's going to be the one to get caught. But the rest of Gaimin can continue the retreat. Ace is looking to get back in, look for some sort of Sunder target, but he caught by the bash. The silence is where Ace, he's living on the edge. He's going to get jumped again.
Can't get it off.
Ace is gone. Played a very risky game there, tried to go back in to find a Sunder target. But between the bashes and the silences, he couldn't get it off, and he dies.
That's exactly the fight that they need. They kept him low enough just so that he can't take the fight. He can't die with Aegis. Again, XM, every single time he finds a good initiation, the fights feel so much different. And they were holding the BKBs for a really long time. RP this time around, unable to get the skewer back into the rest of the team. Now let's see who picks up the shard. Low, pretty easy. That's going to be Polo-san.
I gotta say as well, it is one of those games where low on the Ursa, he's been involved in every kill so far, Lacoste.
That says a lot about the game. Like, if your Ursa needs to join every single fight, that means your other cores are really not doing great.
Yeah, you know, he's carrying pretty hard here.
Didn't die a single time. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Didn't die a single time. Top net worth by quite a bit in every kill. I mean, you know, this is a carry that I don't think even the most toxic Dota player can find something to criticize. You know, this is like, well, bro, you're doing everything here. He's doing everything here. Top stuff from low.
Sprunk now available on Enchantress, and we also saw Pagna getting the shard upgrade on that Nether Ward, BYW. It's gonna be good against TB illusions if you can use it in the middle of a fight. Close game as we kind of expected. I thought Gaimin are not going to be doing as well, but considering the lack of damage that they had, but they managed to salvage it by bringing in numbers in most of these situations. Low, he wants to be as tanky as possible, picking up this Octarine core. He also had tier 3 token for a really long time, but he prefers to have a Gossamer cape. He's playing against Templar Assassin, who doesn't have Enchanted Quiver, so you don't have that True Strike. At least for Invoker, he has Witchblade, which does apply a True Strike. PYW, he's in.
I'll get the grab. PYW did get the ult off. He's going to give it a chance to step back, and now the counterplay comes in new. Charging forward, Tofu gets jumped by Low. They kill off the Magnus, and the rest of Gaimin have to back away.
PYW is on the money with these callings, with dead shots, pushing Magnus on top with the rest of the team, and also managing to use the silence, keeping himself inside.
And it's go time.
It is. Poloson is a bit low on HP, so he needs to use the drain, maybe get some HP back.
I want to try and get some sort of activity with the epicenter up for XM.
And look what Poloson has. Celery's probably going to die here. He has Glimmer, has Force Staff, but still damage is way too much.
Unfortunately for Low, that will be the first kill he wasn't a part of.
Pagna with the Ghost Scepter. So he wants to use the Cripify on somebody else and keep Ghost Scepter for himself. I want to see the Nullifier. I mean, you're playing against Ursa. Ursa doesn't get the chance to play Dota in most of these situations because he's constantly dispelled with the overpower, so you need to be attacking him, and then again, you're playing against Pagana, you're playing against the...
It's got to be next, right? It's got to be next here for
sure.
For Watson. He's got everything else that he would want. He's got the crit, he's got the BKB.
Where's he going to put it?
He's queuing up the Daedalus. He wants to finish up that Daedalus upgrade. So, as you say, could lead to situations in the fight where it's not going to be as easy as he may hope for to focus someone down. Highly likely that there's still this opportunity where they have the control and they won't necessarily need the dispel, because if he does get the hits in, obviously, with this Daedalus, Watson can still shred through these targets.
He can. Maybe they're relying on Enchantress to do it. Sure. Tornado is also fine, but you also want to be able to lock down a hero, not throw him in the air for a good 3 seconds. Next Roshan is going to be available in 1 minute and 20. PYW always playing a dangerous game.
Yep. Overwhelming blink now for Low.
It's going to be a lot of slow. Once he blinks in, these two items, when you have Overwhelming Blink and Shiva's Guard on the team, plus Earthshock, for example, everybody's going to get slowed down. And we talk about the BKBs. At least Watson picked up his, because playing at the Shiva's Guard and Overwhelming Blink without a BKB can be very difficult. He was going to stop.
He's going to hold back, but straight away. Lows in with a jump on a Tofu. They've killed off the Magnus. He's gone. He does not have buyback available either, so he cannot opt to get back towards this fight around the Roshan pit. He's dead for 40 seconds. XM, he's in with the jump, and he's able to get the connection with the Bow Strike on towards Ace. Deadshot's going to hit him as well. BKB comes out for Low. He's looking for his target, though. As Gaimin Gladiators, they're separating from them pretty well. So XG not able to get a further jump onto anyone else. They're just simply succeeding pushing Gaimin away from this corner of the map.
The kiting continues with the Force Staff. 20 seconds until Roche, 20 seconds until Magnus is back. Tofu does not have buyback available, but with this Octarine core, BKB is going to come off cooldown potentially for the next fight. 45 seconds if they can stall it enough.
Quinn. He's looking for the setup, but XM's in with the jump. He gets the burst strike onto the boat for them. New coming in with the follow-up. They got the grab towards Bo Watson, but the BKB's off in time. He turns, stands his ground, but at the moment he's not doing enough damage to threaten New. He has to run away with the Hurricane Pipe, but Low closes the gap, jumps in, another force, trying to get Watson back to safety. Tofu, he's in with the RP.
Deadshot got him.
Deadshot controls the TA. Burrow strike to follow up. That's going to be Watson gone. Tofu dead as well. As once again, these team fights, the control between XM and PYW, they're outplaying Gaimin Gladiators so hard.
PYW is playing so well. XM also getting multiple stuns in a row on 2 different targets. And then this Deadshot. They need Templar Assassin to attack the targets when they have RP. When they land that 2-3-man RP, they need to be able to get some damage in.
Yeah, it really feels like PYW. He's hitting these shots sort of like a max range as well. Finding insane angles to set up such huge kills. And obviously with a team fight like that, not a struggle for XG to head into the pit and take this Roshan.
Oh, this is third Roshan. Ursa loves third Roshan on Dire's side, picking up Aghanim Scepter for himself. The only silence they do have is from the trap, which I don't think it's enough to burst Ursa with almost like 4,000 HP, plus having Pagna behind you. So this game suddenly went from being okay for Gaimin Gladiators to being heavily Xtreme Gaming favored.
Yeah, Low just having a ridiculous game on this Ursa. Of course, a lot down to how well as Team XG is playing around him and setting him up in these team fights, providing the control he requires to be able to go from target to target. Yeah, I mean, if he's able to get this Wind Waker online, it's like, how on earth are you ever going to be able to control this Ursa?
They need a nullifier, that's the item. Problem is, not sure who's going to buy it, considering the Templar Assassin is running out of slots. And still, Low, he has tier 2 neutral item, Gossamer Cape, 38 minutes in.
He just feels
I think he needs to buy, like, if he finds tier 4 neutral item, he's going to swap it. Hasn't been farming jungle much.
Gaimin Gladiators. Their next move, it's got to be a good one, because right now, down 16k against XG. They have got the tools for the high ground defense, as we've seen many a time this tournament. A good Magnus play can turn a game. So eyes are going to be on Tofu when it comes to looking for those crazy RP skewerbacks on the high ground. Yes, the problem is he's doing these against heroes that A, don't really care because of how tanky they are, and B, because the carry's an Ursa. The chance you're going to be able to stun him long enough to get the chance to get any damage in on him, it's pretty low, especially at this point when he's this far ahead.
They're getting way too tanky. You have Ursa, who's totally unkillable with level 25, so Earthshock has 2 charges. With level 20, applies Fury Swipes. You're just with the shard on top of that, so every single time you use Earthshock, you're becoming pretty much unkillable. You have that Enrage on, lowering the cooldown. Still holding the Gossamer Cape. That's interesting.
It's a nice one. Very good against the meld, right? You know, you try and jump in as a TA, get that burst hit. I mean, at this point, it feels like it doesn't even matter, because even if the meld hit was connecting, this Ursa's not dying.
Also to point out, they do have double Aviana's Feather. Most of the damage, at least from Ursa, is going to be those right clicks.
Yeah, he's looking to deal with that. We're streaming of sort of the Wind Waker to make himself completely invincible, but has now queued up the MKB himself instead.
So you need to buy an item to counter neutral item.
That's the state of the game. Neutral. It is a strong neutral.
TB also showed that he is going for Butterfly. He showed his Eagle Song.
Now, what's the plan, Gaimin? Top lane Celery. With that, Low's going to be very close to being able to get that MKB sent out to him.
What do you even swap in? You're running out of slots on Ursa.
I mean, do you just sort of, is it a point where you start thinking about getting rid of the Battle Fury?
You still need boots, but you're getting some extra movement speed, 20 from the Gossamer, and I think you can get away with not having BKB. He's in.
He is. Tofu's going to help out with the Force. Again, all they can do is run from this bear. No opportunity to turn and stand ground and fight back against Slow. So to take this tier 2 and move over towards the mid to join the rest of the team.
It does say 20,000 net worth, but if you look at the gold that is unspent, at least for now, Ursa had 6,000 gold saved up. Sanking has almost 7,000 gold saved up.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money that is unspent, so over 15,000. When you're bringing 15,000 into a fight, it makes the difference, so they need to buy those items. And also to point out, they do have double Shiva's Guard plus Overwhelming Blink, so they are going to go in and provide you with a lot of vision. They're going to be canceling the Blink Daggers as well.
Oh, they're trying to mess around with Xersa, but Low, he could not care any less. In fact, he's just thinking about going back at them. He's in with a jump. He's got 25 seconds left on the Aegis, but even when that's gone, he's got the BKB at the ready to slide in.
Gaimin, it feels like they don't have enough damage. They're still going to give respect to potentially going high ground and fighting into Magnus. You've seen so many times RPs or just the skewer backs. Most of them were coming out from the core, so there was always a threat of this second skewer, maybe even a second RP, but this is a position for Magnus, so the items are not quite there yet. Still, he does have Psychic Headband, which helps a lot with the skewer, with his Blink Dagger as well.
So did we have XM spending his money? He's here. So he opted to get the Wind Waker finish first because he had the BKB and then realized, well, you know what, I'm getting a lot of cash. And Wind Waker should be enough to keep him safe in these fights. So I'll get that finished up first. Boots of Travel 2 now. Upgraded here for low. He's getting pretty close to being pretty much done with his build. 40k net worth.
They ruined his build though, and he wanted to go for Wind Waker, have that lower cooldown.
That would have been
If he gets silenced, this is the unkillable Ursa.
It is,
but they had to ruin him by buying Butterfly and finding Aviana's feather.
And we see, of course, you got Quinn. He's like, well, if no one else is doing it,
Somebody
I've got
has to do it.
He's got to get the nullifier. They have to have it.
DB also has one queued up. I mean, it's such a valuable item against Ursa, against Pagna.
Yeah.
Of course, as we pointed out multiple times throughout the game. And now seeing those Wind Wakers being built, they definitely need it. Otherwise, you can't focus down a hero.
Dire are scanning.
There we go. They're going to try for the jump in. New. This was Quinn. Gaimin, they're going to be a bit scared here. They were looking for a fight. XM's going to be wanting to get the jump on them. Remember the bar strike. There's the fault.
RP hits nothing.
He RP's nothing. I think he got the acorn, but that was it. I got the pine cone, sorry. Same thing.
Not sure what canceled it.
No, he blinked in and did it. I don't know. Anyway, now he's going to die for it there, Tofu. He gets grabbed. There's another beautiful bar strike from XM onto the three of them. Low jumps in. I mean, this has gone so horribly wrong for Gaimin. And they're not going to even get the most of them out of there. Watson's dead.
He's just not getting any damage. XM again, he's the one who's controlling everything in these fights. Ursa, he got the spell, but there's going to be Polus on Invoker, the only survivor on 10% really HP.
And it was close there, you know, PYW is definitely looking to see if he could snipe him with some sort of dead shot. But yeah,
he's still doing it. He has Gem, and he does have Shadow Blade, so he knows.
Oh, that's nasty.
Oh, that Lincoln.
Did he get him?
But he got him with the dead shot.
He does.
They're still chasing.
Oh, if they get this Burrow strike, yes, they do. XM and PYW. I tell you what, these two, they've been having an absolute banger this game, Lacoste.
This is the duo. A lot of the times you'll see like off-lane duo doing so well together. They paired it up throughout the whole game, getting multiple man stuns. PYW really pushing the limits on the hero. This Shadow Blade is such a valuable pickup for him, and I believe this just might be the game. They might have potentially one more fight, but that's about it, because they're not respawning at the same time. They're pushing 3 different sides. I don't remember last time seeing this, Owen.
What do you do if you're gaming? You got no Invoker for 45 seconds, no T8 still for 20. XG. I mean, no doubt about it. With what we've seen so far from them, from the groups and now into this, their first performance in the playoffs, this team's looking better than ever.
It was not a fluke, that's for sure. This team is very interesting to watch with the heroes that they've been playing so far. Some mid-Venomancers, carry Ursa, carry Lifestealer. These are the heroes that nobody else wants to touch. They're having their own ideas, and let's see how they're going to approach it. Roshan respawning in 50 seconds if they want to. Considering the format of this tournament, I can't really blame them if they're going to wait for the next round.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Single elimination series, you don't want to mess up a lead like this. I'll play it cautious.
So how do you feel about offlane TB now, Owen?
I was never a fan.
Are you joining the club? You willing to pay those $20?
I mean, that's quite expensive. You know, can't you go, where's my friends and family discount?
All right, I can give you 20%.
There we go. I know, it's been a rough day for it. We saw it lost 2 games earlier for Liquid. And yeah, it's not getting any win here. It doesn't look like it. We'll see this once more. I mean, just every single time. XM with these Burrow strikes. We really can't highlight it anymore. Just how well he's done with the control, setting up for low to clean things up. And then look at this, PYW, this is where he begins to start to chase Quinn.
Look at his angle.
So whilst this is all going on, PYW, he's got Quinn on the mind, and he does not let it go. He knows exactly where Quinn's going to sweep across on the top side of the map. He finds him, not only finds him, but again, just hitting these dead shots, max range, and XM, he's always there to back up these dead shots.
This is one of the best performances that I've seen when paired up between like 2 heroes. At least for this tournament, this has to be the most impressive thing that I've seen so far, because they're playing it so well. And considering how far behind they were in this game, like they lost barracks, they were looking pretty bad.
Official words come in. The answer's no.
Okay, 100%.
There we go, 100%. Not a lot of confidence there from the viewers at home in Gaimin Gladiators' ability to turn this one.
Who got the Aghanim Scepter? They gave it to Sanking. So he has 35,000 net worth. Ursa has almost 50,000 net worth.
And we got it. This has got to be one of the high GPMs we've had on Ursa for a long time, right?
Oh, for
this
sure.
is like
908 GPM.
Let's pull the numbers out. When was the last time we had a game in pro games where there was an Ursa with a 900 plus GPM? That might have been years ago, the cost.
I'm just thinking, who's the Ursa spammer? I think Arteezy's name might pop up.
I mean, I was thinking of Arteezy, but that was a while ago, right? It's, yeah, you don't see this every day. An Ursa having this insane of a game. Nope. He's it. They're ready to just go for it. They just jump the high ground.
Again, nothing.
It's
Anti-combo.
It's nothing. And he's got to run back to the fountain now, just out of shame.
It's game.
I think
Watson
it's game.
is out. He has buyback available, but they are going for megas. And XM, he's just straight up gonna refresh. Well, he's gonna be able to do it.
Yep, that's the mega creeps out. XM, he's ready to start playing with the idea of diving the tier 4s. 75 seconds. They do have the buyback available on Watson. And XG, I think they're in no need to rush this. They can continue to have their fun. They can back off, get the next round of items done. I mean,
I don't think they have.
He's not got any room, though. Look at his inventory. He's full. He's done. Get the man a Moonshard and he's set.
That's pretty much it. It doesn't get better than this. You have what is this net worth? 49 at 49. This is just insane.
This is crazy stuff. And with the build as well, great to see. The Octarine Ursa, it's still the way to play. Utilize those low cooldowns to just be unkillable. There's Xtreme. Are they finally ready to go for it? The killing blow. New's going to try and start something here. Gets the grab on a Celery. Gets shoved to the side for now. Jump in at blow. He's ready to dive tier 4s in the backup there from XM. BKB has to come out from Quinn. He'll back his way up towards the fountain. Ace is ready to dive the fountain. He's in.
The fountain.
Low doesn't care. He's not scared of no fountain whatsoever. Dives in. Does have to dive out for now. As he's starting to pull a bit low now. Tofu
and
gets
another
the skewer,
ulti.
but he gets held in position by the Atos there of PYW, so can't continue the skewer all the way back to the fountain. And Low, even if they get in the once, he's got Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2. Impetuses will take him out. But XM, he's in again. 2-man burst. There's the jump. That's Tofu going Quinn as well. Tofu will buy back, but Ace is out. Triple kill for XM. They turn to Watson. He's out of the game. He's got a buyback available, but Quinn, no buyback at the ready for him. They're going to have to try and defend 4 versus 5.
It's too much, Owen. They just don't have the damage. He's going in, and we can see the highest GPM Ursa. 23 Savage, RDO, Loda, Smiling Knight, and MS.
I mean, well, the current GPM of... What is the current GPM at the moment? He's so close to it.
Give him a couple. XM stole.
Give him a rampage.
Yeah, XM stole a triple kill from Ursa. It's a lot of gold, especially at this point of the game.
It is. Oh, Low. I mean, it's getting to the point where Low can just sort of slam his face against the keyboard and they won't kill him. Just press all the buttons.
They need to give him more creeps. Farm the mid wave, jump bottom. They're still respecting these potential skewers into the fountain. Everybody except Low, because he went there on purpose.
Yeah, he's ready to go in again.
Yeah.
You know? This bear's looking for a bath in the fountain. Nice and cozy. Rapier time for Watson, if he can get there. He's got it queued up. 60k behind Gaimin Gladiators. We have seen crazier comebacks, I think. We have, right?
Yeah, I think, just in case.
Wait, let's get the stats up. How many 60k plus gold comebacks have we had?
Over...
There's a 1%. I don't know where they're finding that number 1 from, though. that's a generous 1% there, I feel, Lacoste. This one's rough.
I'm considering that Gaimin is also one of the biggest fans of Sanking. I think he would give them 0% there.
Wow, giving them 1%. It's giving them more percent than our viewers did. I gave them 0, just flat out.
It's probably TB. It has to be TB factor, but this is offlane TB. He's still buying into those carry items. He's trying. And let's see. A lot of traps around. There's going to be a lot of silences. But the heroes are so tanky on Xtreme Gaming. Even this word up, like almost 3,000 HP on PYW.
In they go. Oh, in the view. Yep, there we have it. He's looking for him. Won't get them quite yet, but Low will. He's in with the jumper. The forces are there. Quinn keeps his distance. They'll turn to XM, but he's wind away, cream back to the safety over the Ancient. They're looking for that grab at Gaimin Gladiators. Tofu, can he find it? The tier 4s starting to fall. The first one's gone. There's XG. They'll be able to persist to get the second one. Another jump forward from Low. I mean, they're trying to throw everything down on his bear. They can barely tickle him.
With overwhelming blink, is canceling those blink daggers.
And he's in again. 3-man burrow straight. Epicenter's there. Gaimin Gladiators, they scramble back to the fountain. But the Ancient, it's under attack. They're just getting held in the base. They cannot escape it. They're just dying in the base. XM diving in. They're just going to be able to kill them all in the fountain.
Hold it before they get a rampage.
I mean, an ultra kill for XM. What a game. What a play, really. Just across the board from Xtreme Gaming. The groups, it was not a fluke, Lacoste. They've come in here at the playoffs. This first game against Gaimin Gladiators, Xtreme, as I said earlier, they've looked better than they ever have.
Yeah, we had high hopes for the previous roster as well, but coming into this tournament, I think nobody expected Xtreme Gaming to play so well. And you can see on the faces of Gaimin Gladiators what the hell just happened. Because this was such a top-notch performance, not just from this sanking XM. He was landing 2, 3, sometimes even 4-man stuns every single fight. Plus PYW as well. Everybody on the team played so well, and Low finishes the game with 0 deaths.
He does. And I believe we're ending with the 921 GPM. That puts him, if not very close to, maybe in that top 5 of GPMs of all time. Tied 4th there in terms of top GPMs on an Ursa. Fantastic stuff from him. Again, on a hero that not all the teams are playing. Maybe some teams are going to have to maybe bump up the priorities or ban it when they're against Xtreme. Because Low looked fantastic with this lineup around him. What a game 1 from Xtreme, and a rough one for Gaimin Gladiators. Xtreme Gaming, they take game 1.
This is what we're expecting from a team that has had a 2-day break for themselves. Cook something up, bring the fight to Gaimin Gladiators here, Xtreme Gaming. The Ursa isn't technically new in this tournament, all right? We have actually seen it before in group stage. XG were able to win with it there as well, so the fact they're able to pick it up here, have just as much of a dominant performance mixed with how good XM Sanking was as well. It just was kind of all piling up to be a great success for them. Obviously, there were still great moments for Gaimin Gladiators in here as well, T.
Yeah, early game-wise, it kind of was Gaming's ability to try and win this game. And then soon when you transition to the mid-game, that's where Xtreme will just pretty much showing off in the team fights, right? It's like either Primal Beast is coming through with a clear play, Sanking's jumping back in, Ursa's not died a single time. You know, like their scorelines are insanely good. Their play for the mid-game was insane. Again, there was a little bit of a chance maybe for Gaming, but yeah, 25 minutes once the kind of clock struck that kind of 30-minute mark, boom, it was all Xtreme's game, and Low was, yeah, insane on the Ursa. And I'm hoping we get to see the ultra kill in the fountain as well in the highlights. I hope they finally got that in the very last minute of the highlight package.
I loved hearing because quickly GG out so he doesn't get the rampage. GG out, boys. End it.
Oh,
so good.
It's so satisfying.
Oh, it's awesome.
Not if you're gaming, of course, right? That is not satisfying. That's pretty soul.
But as people who just love watching Dota, it's very satisfying.
Yeah. That's a good bear.
Beautiful.
That is a good bear right there. Oh my god. He was so farmed. Like, watching him at the end of the game where he's just got 18 things in his backpack because he's so over-farmed, not dying and farming up all game long. He's like playing with, oh yeah, well I got like my Oxarine build, I have a Refresher sitting, I have the Basher chilling, I have an Aegis, I have all of these things I can do to just go kill everyone. Oh, it was so nice. There was that one fight, sorry, completely off tangent.
Okay. You're riding some energy right now.
Dude, I just casted with Slacks for like the entire time on the side stream.
We'll get there. We'll talk about this game and then we'll talk about that. Yeah.
where Magnus just OP'd the ground, and it was like the worst fight I'd seen at that point, where I was like, there's just no coming back from this.
Yeah, we actually have some clips about that.
Oh, cool, I missed that, I'm sorry.
You know, that's all good. I know that you missed it. T and I, we were in the green room, and we were doing some highlights there, some certain things we wanted to take a deeper look at, but you're in a very different location than us. Obviously still here in the studio, but I don't know if there's a way to see it, or if people want to head on over to Slax's stream, but we got like a co-stream set up here as well, and so Raya and Slax were having some fun there.
Yeah, and we are seeing the Magnus highlights now. Sorry to jump, I want to talk about these highlights.
Please go.
So this is where the difficulty of Gaming's lineup actually came to light. Even though Tofu was popping off in the early game, this was before Xtreme had the items and the tankiness to deal with Tofu. And the fact that every highlight you're going to watch is Tofu making the big plays. And even here, Watson, he force-stuffs Tofu to then blink in to catch the Pugner. So like the coordination between them was allowing them to be in this winning position. But at any minute that RP doesn't connect, that's when it falls flat. He walks into the edge of the sandstorm. Of course, even if he hits the RP, you're probably not getting a kill into a farmed Ursa at that point, but Gaming, they drafted themselves a lineup that was all about Magnus must hit every single RP, and if you ever fail, your fight is lost. And I feel like all of that pressure on a single player, on a single hero, is not the way to beat out Xtreme when their drafts scale so beautifully. And it's rough to see, but again, Xtreme, we said that they build these lineups that scale perfectly, that have points of pressure throughout the entire game, and Gaimin just didn't really respect that, it feels like, because everything was on Tofu's shoulders, and he was popping off until he stopped. Exactly, yeah.
It is always one of those things. It's really tough, and it's even worse when you see it on a core. It feels right when there's that big cooldown ultimate. It's like great. It's awesome when this is up. It feels like that team is invincible. It's up, but then it's not even having impact, Raya, and then you kind of have to go back to this drawing board. Could we have itemized a different way so it wasn't all on this RP hitting 1, 2, and potentially more heroes?
Dude, there's clearly like many issues going on inside of Gaimin Gladiators, because we actually had...
List them all.
We had CY...
Every single one.
We had CY for an exclusive interview on the side stream, on the Siraction Slacks stream number 2 from the studio over there. Hi Slacks.
Hey Slacks.
And,
there we go, hello.
Oh, wow, you can see him.
So we had him on.
You can hear him too. It's really hard to focus. Yeah.
And I asked him, I was like, hey, CY, who are you hoping wins? And he went, I hope Tofu wins. And I said, oh, okay, so what does Tofu win?
But if you think Xtreme wins,
Wait, no, but why did he say Tofu specifically and not just the team, or what?
I don't know, and I said, why, like, what specifically would you like this, like, what needs to happen for Tofu to be winning? And he said, you know, like, he just needs to be hitting those skewers and the, you know, and the RPs and stuff.
So just hit your spells, land your spells.
Yeah.
That's the TLDR of what he said.
Yeah, so they were hoping that he would do that, and he didn't. So clearly something went terribly wrong.
I mean, if you read between the lines there, he's clearly stating that he felt the pressure, right, of the draft that he gave his team, right? Like he realized that maybe the flex of Magda support and then having to do that wasn't the best. We even saw Liquid, they flex a Doom to a support position. And it's the same story, right? If they don't win this kind of early portion and control, then they're just going to fall flat because it's kind of heroes in off positions. And yeah, not really a fan of this gaming lineup. I think I much preferred Xtremes and during the draft, so...
Are we overrating the Magnus? Like, when do we see teams fall into this predicament of willing to pick it up, but also willing to put it in support? Like, why does that happen? And then why does it not get the results that they're obviously thinking it's going to get?
You kind of need damage with the Magnus, because Magnus support is very quick on the map. Normally support Magnus also goes for a reverse RP with the cooldown, but he went for just RP, the normal one.
Yeah.
Which is, again, it's a lot of the same words being said, but the style is very different. He's doing a different style of support to other high-ranked pub players, and I don't know, I feel like there was meant to be more explosive damage with it. We didn't really see that. It's, again, damage over time. That was the issue that Fear and I had with Gaming's lineup. They required on really long fights, and Xtreme's lineup is built to perfectly take that type of fight, and yeah, I just don't know. I just don't like the draft of Gaming. I didn't like it during the draft. I don't really like it now. And I'm hoping they change things for game 2.
That would be weird if you liked it now with them losing.
I just love the way they lost this game. It was just so refreshing. No. I just think they just made it so hard on themselves to win. And again, a lot of things that we keep reminding ourselves is it's a top 5 longest average match duration tournament since patch 7.0. You want scaling. You want that big team fight, the late game. But I'm seeing Gaming's lineup where it's like, if you don't win in half an hour, then you're hoping for like the perfect jump, the perfect fight. You're hoping for things of your opponent to make mistakes rather than you to play your best. And that is the issue I'm seeing with the losing teams at the moment.
Anything else that you want to quickly add on here, Rhea, for this game number 1 on either Xtreme Gaming or Gaimin Gladiators?
Yeah, if you want a really cool experience, you should check out twitch.tv/Suraction/B-Stream.
It is a massive shout out to Blast as well, right? They have set up this fantastic co-streaming area.
Let me shill it. I was the one being a part of it. We had Leonard.
I had to watch it.
We had Leonard from Blast coming in.
I loved
Stop
watching
talking
it.
over me. I'm shilling. We had Leonard from Blast come in and give us a soundboard of excellent things to play around with. They gave us a third headset so we could get. Wait, where am I? Hello. So we can get incredible co-guests. We had the makeup lady on. We had the sound guy on. I invited the photographer on, but he didn't come. We had CY again. We had CY. It was very cool. We had a lot of. We had the vomiting horse.
What didn't you have at this point?
What happened when you didn't have them on?
We were just having a good time.
There we go. See?
That's it. You should have led with that. You were just having a good time. Hopefully, you guys are having a good time
and
here.
Blast was in the chat.
Well.
They were in the chat as well, so they were validating everything we were doing. Check it out.
Any more?
No.
All right. Well, we're gonna go to a break. We've rounded this one out. When we come back at game number 2 in this elimination, best of 3 between Xtreme Gaming and Gaimin Gladiators. That's the conversation we need to have. Terrorblade here, off lane specifically, actually almost any role at this point, because we thought coming into today, yeah, his stock's rising.
Wait,
it's
let's do this
good.
a different way. Let's do this a different way.
Nope.
how about one of me and T takes like a really hard stance for it and against it, and we just have a big old debate?
Well, I feel like you're gonna argue either way, so I could just ask the question. Terrorblade offlane, are we for it? Are we against it?
All right, T, take one.
We want to see Gaimin Gladiators pick it up again.
Take a side.
I'm not saying it was the issue in game one. I'm just, as a general point of view, we've seen it 0-3 today.
Take a side, quickly.
Take a side?
Okay, I'll take a side.
There you
Can
go.
you be contrarian to it though?
I can try.
I hate Terrorblade. Why everyone's just first picking it? You're first picking this hero. It's getting countered now in the lane. Like people are not doing the same thing. They're not picking this Slark and dying to it. No. We've adapted. We're actually probably being in lane now, and we're running them down. We're making our draft nice and easy so that we can go run in and not let him do his own thing. He's buying this pipe first. Ace himself said,
Auras are trash.
Auras are trash. I want to scale. I'm going to pick my Dawnbreaker and I'm going to buy the big hitting items, and now he's picking Terrorblade and buying a pipe. What's that about? It's a hypocritical stance. You can't be saying that. You can't be doing that.
You're saying that pros are flip-flopping.
I'm saying that he's flip-flopping.
Ace is a hypocrite. That's what she's
That's what I'm
saying.
saying. And also, I'm saying Terrorblade doesn't fit the mold of what we think is absolutely incredibly OP. It's terrible. Throw it out.
T?
I actually love Terrorblade in the offlane. I feel like the way that it manipulates the draft, forces certain heroes, you know, obviously agility carries are now kind of out of question to some degree, which was kind of win last game, but, you know, I feel like it really shapes and forms such a strategy that I get to, you know, concoct it into what I want. If anything, I think teams losing on offlane Terrorblade are just poorly educated in the draft game and failing miserably. So if anything, I think it's the team's fault, not the hero's fault.
You guys are going to get to talk about it a little bit more. I know that you're going to be doing our draft battle,
What
so
the hell was that?
I won't
That was
exhaust
awful.
all your talking points on this Terrorblade in case you do end
don't
up
follow
seeing
me.
it. So let's get some more viewpoints on the Terrorblade. It's our casters. Owen and Lacoste.
Thank you very much, Natty. Yeah, excited to see if and where the Terrorblade comes into this draft. You think not at all? We've had it 3 games today, Lacoste. He's lost all of them.
If you remember Ace's performance on Dawnbreaker compared to this one, how much impact he had. So I want to see something like even his Centaur, a hero, like, because Ace has been known to play these aura buyers when they were on top of their game in 2022, owning also part of 2023. But yeah, the meta has changed, and I want to see him on something more aggressive because he looked so comfortable on playing these heroes, something that he has high impact compared to Terrorblade, where he's basically playing a support from the back lines, trying to look for some Sunder on one of his cores. Not the playstyle that I expect from Ace.
No, we'll see how he changes it up, and it's just been a crazy sort of bracket run so far. Just in terms of the results, right? We had OG nearly taking out Falcons, then Gaimin Gladiators did take out Falcons, and the Gaimin Gladiators, the team that took out Falcons, is now struggling against XG. XG up 1 game. We're going to see what happens in game 2, ladies and gentlemen, as the draft has started.
Hi.
We're in serious business mode now.
Yes.
We're about to do this draft real good.
Real good.
Real good.
Yeah.
Let's break it down. So we have some support bands here on the side of Xtreme. Chen, Enchantress, SD. They clearly understand that Gaimin's supports are the pivotal part of their teamwork essence. And if they take away their ability to utilize the map through these creep-based heroes, plus SD who's broken, then they can break their formation and take advantage of their cores.
Supports are fundamental.
Yes.
Unlike Gaimin, they don't give a shit about supports. Other than Naga Siren. That is broken, of course, #1 support in the game. DK out, Sniper. A lot of respect going that way. If anything, please Gaimin, add a little bit of scaling to your lineup. Don't put yourself in this one-dimensional approach of I must break my opponent and outskill, or I just lose. Xtreme will beat you every single time if you do this.
I agree. And following up on the support point, they've first picked Pugna, they have first picked Muerta, both supports. I actually really enjoy the focus on supports. We've seen so much impact coming out from them, and them kind of dictating what you can do on the map. Like when these people pick really passive supports, you know, they're moving less, they're making less moves, or their damage is lower, and then your cores have to make up for their like shortcomings. So taking away a large part of the pool and securing what you want early, I'm a fan of it. I like it before we see more get banned out.
Yeah, I mean, Muerta brings kill potential to the offlane, and then Pugna brings kind of the entry to laning phase into carry. You're going to be left alone. I'm going to go take bot tower, take mid tower, you know, just amp up the map and make it feel like it's a lot quicker than it actually is. So yeah, again, both supports, very high value at the moment. Xtreme now thinking for their next ban, they did ban out the Doom, so have pivoted away from supports being their focus, and a little bit of respect towards the offlane.
I would like to see on the side of Xtreme, though, their other support being something that can fight. Like, obviously, Pugna is going to want to fight, but he'll do it from a supporting role where he's trying to keep
Clock or
the carry
Tusk
alive.
type of
Yes,
hero?
Clock or Tusk, literally
Yeah,
exactly what I
okay,
want. Yeah,
there you
yeah.
go. Yeah, I think naturally with a Pugna, you want heroes that create that front line for you, either through existence or through initiation. And it can come from the offlane, it can come from support, but yeah, I think traditionally at least, Pugna Tusk, Pugna Clock, pretty much does the job that you're describing.
Yeah, there's an alternative of like, oh, we're going to take a Lion instead, because that gives you damage and it gives you the ability to fight a lot of lockdown, but it does then make your backline quite squishy.
Yep.
And if they do that, then I'd like to see them pair it with some frontliners. I don't think I've seen Xtreme play the Earth Spirit, but that sort of hero who just has a big body and wants to go in for you and protect you by killing everyone.
Yeah, it does help a lot. And again, to be fair, they're taking a lot of time with this second phase of bans. Of course, Gaimin only have a single ban to go for. Xtreme, they banned out the Invoker. Even though it didn't really do a lot in the last game, relative to the big picture, it still is very, map playing. And now we're expecting at least, well, I'm expecting Gaming to win the offlane. Like, as soon as I see Muerta, in the back of my mind, I see that lane's already won. I'm not seeing a lot of safe lanes crush the Muerta plus offlane combo as of yet. Unless Xtreme want to cook up the lane themselves, but often it's like a default win, in my opinion.
Yeah, watch them pick Terrorblade here. Watch them pick Terrorblade and ruin it.
Nah, okay, they go an Ogre, right? It's the kind of the opposite of a Terrorblade.
Yeah. Usually when we see the support come out in first phase for this side, they pick another one here, and then we'll see the reveal from XG of some sort of strategy, and then Gaimin will have to start revealing their cores and how they want to counter it.
All right, you know how we kind of force this Terrorblade meme on panel?
Yeah.
I'll happily kind of give it a little bit more life outside of the memes. That
Sure.
I think Terrorblade is still an extremely strong offlaner, but it is kind of what you touched on, the idea that people respect what it's good now.
Yeah.
Like what it's good against, sorry. So now you need to put Terrorblade in a reactionary draft position. Maybe in that second phase, you see 2 or 3 heroes, then you pick Terrorblade. But I think first pick, at least in the series today, it feels like teams are very confident going, we've prepped well for this, we're not afraid for it. And we see the Clock, we see the second phase Terrorblade. So kind of, we mentioned Clock already, we're talking about second phase Terrorblade, they don't really see cores yet.
Yeah.
So I'm on the fence a little bit, but...
Is it going to be now a second phase Magnus? Because he also has been unbanned and unpicked so far. I'm not sure what people are waiting for. I think if you're playing into this TB, yes, it can be offlane. It could also be carry. You have to address it somewhat, because I think Ogre and Muerta are not doing any sort of high burst magic damage.
Can't they just Dawnbreaker +1 here? We already know how Dawnbreaker is really strong. Dawnbreaker into Terrorblade is a pretty strong lane. You can chase down the TB.
Yeah.
You then, if TB is a carry, you have the Axe build for Dawnbreaker for the evasion to prevent the damage of TB. TB carry has damage issues, so I think if they want to go down the line of comfort and what they've done before, I'd be leaning towards Dawnbreaker, but...
That would be really good. Great call, T.
Thank you very much, Rhea.
Beautiful. Now, what build are they going to go? That's the interesting part, right? Because
Shall we
when
run over and
talk to
ask
Ace,
him?
Yes.
If they put the camera on and we just
let's
jump
just
over the
Ariel
deck.
Yeah.
Ace, give us the answers.
Yeah.
I mean, we're yet to do that. Would we get fired?
No, but we can.
Oh, you said no with so much confidence.
We can just pretend it. So like, okay, what build are you gonna go? Oh, I don't know. I'm Mr. Ace, and I'm not on the. And I was.
When did Ace become British? Commit to the bit.
Shut up, man. Let me talk. Let me talk about Ace. Ace came on for an interview yesterday. If you missed it, when they played, they won with Dawnbreaker in game 1, and during that game, he built a Dawnbreaker in a different way to what others are doing. Typically, you see a lot of Dawnbreakers go blade mails, and instead of doing that, Ace decided to go for an S&Y. He went for a Soul Cuirass, a Satanic, Nullifier. He very much built to scale in the game and be more of a hardcore. And he said that he doesn't like the other way that she's played. He thinks that she should scale and is very strong with her damage, and also like he was saying that it's really important on her to use your ult actively off cooldown, because when you have the facet that reduces her spell cooldowns, you are going to just get it up by farming passively. So not only are you farming, you're also getting your ability to fight back at the same time. So she should be farming as a core, and he plays it really well.
And also a key thing yesterday, he wasn't playing on the map by himself, right? Allowing his team players fall.
Yes.
He was joining his team, starting fights, and then using Solar Guardian kind of like within the fight, not just going, hey guys, can you smoke for me and help me?
Yes.
But if he plays like that, this Drow's food the entire game. Like, he needs to be up front. So SMY looks better this game because he's naturally going to become the front line for his team. This, with the Drow pick, does force Terrorblade into the offlane, right? You don't want to put Terrorblade in a carry role and just allow Drow to be the hard counter. Of course, Drow just, with her ult, just pierces straight through the armor of Terrorblade, so it's pretty annoying.
Yeah, and it's hard to itemize as well. Maybe if you're able to get a carry that wants to buy an Assault Cuirass would be very lovely, because you can't really deal with her as a... She's dealing physical damage.
Yeah, they can fight for the asset.
That's great, I love that. But you can't deal with her by buying like evasion, because she just gets True Strike when she buys her shot.
Yeah.
She has a lot of things in her kit right now. I really love Drow. But I love the Ursa pick too. It's a hero that's going to buy a Blink Dagger naturally. They're going to be hunting for her to get on that backline. We're probably going to see him pick up an MKB at some point to deal with the fact that Dawnbreaker could buy into the Ags. I think Ace did buy Ags last time on Dawn.
Quinn's hero has to be the one that is a playmaker, right? Because how do you see Ursa stop like getting punished in the early game for his farm? Like, Dawn can pressure in lane, but also Ursa can run you down. So that's a bit volatile. Let's assume Ursa wins his lane. After that, Drow wants to hit creeps. Ogre, Muerta need another hero to play on. Dawn's going to play recovery. So Quinn needs to have a hero with his last pick that sets some pace. Otherwise, we might just see another low 900 GPM, Battle Fury, every single item he ever wants type game.
I need you to correct me if my view on this is wrong.
Okay.
Maybe I'm overreacting, but I feel like Ursa gets bodied by Muerta Dawnbreaker. Even with, like, I don't think Pugna can... He doesn't have enough health pool to trade with them efficiently for Ursa, and he's a melee hero, and in the early levels, Ursa does not trade that well. Like, sure, he can get his swipes and he has to build those up, but the burst that comes out from Muerta and Dawnbreaker in the first second of trading makes it so unfavorable for Ursa to like stick on them.
It's why Muerta is so strong, right? You pick it to make sure any lane feels good, right? And yeah, you are right, the Ursa will have a hard time, but that's why I'm hoping they put the Clockwork in the lane of the Ursa.
Oh, you want
so then Clock can walk up, put the cogs, and then when Dawn steps up, it's like, you lost some mana, you soak up a bit more, Pug then walks away. You know, that could be a world where they do it, but yeah, I'm expecting Dawn Muerta to do well in lane, unless maybe Clock goes there to fix it up. And even if they do well in lane though, Ursa should in theory be able to recover. I think the time in which Gaming is confident is Ursa is somehow like 0-2 and 0-3 in lane.
Yeah.
If he doesn't die that many times, we are going to see Battle Fury by like minute 14, 13, whatever.
Yeah.
And Quinn at least getting banned out with the puck. Again, Quinn has ultimate last pick in the draft. So whatever he sees, he's just going to pick up. Like, be it crush the lane or maybe punish Ursa down the line.
I think Xtreme should ban Queen of Pain. I think this is an incredible Queen of Pain game. The only thing I think... Actually, yeah, no, I like it a lot. Because you have Ogre and Dawnbreaker, who's going to have a lot of tanky items for herself. Like, you don't need to have a more front line on game inside. I think right now, Queen of Pain can kite this Ursa and this TB and this Clock and anyone really easily.
Yep, it's overwhelming damage. I think Xtreme... They might just go for a Pangolier themselves just to kind of push out the wave, and then they have additional control, so they might not be afraid of a Quap.
Right.
Because lane could... Like, Quap goes for 2-point Blink and 3-point Scream, so she's more farm heavy.
Yep.
She's not the, 3-point Dagger, I really hate you melee hero, you don't get to play the game anymore. But for the explosiveness, then yeah, it will work out. They ban Viper.
Viper instead.
No, again, I think I like Pangolier just for the fight, but
they took it, okay.
Okay.
That is so smart. I was like, I don't think Viper is more ban-worthy than Quap, but then they decided to just take her. That's very good drafting. So who do you pick against Queen of Pain in lane? Because Lena's banned.
My one fear for Gaming, if they were to go Quap, would be it fills into the same style as last game. It's like, if things don't go well, like, they need kills, they need everything, so... I don't even know if they would want... Anyway, that doesn't matter now. Xtreme have it themselves.
All of the mids that are coming into my head are all banned. I was like, can Sniper do well? Can Lina do well? Can Storm do well? Oh, well, okay, ban.
Doesn't matter, they're gonna pick
it. Head... Okay.
This is just incredibly pacing based, right? Like, when I look at Ursa loves to play into Nature's Prophet. You just eat him alive. This is not a Gleipnir Prophet that breaks the game super quick. It's a Mjolnir one that's a bit more farm heavy. Sure, Drow with Hurricane Pike, Silver Edge, Manta has multiple ways to kite away from the Ursa. But with the Quap and points you made, plus Clock is very aggressive. I think Gaimin's draft's better, but it's still vulnerable to, if you make a mistake, Xtreme will just try and run over you with this Ursa.
If Ursa doesn't get trashed in lane, I prefer Xtreme's draft. Because I think it's really easy for PYW to come and play with XM and just kill Quinn over and over again. And I don't think the supports, like if the supports have to leave Watson, for example, then he becomes vulnerable. I think Ace is going to have to be extremely active on the map, like we talked about, his playstyle of I'm not going to wait and use my ult, I'm just going to be running in and getting involved. I think he needs to do a lot of that because you currently have no one to set up for you. Like, in a maybe ideal world, you have someone finding a kill for you, and then Ace comes in with his ult, and Quinn TP's in, but
who
Watson's not setting up for you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, who finds the kill in gaming? Like, unless you're crushing lanes and having that momentum, it's like your Ogre's gonna solo smoke and then force a Nature's Prophet and Dawnbreaker on you. Like, that is my one concern, that unless they have this lead, like Ace just. Again, we praised Ace on playing this way, where he doesn't just play on the side of the map. Like, I think Ace has to play with his team. He can't just, I'll join you later. Like, I think he needs to be in a couple fights to create opportunities. And
I think Tofu also needs to buy Atos. I really liked watching a Muerta earlier that went Glimmer and 4-staff and was able to play more like, I'm going to help my team to survive, which is nice when you're playing with someone like Drow, because then you're not forcing them to buy BKB early, for example. But I think Tofu needs an Atos. I think you need more catch.
But their map will just disappear. If Gaming get an early lead, like whilst Ursa farms and TB farms, like Nature's Prophet, Drow, like, they will just delete you very early on. I think Drow needs to maybe go a little bit more aggressive with her playstyle. She can't just sit back and farm the entire time. There are windows in which Gaming can struggle, but also where they can look like an insane tournament-winning team with this draft. But they can also fall flat. I don't know. It's also so hard to talk with Slacks in my right ear, knowing he's in the same room, yapping and screaming. But luckily, you know not who's in the same room?
Who's not in the same room?
Thanks for asking.
Wow.
It's going to be only Pixel and Lacoste, who luckily are not in the same room as Action Slack.
Woohoo!
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it's time to get in the action of Game 2 between Gaimin Gladiators and Xtreme Gaming. What do we make of this, Lacoste? We're getting the low Ursa again after a phenomenal Game 1 on the hero. We are, however, getting Xtreme. They want to try out the TB offlane this game. Now, one thing we do know from them, though, is the other day when you played it, he looked great, and he did it a little bit different.
Yes, he did go for Orchid as his first item. He was playing, because they were lacking a little bit of control, and he might do the same thing in this one. In terms of magic damage, there is a lot still. You're playing into Ogre, Dawnbreaker, Muerta, Nature's Prophet as well, so let's see what he's going to be able to build in this one. And just to point out, performance from low, that was the highest GPM on LAN of all time on Ursa. And I don't think this time around he's going to be getting similar type of a game.
Sure. This is going to be harder.
It's going to be much harder. He's playing into Muerta. He's also playing into Dawnbreaker. And I want to see who's going to be playing that position 5, something that panel did talk about. And I'm seeing Poloson with 6 Tango. So it feels like it's going to be him playing 5, and they're going to have Clockwork playing position 4. My problem with this type of a lane is you don't have anything to stop Dawnbreaker from getting in and getting the kill. So I think Ursa is gonna need to go back to jungle relatively early on. Sure, Pugna is a strong 5, but you're playing against really strong lane. Muerta fixes a lot of lanes. Any carry you ask him, which hero do you hate playing the most? As from position 4, most likely all of them are gonna say Muerta.
And we've got to talk about this as well. This last pick coming in from Gaimin, the mid-prophet. I don't think anyone really expected this to be the hero that Pum was going to go for this game. Comes out of nowhere. Where do you think it did come from? Why this hero this game?
I didn't expect this one to come out. They needed a hero that can deal okay with the Queen of Pain. A lot of these heroes who are naturally good have been banned out, and I really like how they addressed this draft, because it looked like a top-tier pick for Gaimin if they can get 24 Queen of Pain, very limited lockdown on Xtreme, so they ban Viper and they steal Queen of Pain. That was nicely done, and I like what Poloson was able to do. He zoned out Tofu completely for the first level, which did allow Ursa to get some early CS. 3-2 right now. He needs any kind of early start that he can get, any advantage.
As we saw on the stats there, he's only played it once before in a pro game, Quinn, this Nature's Prophet. So it seems like a risky move. Now, this is their elimination game. You know, down 1 game of this best of 3. Gaimin lose this, they're out of the tournament. So really pulling out a bit of a wild card of a last pick this game. Let's see if it works out for him.
a lot of global presence. You have Nature's Prophet coming in, Dawnbreaker ulti. Also, I love the combination between these two because you have innate ability on Dawn, you show the whole map, and if you pop that ulti with Nature's Prophet, it's gonna hit everybody.
The battle of the supports continuing up top. Bottom lane, so far new 6-4 against the 6-1, so they're going to get a fair few denies in already against this Drow Ogre lane. CS in the mid, very close. I mean, overall, do you expect somebody to come out on top of this mid matchup?
I would say Queen of Pain. I don't think, like, because you don't threaten Queen of Pain that much with Treant. A lot of times you would see melee heroes here, and they would get bullied because it is a lot of damage coming in between these two, but Queen of Pain having a Blink Strike, a lot of the times mid-Nature's Prophet will be able to... Oh, and that's the power of this lane.
There we go, they can get these sort of kills. Even if you're just slightly out of position, Ace and Tofu on them away to Dawn, they'll get the action up here.
There's no way. Like, a lot of the times you will see lanes go even, small advantages, but this is the lane where they shouldn't lose it. There's literally no way unless there's going to be some huge misplay, and maybe they're going to need some Queen of Pain rotations, because TB is not your primal beast, even though New had a bit of a slower game. It needs to be coming out from either Clockwork or Queen of Pain, because they will need to fix some of their lanes, especially the top lane.
We'll see how much longer Lowe's going to feel that he can even just stay in this lane. As you mentioned earlier, highly likely that we'll see him push to the jungle pretty soon, with how rough of a matchup he's having to face. Mid lane seems to be pretty even. Quinn just with a slight edge on denies, having that extra unit with the Treant to be able to secure some of those against XM. Just trying his best to be quite the nuisance. We'll see if he finds any chance to go for any sort of TP plays. The top lane,
I think he's going to be waiting for level 6, so you don't want to go as active. Crazy. No, I don't think it's necessary. You could, if you find an opening, maybe in a bottom lane, but it's going to be quite difficult. As you can see, Drow Ranger, she did suffer a lot at level 1, level 2, especially level 1, because you have Ogre with you in the lane who does absolutely nothing, doesn't have abilities, but once he gets to his level 2, then things start to get much more difficult, especially if you can land 2-man Ignite. XM dropping low, will need to go back, already picked up that Bounty Rune on his side of the map.
And top lane, I mean, as you can see, is sure Lowe's farm, he's not having the greatest of times, but it's not terrible. And a lot of the CS is being compensated for by Paulison being able to secure quite a bit with the blast. So kind of as a whole, you know, with 20 plus 11, they're still getting a lot of gold and a decent amount of XP, right? And not a huge amount is being denied away from these.
Yeah, Paulison is mostly securing the range creeps, because if Ursa goes for it, gets Deadshot, gets Starbreaker, he does not want to risk it. So it's a very nice exchange in terms of, because he's sitting at 11. You have
it's a lot.
3. He has more CS combined, 2 supports combined on Gaimin. Power of Pugna.
So I think if anything, even with the early kill that they did get up there on the top lane Gaimin against Xtreme, I think considering the circumstances, Xtreme, they're faring pretty well against this very strong duo off lane of Gaimin.
Has ulti available, and he just TP'd back to base, so let's see if they make some kind of a move right now.
New's going to be able to move in with the Metamorphosis, and they're going to be able to find Watson. Quinn TP's in, it's against the 4 of them.
Oh, look at those cogs.
Indeed, but it's kind of going to cause issues for their own team there, really. I mean, PYW, he's in trouble. The Celery's going to be chasing him down. Dead shot from Tofu. Snipes him amongst the trees. They get the kill on Watson, but they do lose both supports for that move.
They gotta respect Nature's Prophet ulti. He did not use it, and also TP rotation. This relieves some pressure from XM. He didn't have his TP available. Would definitely love to come potentially into that fight, TP to a tower, but right now they are pressuring this mid tower. He has Regen Rune, they have Catapult and Pugna. That's gonna be a lot. Quinn needs to be careful. Zoning him out completely.
I was considering some sort of aggressive move whilst he had the Regen Rune pumping. So a lot of damage done to the tier 1. with the presence of Pugner, Polisson. They're going to try and keep this up. Celery's going to turn up for the defense. They'll look to get these two off the tower, but a lot of damage done here with that time that he did get whilst all the action was focused down around that bottom tier 1.
Why does Watson look like he has perma bloodlust?
I don't know.
Is that Trail of the Burning Doom cosmetic? I think it might be. It's the expensive one, Owen.
I was going to say, that looks pretty sweet.
100,000 or something.
100,000?
I think it's like 10K.
No, it's...
This is one of the rarest ones.
Wait, this is like one of those kind of bug cosmetics, or this is actually a real cosmetic?
I think it's the bug one. That's why it's so rare and expensive.
I mean, I don't know if it looks 10K crazy,
yeah,
but you know, each to their own.
Look, right now, you can't tell if he's bloodlusted or not.
Ah. Now, is that...
Pay to win. You only have to pay $10,000 and pick Ogre.
That's a tough... It sounds like you're selling them. Are you trying to make some money here?
No, I don't have any of those expensive ones.
Hey, top lane. Oh, good silence, good fear, good silence. Not enough. Out they go. Polisson. Doesn't want Quinn to get the arcane. Start teasing around with him. He's got the back of a Xtreme.
That was such a nice play. He faked it, then knew that Quinn's gonna go for the deny. Gets the Cripify and buys just enough time for XM to blink in and pick up Arcane. This is such a valuable, because first active rune was Regen. They pressured the tower. Second rune, second best one, I would say. He got an Arcane one, and now he's ready to join. He wants to use that ulti.
Over he comes. He's looking towards this top lane. They're gaming. They're bringing in the numbers. They're not going to make it easy for XM to find something around her, especially with this vision down in the jungle. Still going to try and dive the tower here. TP in from Quinn. Trying to sprout to PYW, but he's able to cut his way out of this, get away from this one. So Gaimin Gladiators, they'll settle for the tier 1 push, and they'll get it. Tower to fall. It's going to be a bit of a recovery game for both of the carries, as we can see. Both Low and Watson having a rather slow start from the position 1.
As expected, especially for Low. Didn't die a single time, so that's a good thing. Lowest on the network. But they will pressure this tower, get some extra gold. It seems like TB, he's gonna go for the same item build. When Neo last time played it against Falcons, we'll pick up that Orchid. I mean, it's a great item, because right now they are lacking some control.
Yeah, it looked so good the other down him. What did he go? It was sort of what, some sort of Orchid into SNY BKB build. Kind of went full carry from the off lane. It looked great. And it's something that he's been doing a lot in his pubs, and he's had I think it was something like a 78% win rate over the last couple of weeks where he's been doing this. We saw it for the first time in a pro game the other day from him here at Blast Slam, and yeah, the second time round looking to hit similar timings. I mean, the average offlaner's GPM. I mean, this is one you likes to build these kind of carry items. He gets a lot of money, 3rd highest.
No surprise that ATF has the highest one. This guy is
by quite a mile as well.
Yes.
It's not even close. You know, Mar's just far above the rest of them when it comes to the speed that he farms from that position.
Gaimin Gladiators bringing in numbers, playing with the catapult. This is going to be a tower. XM has ulti available. News running in. A bit low on mana, has magic one charges. Let's see if they're going to respect this. Problem is, Clockwork is not level 6. So they don't have that initiation.
We'll be able to hold them back for now. It gives them the space to get the tower deny. I mean, I feel sort of overall, you know, we're coming up to 11 minutes in. It is 4-1 in favor of Gaimin, but the gold lead, it's not there. It's pretty much dead even. And overall, would you say that that kind of feels a little bit better for XG, the fact that they haven't crumbled in these opening 11 minutes?
Yeah, but I'm still liking Gaimin's draft a little more. Even carry-to-carry matchup, back in the days, it was so Ursa favored, but Draw Ranger, she got so many buffs, this matchup changed so much that in a lot of these, I would even prefer, especially with the lineup that they have around Draw Ranger, with Dawn ulti and Bloodlust on top of it, I would favor Draw Ranger in this one. Because she builds into Pike. Ursa doesn't like to play into Silence, slow as well. Could be pretty massive.
See if maybe XG's able to speed stuff up now, because the Dagon is online for XM, and we saw how explosive of an entry into the mid game he had last time on his Sand King. He was an absolute killer on the hero. And they're ready to see if they can maybe find Watson down bottom, but Watson's playing very careful. Under the tier 2. It's a tough spot to find him in. He's going to show now. Do they want to go for the dive? It's not going to get the hookshot connection. That's going to get the chance for Watson to turn with a gust. TPs are coming in. Sonic Wave just to try and push back any TP that was coming forward. Celery's the one that gets knocked back momentarily. PYW will not be saved. A bit of a whiffed attempt there from XG to go for that dive under the tier 2.
I don't think they're getting that kill anyway. The damage, other than Queen of Pain, is a bit slow, but you gotta respect Dawn ulti and you gotta respect Nature's Prophet plus the TP rotation. Bolison will get stunned and will die in the process.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Continuing to get these kills successfully, and it really is just the fact that we saw what happened the other day when Ace got this level of free farm. The Dawn play from him, nothing could be done against him.
No,
it was the game where Falcons, they had to deal with this incredibly farmed Dawnbreaker. They never really got to the stage where they had an answer or the ability to look for fights when the Solar Guardian was down. And at the moment, with the sort of beginning that Ace is having, it's looking to go the same way for him. This Dawn's going to be a huge problem for XG.
Going for the same item build, S and Y, so he has status resistance. He's going to be super speedy with the phase boots on top of it. His next item was Shard, so that you have that Starbreaker, you can move, and also it gives you debuff immunity, which is a pretty nice upgrade. One of the few shards that you want to buy ASAP.
Saw last game, XG were able to swing around a bit of an early game gold deficit that they were having to deal with. Can they do it again here? It's going to take, as I say, most pressure and plays to come out probably once again from the combo of XM and PYW. He talked up PYW on the clock before. He's had some fantastic games on it.
Not this time around.
It's been a slow start.
Been shut down completely. Yeah. They were unable to get many kills. About to crack level 7, 14 minutes into the game. Not much has been happening. Clockwork doesn't enjoy these type of games, and he's the only form of initiation where Queen of Pain needs to follow him. Problem is, with only one source of initiation, Dawnbreaker, she can easily counter that. You go in with the hook shot, you know the Dawnbreaker ulti is coming.
Except, look at the silence into the Fire Blast multicast. That's done for the Solar Guardian as well. Polison trying to heal him up, trying to give him the time to get out of this, and he'll manage to save him. XM able to blink away, and now he's ready to potentially turn. Holds back on the Sonic Wave for now. They've only lost Polison. There's the jump from XM, and he's able to find the big kills. He's able to bring...
So low.
But Ace indeed salving up at the last moment. He actually lives. The Sonic Wave was not enough to kill Ace off. Ace escapes.
Super tanky with this type of a build, going for Sanj, having extra stats as well. All these small items, they tend to add up, but again, Polison sacrificing his own life to be able to save Queen of Pain. You can still feel that Ursa, he's not going to be joining. He just finished off his battle. Fury needs another 1,000 gold to get the Blink Dagger. This is the time where he will start to play slightly more aggressive, and I also want to see if they go for Roche one more time relatively early on, because in the last game, there was not much happening, and in terms of ultis that they do have, Dawnbreaker ulti is gone, so I want to see if they just rush into Roche and try to grab it. Oh, it's doing exactly the same thing.
I should be able to find this, no problem. I mean, Tofu is around with Watson, but it's risky to make this play, as you say, without the backup of Solar Guardian being online. So XG should have the freedom to take this without any interruption. It's certainly going to help them out quite the bit here. So they need to ensure, if anything, that this sort of early Aegis wouldn't have fallen into the hands of Gaimin Gladiators.
They do have damage. If they would have taken one good fight, a very nice decision making from Low. Been very impressed how he played so far in the tournament.
Tollison, he's going to be fouled. Quinn, he's got the setup. Multi-shot coming in. That's an easy one there for the two of them. Watson to claim the kill.
God, I hate Nature's Prophet. You have to buy Quelling Blade just to be able to get out of Sprout. At least Ursa's not going to have that issue. He has upgraded Quelling Blade. So you'll always have something. Trivia time.
Oh, there you go. The first team to ever pick Ursa and Terrorblade in a competitive game was during the EU qualifiers for TI6. A team at TI6 back in the day, Lacoste.
back in the days.
Now you're Googling, that's cheating.
No, no, we're not. I don't know.
TI6.
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 Mouse.
I'm going to go with C-Deck.
It's EU qualifiers.
Oh. I didn't read that. Okay, never mind.
You missed that
I
part.
missed that bit of the question. But we have the answer. But did you get told the answer?
No.
I know the answer. Give me another guess.
It's not what I said?
I don't know what you said. What did you say? It wasn't what you said. I'm pretty sure it wasn't. Say something else.
Was it secret?
It was!
Oh!
Ding, 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 ding! 100 points to you, Lacoste.
Back to the game. They have enough damage this time around.
They do. That's a big kill. Ace. Pretty much top of the board. Now he's going to get knocked out of action. A lot of money there for XM. They needed to kill the Dawn. This was something the Falcons weren't able to do in that game where this Dawnbreaker became an issue, right? They were never able to catch Ace out. We're seeing Xtreme. They're able to do it.
They watched that replay. That's
they did. I mean, they almost certainly did, right?
Because they were unable to catch Dawnbreaker throughout the whole game. He was always finding new spots to farm and then rejoining with the team. And this might be one of the few ones where I'm not seeing Boots of Speed at all on Queen of Pain. Could we check the stats?
Let's get the stats.
Get the stats up.
Amount of games, mid-quap has not got Boots at 18 minutes in. That's what we want to see. We'll run the numbers on that. Mid lane. Bit of a surprise here for the Bear, but he's got the Aegis, and he's also got the ultimate. So low. Quick walk away. Watson not going to be able to chase him down. As the farm continues, and in terms of the difference between the two carries, that gap's probably only going to grow, especially when you saw how fast Low farmed last game on his Ursa. I think it's going to be difficult for Watson to keep up in gold unless they're able to enable this Drow in some early action and get some kills that Watson's able to involve in. If it comes to just hitting the creeps, Low, he's going to take the top spot and keep it.
The question is whether TB wants to take some of that farm. They are probably having a talk where TB wants to farm because this hero takes a lot of space on the map. But
especially with this build, right?
Yeah, because this is the build where you are using a lot of your mana. You want to keep pressured on the map, and he's going for Manta style next. Remove the silence, remove ignite. Full Mjolnir, now going into Hurricane Pike. Again, he's playing against Clockwork, playing against Ursa, which is a very good pickup.
Yeah, a bit of an adaptation, I believe, to the build that we saw the only one other time that Quinn played the Nature's Prophet in Pro, which of course was back when kind of Gleipnir was the thing. And indeed nowadays, with Gleipnir stocks on the decline, Mjolnir, the item of choice this game when it comes to that Maelstrom upgrade for Quinn.
And even without boots, look at his neutral item. He did pick up Philosopher's Stone. He's farming with the spells.
Okay.
Doesn't mind having that reduced damage, -30.
Yeah, did we get the stat on that? I don't think we did yet, did we?
No.
Come on, Knoxville, step it up.
Dire's top tower.
He's working on it.
We are asking for very specific stats. There's Dawnbreaker.
I want to know what EG had for breakfast the morning of their grand final win. Nox, get that stat, please. Bring it up.
We can ask Fear. He's here.
We actually can. We can actually get that stat. We can actually get that stat. Somebody get Clinton on that. Oh, mid lane. He's set up into the sun. Still has the Aegis on him. Soligani's coming in. They'll be able to pop in the ones. So if they can go for round 2. Low, he's got the backup coming in. The rest of the team ready out. That's not the way to push them back, but Low's gone. They're able to kill him off a second time. They'll lose PYW as well, as Gaimin Gladiators at this point are too tough for Xtreme to fight into. TP4 from Quinn. They're able to get the catch on Apollison. They'll kill all 3 of them. Good aggression.
That's why I like Drow Ranger in the Ursa matchup, because if you get that gust pre-BKB or at the later stage of the game, he's not going to be able to jump out. And again, you have Bloodlust. I'm looking at what Ogre's building. That's going to be 4 staff for now, holding on to Philosopher's Stone. So both teams kind of prepping for super late game. I mean, as we said, average game time has been 41, 42 minutes. Every single game goes super long.
Also, you got to explain this to me, Lacoste, because we're seeing so much Ogre.
Yeah.
Even in these games you see when they're sort of anticipating to go late. Why does no one ever buy them? Is it just that bad?
It is bad.
It's even with them, it's just still that bad.
Unless you're having some like blast game where you're picking up a triple kill and you're, you know what, guys? I think we're doing great. But most of the time, you want to build into smaller items. Most of the time, it's going to be your Solar Crest, maybe a Force Staff, pick up the Shard from Tormentor. But yeah, it's just way too risky. Let's say for now, he has 4,000, less than 4,000 net worth. If he invested that gold, like, you need to save up 2,000 gold.
Just imagine the gains. On you. He's got no way out of this. He doesn't even have a TP, and he wouldn't even have the chance to use it. There, the damage from Watson coming through very heavily now on the Drow. Gaimin Gladiators making some really good grouped up moves across the map. 13-3, 2K lead. They can push on, maybe even look for the tier 2 top. So far, so good here from Gaimin in this game too. They're keeping XG on their toes.
XG is having a hard time blocking the targets. They need Clockwork, they need Queen of Pain. These two heroes need to be playing together, maybe even Ursa.
And look at these sleepers coming.
He's in trouble
He
again.
really
That's
wants this
BKB
tower.
this time.
They get the tower. Below, can he get out? As you say, he's got the BKB ready to pop. He'll pop it. As he'll manage to get a good bit of distance. They drop the cogs down as well, trying to block off the chase. Ace, he's still able to close in onto the gap towards Polisson. Decrepifies out. They might have to just leave this Pugner behind. Gush catches in from Watson. Indeed, Polisson will fall. But the rest of XG will manage to run. So they'll lose the support, but they do get a tier 2 tower themselves.
Chase potential is there. You have Bloodlusted, SNY, Dawnbreaker running at you pretty much at max movement speed. Let's see your movement speed when he uses phase boots. Bloodlust ran out. Never mind.
Okay. We can do the maths. 437 is if he pops phase now, we'll get to see. Here we go. 507 move speed there with the phase and the Bloodlust.
Almost max movement speed. And I like the item build. This is something that we pointed out when he was playing Dawnbreaker against Falcons. He did go for the right choices. This time around, he wants to be as tanky as possible. Playing against, like, let's say he gets jumped by Ursa. He's not going to die. So we saw in those 2 engagements where they initiated with Queen of Pain and Clockwork, they managed to kill him once, but Ace is having a blast of a game.
Yes, it's yeah, really sort of a night and day difference right between game 2 and game 1. What Ace has been able to do. Didn't get a lot done on the TB, and then bam, this game back on the Dawn. Something that we really enjoyed seeing him on the other day. It's looking just as good as what he was able to show us back in that series against Falcons.
Radiant are scanning.
And there we go. Yeah, Satanic online, very fast for the offlane Dawn. 24
yeah, this has
minutes.
to be one of the fastest.
We've got to get the stats on that. Satanic timing for the offlane Dawns.
We have 2 stats in queue.
Oh, just Dawns in total, eh? That's what we got. We're queuing up the stats there. They're working overtime out the back.
Not much has been happening in the game. Xtreme Gaming, when is the last time that they got a kill? It's been a while.
We'll get the stats on that. There we go. Now, this one we can answer right now. When was it? It was back then. XM getting that kill against Ace.
Yeah,
so that's
quite
a while.
17 minutes in.
It's been a while. It's been a while. But overall, they're not falling too far behind. Only a 2K gold difference still here, 25 minutes in. Next G, they're out with the smoke. Basher online on low as well.
They want Roshan. Yep. If they don't want to take the fight, they will take it for free. But GG, considering how farmed they are, I think they need to take that fight.
Let's see how ready GG is for this, because XG waiting, watching from the side. They're sending the illusion, trying to get some information. They're going to get sights on towards Tofu. Move towards him. Sonic Wave's going to come in, pushes back both Quinn and Celery, and it gives them the space to kill Tofu off. Taking down one of them. Can they go again? I mean, Gaimin, they don't seem to be too scared even without one of their members. They're still ready to push on with the 4 of them, feeling strong around Watson. Roshan, they're into the pit. They'll poke at the roar from him. It's definitely going to cause Gaimin to get a bit more aggressive with their move towards this. Watson's stepping up. They're kind of split though. Watson's very separate from the rest of the team. And that means they're going to get jumped. He's got the backup of the Solar Guardian. Will be able to slide safety, gets out of the cogs and ready to turn. In with the gust, looks towards PIW. They kill off the Clockwork. And now maybe ready to turn for more. New.
They need Co-op to jump in.
He's trying to push forward. I mean, no, he stands his ground against Ace. Ace also has to pull back, can't continue to try and take down this Ursa. And talking about the Ursa, low, he's in again, jumps in, they kill off Ace. XG. They'll be able to hold this area for now. Gaimin Gladiators, they tried to move in, but it was just a little bit awkward. I mean, sure, Watson survives, but he was approaching down the stairs at the same time as the rest of the team came in from the lane. Yeah. They couldn't really connect together in the way that they would hope for, and that worked not to their favor, but to XG's.
A bit of a chaotic fight. Also, I think if Tofu has buyback there, they take that fight much easier. He was very close to having a buyback, but also Cogs not doing any favor for Low to be able to get out and try to chase down that Drow Ranger. But still, second Roshan again does belong to them. And there it is, BYW. This is his standard build, going for Aghanim Scepter, also found Philosopher's Stone. So both teams know that the game's gonna go late.
It certainly seems that way. Here we go. Boots on court by 17 minutes. Has boots, 7,200. Does not have boots, 79.
It was a very specific stats, because you spent 18 minutes.
That's what, 0.72%.
What about throughout the whole game? I think there's gonna be like 2 or 3 flops. Because I don't think he's got like...
He's not gonna buy, but well, 60 minutes, maybe he buys boots of travel.
Yeah, bots, so...
That would be sort of the change-up, but yeah, so far so good from XM. He doesn't need no boots. 15-5. The 8-SOS setup into the silence. BKB has to come out and will come out just in time before the dead shot was going to keep him locked down in the silence. Paulison, he gets found. They're in with the Gust. They're going to use the Solar Guardian aggressively. Might be a little unnecessarily, though, as it wasn't needed for Paulison. And if anything, maybe this will give XG a bit of a chance to look for something themselves. There's 60 seconds, no Solar Guardian to worry about.
Clockwork, he is about to finish off his Aghanim Scepter. Then the real fun is going to start. Satanic has been bought 4 times on Dawn in 737. Last time was the Vi Lama at ESL Bangkok qualifiers.
Wait, that's not even true. Didn't we see Dawn with a Satanic the other day here?
Against Falcons?
Yeah.
I have to double check.
We're gonna check our stats people on that. I think they're wrong.
I think they're lying.
No, they're
just
lying.
Making shit up.
Don't believe what you read here, kids on the internet. We had it the other day, didn't we? Or am I crazy?
Yeah, that was Satanic.
Yeah. Well, our stats guys just got fact-checked. We're gonna fire them immediately. We'll get new ones in. Sorry about that, viewers. We do profusely apologise. Anyway, back in action. Smoke up from XG. See what they can find here. As I said, this is the time to go for the smoke. The Solar Guardian is back up, so they weren't quite able to make the smoke move before the ult was online. Still going to be able to walk into Celery and Tofu. Jumping bash. First hit from Low. That's Tofu gone. They're thinking about diving the tier 2. He's going to hold back PYW with the Fire Blast. For Low and XM, they're moving in. They're going straight for the Ogre. Solar Guardian, it comes in now. Is it going to be enough to save Celery? No. Celery's gone. Now they'll try and turn fire back over towards Low, but the Sonic Wave pushes them back, keeps Low safe, and keeps that Aegis protected.
That's exactly how they need to play. I wanted to see some aggression, and as soon as they pick up Aghanim Scepter on Clockwork, he goes in, uses overclocking, reduces cooldown on those rockets, keeps spamming that, providing vision, so Quap and Ursa can jump in. Watson, if he shows, he just might die.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. Now, the game
in 3 seconds.
It's got into a bit of a complicated situation. There we go. That's all right. We'll forgive them. Next time, though.
Oh, and we should have not said anything every single time we bring.
Now we're going to get fired.
Yeah, they're going to check the stats that we're showing, that we're saying. We also apologize.
Watson trying to go for a cheeky kill, but that was a risky one. He's got to run now, but they're on top of him with the slows. I mean, if he's got to decrepify the life drain, Watson's dead. He's going to regret going for that massively. Ace is trying to TP in to help out. He's caught in the cogs. That was a rough move there from Watson. Tries to go for a cheeky poke, and now the rest of the team, they may suffer as well. Gaimin Gladiators having to scramble back up to the high ground. That's a rough death there.
It really is.
You can't get caught like that.
Oh, this opens up the map so much. It's going to give them tier 2 tower, bunch of gold. They can take the enemy outpost as well. So they could potentially use buybacks, come into a fight. And there's a tier 2 tower to be taken. Plus, Tormentor also respawned on Radiant side. Ursa can easily take that one.
Go for it.
Free 1,400 gold.
Shiva's Guard on XM. No boots of any kind on a Queen of Pain 66 times out of 7,359 games. So indeed, we're seeing quite a rare thing here, Lacoste. Oh. Well, the rest of the team's got to be kind of careful how close they get whilst he's doing this, and they'll keep a safe distance and they will manage to get it. So Shard for PYW.
We're not gonna fact check that one, right? The Queen of Pain with no boots.
I mean, if you want to boot up the Dota buff, you can start counting. You know, if you want to start manually counting those, you can.
Dota 3 would come out by the time I would end up counting. So another tier, another Tormentor taken. Who got that one?
POW's got it.
Boots of Bearing. This is going to be the big one. Boots of Bearing, such a valuable item.
Yeah.
Cannot be slowed for 1 and 5 seconds. You're playing against Muerta, Dawnbreaker. You get like slowed by Drow Ranger. Very nice way of resetting. X available on Quinn. That's the anti-Ursa item.
And look at low, he's just straight in! Makes the jump, the Solar Guard in, it doesn't matter because Quinn, he's already dead. They turn, focus firing down the Clockwork, but Clock, he's going to be protected. In fact, he might just live. Clock moving out of the side of the fight. Watson's the one in trouble as XM jumps forward. Watson turns around, tries to stand it, but XM blinks forward again. Watson, he's gone. They can now look towards Ace as low. He's getting the bashes. Ace is gone. Tofu now surrounded by XG as they'll be able to get all 4 kills. Only Celery surviving. These last few moves from Gaimin Gladiators, they've been disastrous.
He just bought out on that Hex and low. He's not afraid to blink in, use that BKB immediately.
That's a rough one.
It is. They
had a chance this game. They were looking good at the start of this game.
Not anymore. Falling so far behind. Ursa is massive. 5k gold ahead. He bought Swift Blink as well, so he's going to be able to phase, have that extra armor. You're playing against the Drow Ranger. Any kind of armor you could get for free feels really nice. And I like that he's adapting his item build. This time around, not going for Octarine. Knows that he needs a BKB. He needs to be able to even refresh. I really like that one because second BKB is going to give him ability to survive. He's only afraid of silences, and I think Polison is doing God's work. His positioning has been top tier, keeping the distance and saving people. Whoever gets jumped on, he gets that Decryptify, he gets Life Drain, and also getting Force Staff multiple times. Helping, of course. Oh, he didn't find any good tier 2 neutral item. No Psychic Headband, unfortunately for him.
And you like this change up in the build from you? He's got an Aghanims online 33 minutes in. Gets it very early in the build.
With the Blink Dagger, so he's going to be the one also initiating, providing some... Because Queen of Pain blinks in, Shiva's Guard plus Clockwork, you're never going to lack vision. This is going to be his way of saying, I see everybody, and I'm going to be pushing them back. There's going to be a lot of fear. You have Queen of Pain, and you also have Terrorblade. What are we seeing here?
That last fight, I mean, such a quick jump, and the Ursa, honestly, when Lowe's this farmed, it seems like such a great carry to have against these Dawnbreaker lineups, right? Because as long as he makes the jump in, the speed that he takes down a target, it's too quick. Yeah. It doesn't matter that the Solar Guardian's coming in. Ace cannot save them. And honestly, if anything, I think the other day, right, Ace, he got the Aghanims early in the build. This game, he doesn't get the Aghanims. Aghanims might have been a difference maker in these sort of plays.
I have to check if he actually got Ag. Yeah, he did.
He did, right. And he foregoes it this game to go for the Satanic instead for himself. Wants to get the AC next. But maybe an Ags would be quite a nice pickup this game.
Against Terrorblade, against Ursa, sure, but I could also see what he's trying to do here becomes more tanky.
Sure,
and
wants
one thing
to
that they
carry
lack,
himself,
like having more armor, you're playing against TB, Ursa. Mischance is also nice, that 60% if you can pick up Aghanim Scepter. But one thing they were lacking in the previous game was Nullifier. And again, they don't have it. He has one queued up, but still so far away from it. Needs to farm another 6,000-7,000 gold.
A 12k lead now for XG. And an incredibly rich Clockwork. BYW.
Again,
he's closing up on the farm of the cause. Another Tormentor. Easy work for Low. There we go, Shard for XM. Always a lovely one to have. Gaimin Gladiators, they know it's getting close to a potential Roshan. They do not want to let XG get a third Rosh.
Third Roshan.
Third Rosh.
Again, on Dire's side, Ursa's gonna pick that one up. Queen of Pain. She already has Aghanim Scepter of her own. Same goes for Terrorblade. And he's building into Hex. No BKB, no nothing. Very interesting build from Neo.
All about kind of what they, as you say, the jump in, the terror wave, the hex. He is the setup.
There's the vision. Quinn needs to be careful. If he gets scouted here.
Quinn. Oh, these rocket flares giving so much information. This is scary for Gaimin Gladiators. Quinn, he tries to poke at the creep wave. XM, he's going to poke at him. Jumps in with the shadow strike. Sonic Wave's going to be completely off the mark. Still though, they're looking to move in, and he just jumps forward straight away. The Solar Guardian's coming in, but Quinn, he's already dead. The Fear pushing back Watson as well. Ace, he's sort of awkwardly trapped in the pit. The Bashes are coming out of Tofu. They found the two of them. As they're ready now, look towards Watson. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators, they weren't able to put together a fight at all. Watson will slide away, but XM's in with a blink. He's gone. Ace is in trouble as well as Low, able to stay on top of him. Ace will fall. Double kill for Low.
Oh, another save from Poloson.
And that's a die back from Quinn. Buys back, TP's in, dies again, Lacoste.
This just might be the game. Owen, 24,000 lead, and they're about to finish off Roche with the Aghanim Scepter. And it doesn't get better than this.
Yeah, this is... As an XG, I think a lot of people have been waiting to see this from XG in a few tournaments' time. And these two games we're seeing from the day, you see smiles on Poloson. They've got to feel great. Everything is clicking together from XG.
Poloson's not getting jumped, though, and that's the problem. Like, nobody's touching Pugna in a fight. You have 3 heroes, even 4 heroes who are going to go in. You have so much vision. The way they've been playing is Clockwork shooting out those rockets, providing vision for the team. Then Queen of Pain uses Shiva's Guard, blinks in, and it makes life so much easier for Ursa to lock onto a target and kill it.
There we go, Aghanims for the Ursa. Low's game. Honestly, getting on track to sort of similar levels as last game. Maybe not quite as crazy, but it's going to be close. I mean, he's 33k net worth, 38 minutes in. Making this Ursa work phenomenally 2 times in a row. Just a hero that I think other teams, they're not only going to have to consider maybe banning if they're going to be going up against XG, but they might even have some of the carry players themselves consider picking it themselves.
Yeah, maybe they need to start practicing.
And indeed, finally.
TB offlane, winning again.
Yeah, well, I say win again.
Well, again,
for
Niu. Not for Niu. Others are not winning with it.
But yeah, something for the TB offlane enjoyers to enjoy here. There was always going to be the sign of this if you had seen XG play this the other day, because Niu looked fantastic on it. And again, it's just the fact that he comes in with quite a different approach to what the other TB offlaners are doing.
Yes, completely different item build, not really playing for himself, more providing stuff for the team, and you can see that blink in plus big wave of terror, just pushing them back. They need to buy time, lock in the target, and you can see how fast Tofu dies.
And they just have nothing to contain the Ursa.
They just don't have enough. Problem is they don't have that big front line other than Dawnbreaker. But again, you're playing against Ursa, you're still gonna die. When he decides to jump on you with Basher, heroes are dying left and right. Problem also in this game is they don't have overall better late game. A lot of the times you would see some repositioning tools. One of the reasons why the games are lasting for another 10-15 minutes. The game might just end here. They lose a fight, game's over.
It's getting to that point.
Nothing to be afraid of when you're sieging the high ground.
They're that strong. You could just blink in past the tier 3s and start the fight.
Pretty much.
Gaimin.
Banner has been planted.
Low's just in. And they'll be able to turn here. The Sonic Wave gives Low a bit of safety and space. Pushing back Gaimin Gladiators.
It's so annoying to play against Queen of Pain. Look at all that slow. Shadow Strike, Reflection.
And there's Low. Makes the jump straight away into the face of Watson. Watson's dead without buyback. He's gone. Ace to fall as well. And they're hookshotting up until the fountain. They're ready to dive the fountain for a second time this series. Ultra kill
Give him
for
the
Low.
rampage.
Give him the rampage.
No.
Oh my goodness. What a griefer. Anyway, GG is called. They've done it. XG 2-0 here today. Knocking out Gaimin Gladiators. And my goodness, of course, they do it twice. Similar sort of endings, really, in terms of the lead. 40 minutes in, over 40k gold lead once again.
What a dominant performance. They've been losing a little bit, and then after, like, decision-making from this team is top-notch. Going through the gates, killing Roshan immediately, which means, like, at 15 minutes that Roshan is guaranteed going to be on Dire's side. The next time, they start playing around for the second time, killed the third Roshan, and I think we gotta say that Low, his itemization has been really on point. In the first
Really
game,
nice.
going for this unkillable build with Octarine Core. This time around, switching up the item build, picking up Swift Blink for that extra armor and maneuverability in the fights, and then picking up Refresher for a double BKB, double ulti, having really nice understanding what needs to be done. And again, Neo, second time playing Terrorblade, 100% win rate. Doing it something different. This team has completely different itemization than what we're seeing from the other teams.
Yeah, and it's working. It's working big times, both times. This game even more so, a game in which Gaimin, they had a good start.
They did.
It looked like things were falling into place. They had the lead in the kills, but then it's just these little moves from Xtreme. You know, they're getting the first rush, then they're getting the second rush, and then the next thing you know, the game's at a point where Gaimin, even though they're able to make pushes, get up to the tier 2s around the mid, they couldn't cleanly execute the fights. And Ace, despite that large amount of farm he had once again at the start, entering into the mid game as the Dawnbreaker, it just didn't have the same amount of impact and turnaround potential in these fights, because the Solar Guardian heal, it wasn't enough to save people. XG, they had the means to get the kills quickly.
Yeah, there was not the same impact as we've seen when they were playing against Falcons, but yeah, we gotta give huge credit as well to XM, who no boots means no deaths. Didn't die a single time in this game.
Absolutely, 5-0-16. Well, what a performance here today from XG, and Gaimin Gladiators was yesterday. They knocked Team Falcons out. It was a big knockout, but today, they're the ones getting knocked out. Xtreme Gaming will be moving on as they knock Gaimin Gladiators out of the competition 2-0.
And with this win for Xtreme Gaming, it does mean I'm lucky enough to have Paulison joining me here. You guys coming in 2-0ing Gaimin Gladiators. Was it expected, and how good does it feel to be able to get such a clean win over them?
It felt great, but I don't think it was anything I expected. I think they were great. I mean, they're a great team. As we can see over the past years, they are one of the top teams. Yeah, I think we played well. My team carried me, so yeah, thanks.
Who would you say was the MVP? Because it felt like all the cores were doing their job. You as well, though, on that Pugner, you were having a really good impact for game 2, but in your eyes, who was the MVP?
He has to be our carry player. He commanded a lot in the game, yeah.
And has Low's Ursa been something you've been scrimming with a lot, and you're kind of surprised teams aren't more aware of it or more cautious of it?
Not really. I don't think we even played one game of Ursa, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, we just thought that Ursa was a good pick against their heroes. Yeah.
And then the other thing is the Terrorblade, right? In the offlane, we've seen it earlier today. It lost both its games. In this series as well, Gaimin Gladiators had it. It didn't win, but for you guys, it worked out. So what is different, and what exactly makes the offlane Terrorblade work for you?
I think it's one of Neo's most comfortable hero right now. He plays it a lot in pubs, and he doesn't really lose on this hero, so yeah.
Well, Paulison, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
It's the only Chinese team invited to the event. They're making it top 4. The region has somewhat struggled in recent time, and it's a refreshing turn of events. The team that no one expected, I believe, going into this competition to be in top 4.
I actually had 2 players on my fantasy league from this team.
I'd be honest, how you selected your fantasy league.
They were the lowest percentage picked.
It just meant other people didn't have faith in them. It doesn't mean you didn't have faith.
But that's the thing. I don't mind that because it proves the point. Not many people expected this team to do so well, but the way that they play, the way that Low commands the game from his Ursa, the support from his team to trust his aggression, it is so refreshing to see. And the energy that they have, like when I walk through the studio, like they're so vocal, they're so loud. Like in the fights, they have so much energy. Compared to other teams, it's like back, go, kill. But they're screaming. They're like they're really like passionate.
It was like in the last 5 to 10 minutes of that game, we were actually sitting in this area here where the players are playing, and you could hear how rowdy Xtreme Gaming were getting. They were so excited to catch out that Watson Drow Ranger, finding him a little bit out of position, being able to jump the back line. So that's when it felt like the energy was really peaking for them, when they knew they were able to shut him down, to be able to close that gap and just tear him apart, because once you got on top of him, that Drow Ranger did not do anything for you.
I mean, yeah, he was very squishy. I mean, the Dota landscape has been like uprooted at this point. We have no more Gaimin Gladiators. Falcons is gone. Liquid is out.
Yep.
We've got, PARIVISION. We have Xtreme Gaming now coming to the top here. It's really exciting to see, but Xtreme Gaming and this series as a whole, I mean, I have to give credit to Low. I did say I love Low, and now you see why.
Two things in life, his family and Low. That's what he loves.
This Ursa was absolutely phenomenal in both games. His team played good as well, of course, as a team effort, but like this guy was a standout player for me just because he's playing a hero that no one else is playing. And then he's absolutely owning on it too, so definitely got to give him a shout out.
Yeah. The Drow Ranger, though, that's like the other side of the coin where it was rising in popularity. People were picking it up. Obviously, always going for that sidestep facet. It gave her a little bit more mobility. It felt like you could have more impact. But with the amount of damage she's putting out, there is, you got to worry about your positioning. You got to make sure you don't get caught out at all.
Was he putting out damage, though?
Earlier game, he was.
All right.
Well, early to mid, I will say.
Just to answer that, he did 15,000 damage in this game.
Early to mid.
His Ogre did nearly 14,000.
Yeah, that's because early to mid, Watson was doing the damage.
Yeah,
Ogre was
so
late
right.
game.
And when did Gaimin...
And Ogre is late game carry.
Providers from the day gone,
If he multi-cross more, the higher level his ult
Yeah,
is.
so it's like inbuilt into his toolkit,
Please stop trying to poke holes.
Would you like me to answer the question now?
Yes, I would like that.
I feel like gaming 2 games in a row just put a lot of pressure on a single player to have to do more than they actually need to. Game 1, Tofu Magnus, hit an RP, great. Miss an RP, your game's really difficult. In this game, their front line was a Dawnbreaker who went SMY into Satanic because he understood that he had to exist for as long as possible to get the good position for his Drow Ranger. And now Nature's Prophet, yes, he did some early game pressure, but he didn't really scale into the pressuring map. Like, of course, it's not the Gleipnir meta where he can just TP, catch, kill. It's, I've got a Mjolnir, I've got something else. I can't really convert on that. So I feel like 2 games in a row, they just over-subscribe to one player having to do everything.
Yeah.
And then an Ursa just ripped through that because Ursa is the best hero at finding a single hero. So he was able to brush off the mag in game 1. He was able to slaughter the Dawnbreaker in game 2. Gaming has no ability to win this series.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I make a laugh at how Watson's damage was that game, I will say I think Queen of Pain is like the hardest counter to Drow Ranger in Dota right now. You build items like Shivas and Dagon, you're squishy. You just blink on top or don't like the nuke damage, and we saw that throughout the entirety of the game. You're also playing versus the Ursa, who has a blink dagger. You're playing versus a Clockwork, who's always showing where you are exactly on the map too. And you don't have those heroes that are just gonna like lock heroes down so Drow doesn't feel threatened. Yeah, NP, same thing. It's pretty much overlapping what you have. And Dawn, you're not really saving that either. We talked about maybe you need to go Aghanims in the cast to kind of defend him. Won't help. I think there's nothing this draft can do to really save the Drow Ranger. So if you ever get behind, it's going to be a hard game for you. And that's kind of how all the games so far at this tournament has been, the scale. If you get outscaled, you're not ending early. It's not happening apparently. So you're probably going to lose the later this game drags on.
Yeah, and I was just a really big fan of, honestly, just the drafting stage. The final phase where they banned the Viper and took the Queen of Pain, I think it's what Gaimin likely wanted. And having to take that Nature's Prophet, like you brought up, it's just there's a lot of overlap. I think they struggled really hard for catch or chase or anything really. The fact that you're seeing Quinn having to itemize and buy a Hex instead of, damage items, it just goes to show, like, how are they ever going to kill anyone? Like, Queen of Pain didn't die. Your Ursa is also unkillable after BKB especially. He died once. I just think there were way too many holes. Way too many holes, not a good enough core to back due to like the matchups. They lost the draft.
Well, we've talked about some things that we didn't really like for Gaimin Gladiators there. Obviously, the Ursa is a massive shining moment for XG in this series, in both Game 1 and Game 2 of what he could do. But the Terrorblade, we started the day talking about him, and I feel like it's only fitting that we end the day talking about him as well. Because we thought maybe this is a debate. New picking him up, playing him in the off lane. He had been 0-3 throughout the day, lost all of the games, but New does something very different, something very specialty with this offlane Terrorblade.
Yeah, he just went for Manta, Orchid, and Blink. And it's now, if you want to try and jump a core, I can Sunder save you, I can Orchid turn around, and also do a little bit of damage from that meta compared to, I've only got a pipe, so I'm not really doing it. So I like the fact that he will, in a game where he can go pipe, he will. In a game where he can be a bit more scaling, he'll go for it. So, of course, in this one, an Orchid onto a Muerta or a Prophet or any of these heroes that naturally won't get that dispel early on, it's going to help a lot. So I think he just identified the correct item path, and he isn't locked into following Pro Tracker.
He actually did it before.
Yeah, no, he did.
I remember when we came into the main area and we were seeing the TBs, I was like, I remember one of them went an Orchid first, but I couldn't remember who it was.
Yeah,
it was new.
It was new.
I'm glad to see it again. It's so, like, this pipe feels effective at times, but mostly ineffective when you're like lacking damage or you're getting pressured. This Orchid, awesome.
It's the point I make. Pros are too happy to follow Pro Tracker, and that's about it.
Stats.
It's like, if it...
This is what everyone else is doing.
Exactly. But like, if you see what's good, understand why it's good, but then some games, like Dota is so complex that one game, a pipe can grief you, but even if the majority of games is good, that 1 or 2 games is bad, it's going to be different. I think Nu, at least, the fact he is going Orchid, he's like maybe going, do I want pipe? Yes, no. If that, go Orchid. So I like the fact he's thinking about it rather than just copying what is statistically the strongest build. So props to Nu for not just following everyone else.
Yeah, I think there was like one last thing I wanted to touch over. It's kind of just like, this game was even for a very long time. And I talk about the scale and stuff like that, but there was a moment in this game where there was like a DD Drow. We're getting a little bit ambitious here, and we're gonna see here, the Drow sees the Ursa in the top lane, picks up a DD in the bot lane, so thinks, this is my moment here. It's only 1k difference in net worth at the moment. I'm going to snipe him in the mid lane real quick with the DD. But Ursa actually indeed was alone top. They were rotating to the mid lane. Now Watson gets caught out in a situation where this one particular death snowballed into the game, feeling like it was impossible to play the rest of the map there. But he did have a reason. It looked really silly. I was like, why did he die there? That just looks stupid, right? But he was having a DD. He saw the Ursa top. He thought his team was behind the Ursa, but he was not. Got caught out, and that really just escalated the game. It was almost inevitable, and with a draft like that, if you make one mistake, you're gonna lose, but that's the position they put themselves in.
Rewatching that's pretty uncomfortable. It's like a Drow gusting a Terrorblade that has Manta and Thunder close. I don't want to talk about it. I was like, Fear mentioned the point.
It's a high pressure situation. Mistakes are bound to be made. Obviously, you would love to play flawlessly. You'd love to be perfect in it, but it just doesn't happen. And that's what we've seen falter time after time for some of these teams, is that the way they draft doesn't allow for those high pressure mistakes. And with that, it does see 2 more teams be eliminated today. We had to say goodbye to Liquid earlier today. They unfortunately lost their series 0-2, and now Gaimin Gladiators going down as well. This is what has happened over the past 3 days here at Blast Slam. Obviously on day 4 because we had the group stage as well, but it does leave us with our top 4. And a very interesting top 4 it is as well. BetBoom up against PARIVISION, and then Xtreme Gaming up against Tundra. They'll be playing tomorrow. The winners of those 2 best of 3s will be seeing each other in a best-of-5 grand final on Sunday. I can't believe it's already the weekend. I can't believe it. A whole week of Blast Slam is almost over.
Yeah, I mean, I really wanted to watch Tundra. Like, the fact that they were so dominant.
And we've had to wait so long for it to.
So long, and finally we get to see it. But no, like, their group stage was so dominant that I was like, okay, I want more, I want more, I want more. But now
they were only.
I don't know if you were like joking with him or if you're being real.
I mean, but
it was not the best ad-lib, but you know, we're working on it.
They were only beating teams that are eliminated from the tournament already.
All
so
right.
maybe Group A is superior.
It probably is.
Group A was great to watch.
What, you got BetBoom, you got PARIVISION, and Xtreme Gaming. So you got 3 of the 4 remaining.
But maybe Tundra was meant to be in Group A, and they're a league of their own, and they have to swat away all this, you know, Group B stuff. They're in Group C or Group T. I don't know.
Does this make it any better? Yeah.
I don't know anymore. Back to you, host.
All right. Well, I could ask you, because we are about to close out this day, maybe some learning lessons you took away from today, Rhea. Something that you're like, okay, teams, when you're playing tomorrow, either again or for the first time, you really got to switch on about it.
Don't draft bad. Okay. I definitely.
I thought you were going to be like, oh, you know, if you're facing gaming, ban out the Ursa.
Oh, sure.
Don't pick the offlane Terrorblade unless you can adapt.
No, I love the Ursa. The Terrorblade is probably my biggest takeaway, because it featured in, was it in every single game?
Yes, it was.
It was in every single game, and we saw it look good and bad, and the one time it looked good was when they didn't do this freaking first pick pipe rush garbage. I hate that. I'm sick of it. I think they got away with it illegally 1 game against that Slock edge lane.
Yep.
Twice, actually. They ran it twice. So, yeah.
Yeah, well.
Against Roke, and they won.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Fear.
No problem.
Just
that's
let
what
me.
I'm here for.
Just let me.
Live in the moment.
Let you lie to the viewers.
What's wrong with lying to the viewers? They love it. You love being lied.
All right, tell us the truth then, Fear. Tell us and the viewers at home the truth about today or tomorrow.
How can I tell you about the truth about tomorrow?
Well, I'm hoping you're an oracle.
amazing games no matter what. Like, this tournament has nothing but the best teams left.
Boring.
So yeah, I think the games tomorrow will be amazing. That's the truth. I think the truth about today as well, we learned a lot about drafting, I think, and how a lot of teams are still trying to play what I want to consider like old drafting, where you get the tempo, heroes don't really matter, you get a net worth lead, you take that to getting more items, you close out the map. We're not really seeing much of that. We're seeing the scale eventually prevail over tempo. So I think that's what I learned from mainly just today.
I like that one. And it also begs the question of, is it still this high priority for second pick, or is it high priority for first pick? Does it even really factor into it, T? A lot of questions around drafting.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like teams are respecting heroes for what they bring to the lane, but maybe not understanding how much they really bring to the game. And then it causes these weird overlap moments that we've been talking about. So I think, like Fear mentioned, there's a lot we learned from drafting today. And hopefully teams like BB and Tundra that have been, pretty much just AFK in the hotel for like 3 days, maybe.
They're bored.
They're bored.
I think they are. I genuinely think
I hope they've come to understand this as well. Otherwise they come into the semi-finals and they go for it and they pick it. But no, also the teams that have the break, it's 50-50, they're struggling. But no, I think we learned so much with drafting today that it just means that tomorrow should be infinitely better.
And this isn't a lesson, but I just love the teams in the Final Four. It's crazy. Like, the fact that there's no Falcons, no Gaimin, no Liquid. Bless them. I love them. I'm friends with them. But, like...
Be gone.
This is awesome, right?
We get a brand new format. We get a brand new TO, a brand new format coming into Dota. And it's like this top four, a top four that I feel nobody predicted. If you did predict it at home, then I am thoroughly impressed, But do you have a favorite? I know that we're not really supposed to have favorites, but
no, I absolutely always have favorites all the time.
Okay, well, that's why I was looking at Fear first, and I was going to go this way. Fear favorite.
I'm going with low and XG. I can't back down now.
All in?
Yeah, I'm torn between XG or Tundra. They're the two I'm thinking most.
Okay.
Can I sit on the fence and go 50-50 between those two?
No, you have to at least give me 5% in one way.
Okay, Tundra.
Okay.
I'd be really happy if XG wins, but I want PARIVISION. I want PARIVISION because they've come from further down the gauntlet line.
Round 2 situation.
Yeah, I think what they have achieved is incredible. I think the amount that they've improved every single day.
They're the only team to make it to any round in the gauntlet.
To progress 2 rounds, yes. Because they did round 2, and now they've won round 3, and they're on to round 4 for themselves. So
and they're still picking fun heroes. Like, it's not like they're a boring team doing, like, they're actually enjoyable to watch. They're executing. I love them.
They also have a ball that they play with every day before they draft. And I'm yet to ask them the question, but they got a bright orange ball with numbers on it, and I think they throw it between each other. Again, I'm just spoiling what I'm gonna find out tomorrow. But they have a little ball they throw around. I have no idea what it's about.
This sounds like it could be a lie.
No, I promise you.
I don't think T would lie to the viewers.
I 100%. I'm telling you the truth. They have a little ball and they throw it between each other at the start of the day, and clearly that's helping them win. So the orange ball is their success. I hope they bring it tomorrow.
Oh well, look, we're gonna have to ask them some questions about that one.
I don't know why I brought it up either. I'm sorry.
No, but I'm gonna take a note about it, T. Don't worry, all right? We'll talk about it. But for now, that is us done. We've had a lot of chitter chatter going on. It's been a lot of fun for our day number 4 here at Blast Slam. But we'll see you in the afternoon, same time as always for day number 5.